Cool. So it's been a dream for me to be here because Nigeria and Lagos, it's really the beating heart of innovation in Africa. We've had from this country the first unicorns, billion-dollar companies on the continent working in the fintech area. And I'm here really to network with the ecosystem to see how we can have the health tech generate the first unicorn in health tech on the continent. I know my friend Shiko, who's from Kenya, is looking at me like this. She really hopes that the first unicorn will come from Kenya. But the race is on. Let's see. So, policy frameworks. I really don't like to talk about policies because that's the thing that I do every time. I know policies matters. And it's important because we cannot achieve scale without the right policies. Scale is the key to impact. Because us and partners, and I want to give a shout out to GIZ this morning, my brother Ibrahim, a round of applause for Ibrahim, for really supporting the efforts that geared towards having a continental policy framework that is going to help our innovators to scale. So scale is the first keyword. But I also want to talk about sustainability because this is about sustaining the impact that we create. Too many startups in Africa die in the first 2 years, and the first 2 years are usually funded through grants and philanthropy. But if the private sector investment doesn't kick in right after, you cannot scale and you cannot sustain. So this is an invitation to the private sector in the room, both domestic but also global and international, to come and invest to make money, not to just make impact, but also to make money. Because this is also something that needs to be corrected. Many people see the African health sector as a social sector, a sector that you have to go in only if you are interested in impact, but are not interested in profits. And my message this morning is, this is a profitable sector. It's a sector that is going to kick in when the fintech has reached saturation. So the next billion-dollar company is going to come from the health and health tech. So we are not appealing to people's goodwill or philanthropy or charity. We are appealing to people's self-interest. Come and invest in this market, you will make money. Last but not least, scale sustainability. I want to also reflect on self-reliance because there is too much of expecting capacity to come from outside. And yet we have the capacity inside. We need to do more in terms of skills development. We need to do more in terms of protecting our sovereignty because we want to make sure that we are self-reliant. So this is where we need also to make sure that as we grow AI-based applications, they are based on the data that is from our own people, our own context. We will only be self-reliant if we have the skills, but also the data sources that are coming from our people. And this is where I want to depart a little bit from the narrative of sovereignty that I had yesterday, which is based on our national borders. We need to think about sovereignty on our continent based on our continental borders, on our continental market. Let's just move away from this idea that if data from Benin is flowing to Nigeria, is a breach of sovereignty. If the data from Nigeria is flowing to Kenya, is a breach of sovereignty. Because there is no such thing when the same happens in India or China. So that's how we need to think. With those three words, scale, sustainability, and self-reliance, I want to once again thank the organizers for having me this morning. And back to you, moderator.
Thanks a lot, Phil. And I like the 3S. It's quick to remember: scale, sustainability, self-reliance. And perhaps the fourth S you added around sovereignty. And as we look at data sovereignty, look at it from a continental point of view. But you also challenged startups and the private sector, and we've got two of them on the panel today. You challenged them to compete for who will be the first health unicorn in Africa. I'm going to start with you, Amdeoye. Two questions. One, is PBR going to be the first health unicorn in Africa, and why? And then the second question is, Phil spoke a lot about data in Africa. What's your experience around the challenges with inclusion with regards to data collection and management in Africa?
All right, thank you very much. And thank you for inviting PBR to this session. Yes, so will PBR be the first healthcare unicorn? Yes. We want to be the first healthcare unicorn. And we want to say that healthcare, like the first speaker said, is not a social enterprise. Yes, it is a business. And at PBR, we're actually venture capitalist backed, right? Today, we're not relying on grants, and then we are really, driving for revenue. So we are a for-profit, organization, right? And that's just to say that, that narrative around social enterprise needs to be corrected, and we should get more support also from private sector, from investors, the investment community, that healthcare is a business and it should also be treated as such. So going into maybe some of the challenges that we have with data, I think maybe the first thing is maybe also to correct a myth around African data, that data is not available. The first thing is that data is available. However, the data is found on paper records. The data is found on Excel spreadsheets. The data is found on some, outdated EMR, platforms or point of sales. So that is the challenge of getting data, in Africa. And then what we have realized is that there are four big issues, with data. The first one is around trust. Trust, either from government or private sector, everybody isn't willing, to share, their data. Everybody kind of wants to put a barrier, to getting data. And I think once government also begins to put a lot of framework in place, I think, with that and then with education, more people will have, less trust issues. The second one is fragmentation, which is a very big challenge. Now, just imagine getting data from about 1,500 pharmacies across, Africa that we are currently getting data from. What you see is that when someone writes paracetamol, for example, one pharmacy might write PCM. Another one will write paracetamol in small caps. Another one will write paracetamol in big caps. And you need to standardize and aggregate this data for it, to make sense. So after you've even aggregated, the data, the challenge is that how do you even harmonize that data for you to be able to do analytics, with it? The second one is really around interoperability and, infrastructure. A lot of our data is on site. There's really limited cloud infrastructure in Africa. So, and then when you find out that even people that have the EMR systems or point of sale, they don't speak to each other. Clinical data does not speak, to data from, supply chain. So you're not able to fully integrate all of those data, points together. And then lastly is skills gap. How do you ensure that you are able to standardize, clean that data, for example, put it in a platform, that you can use and make sense of it? Or you put new technology like AI, large language, models. Those skills are still evolving skills in many parts of Africa. And so sometimes those are the challenges, innovators like PBR, go into. But one of the things that we're also trying to do to actually, support the ecosystem is that we need to, for inclusion, we need to support in digitizing the process. So across, Africa, we've worked with about 1,500 healthcare facilities to support, in terms of digitizing, their ecosystem. either in rural areas or in urban areas. Because the first stage that we need to do is to ensure that the data is within a digital platform that you can now begin to do analysis or analytics, as the case may be. The second thing that we've also tried to do, which is the hardest part when we started, is that we aggregated data, and then we were now asked to standardize the data, and they asked us to use AI. And we went out there, for example, and there was no data trained on African data on standardization of drugs. That was the first hiccup that we had as an organization. We then had to work with partners to develop the first AI data transformation model for drugs in Nigeria and Ghana. Our first pilot took us almost about 8 months, but with iteration, both with local partners and global partners, a journey of 8 months, we are now able to transform data within minutes. And that was how we were able to scale by moving from Nigeria, moving to Ghana, and we're going to be moving into Kenya very soon. That is the power of AI. But AI can only thrive when data is available, right? And then when the data was cleaned, people now said, oh, data is clean. How do we analyze the data? We then needed to also leverage technology to build specific platforms where you can see trends, you can forecast, and we put all of that on analytic platform, either for pharmacy data or for hospital data. So based on what we have done now, we have a platform that has data, anonymized hospital data from about 6,000 hospitals in Nigeria and Ghana. We also have, data from about 1,500 pharmacies, in Nigeria and Ghana as well. When we did that, we then saw that most people with ChatGPT coming in now, I just want to type in and get a model and just type in and say, what are the number of hypertensive patients in Nigeria, Ghana, and Kenya without looking at charts? So we built, for the first time, a healthcare data lab where we have now curated data from pharmacies, data from hospitals in one place. And as simple as a click of a button in plain English, you can get customized charts, customized visuals about healthcare data. And this is an environment that ensures that the data is already cleaned and analytics ready. So this has been our journey from the challenges that we have faced, and then how we have leveraged AI, both for data transformation, for healthcare analytics, and now, really integrating all of that data together, leveraging large language models. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Dioye. Yes, please. Thank you very much for that. And I like how you sort of structured the conversation, going through the challenges you faced, and then to specific things that you've done around standardization, around cleaning data, and around analysis of data. Shiko, I will come to you. You should know that I'm trying to sort of create a competition here, so you should know I would come to you next. I'll come to you next, and I would like you to speak more broadly around some of the points that Dioye raised are, from a challenges point of view. He's looking at it from a healthcare point of view and how they've done it within PBR. But I would like you to look at it from an ecosystem point of view and speak to some of the work that you're doing around the ecosystem. So all of the challenges around the skill gaps, around the standardization, around the cleaning of data, what needs to happen from an ecosystem point of view?
Thank you so much. The sun rises from the east. Yeah? I hope you're getting there. Yeah? I mean, there's a huge argument around unicorns and fintechs, which we'll not get into, because it depends on who measures the unicorns. Some of the most influential fintechs in the world, not in Africa, are from Kenya. So let's rest that case. So let's come to AI. So before we talk about challenges, we have also to think about opportunities. Last year, our team released a very seminal paper around defining the African AI ecosystem. And we said, everybody was saying Africa this and Africa that, and I don't know where Phil went. And one of the key things is everybody was pushing for regulation of the AI ecosystem from back in 2022. And our argument was, why would you regulate something you do not understand? Yeah? When we spoke to policymakers, they will say, you know, AI is the Armageddon. When you spoke to the church people, they will tell AI is the 666. I mean, everybody had their definition. So we needed to have a very clear definition of what AI is and what its impact on Africa would be. So we organized the AI ecosystem into 5 components. Number 1 is talent. And I will emphasize on this, Africa has 1.5 billion people. And by 2050, that will be 2.5 billion people. So we have a lot of talent. We just need to skill it with the right type of skills. Number 2 is data set. And he rightly said, I mean, with 1.5 billion people, we cannot say we don't have data. However, Africa contributes to less than 1%. Let me let that sink. Of the current Gen AI data that is training the Gen AI system, which is pretty unfair. Number 3 is compute. As of 2025 July, which is today, Africa has only 1 HPC cluster in Morocco. Yeah? Number 4 is use cases. And I love, when we were doing this paper last year and we did a scan across the continent, we didn't have many viable use cases on Gen AI. A lot of AI from my natural language processing, computer visioning, but not Gen AI. But in the last 18 months, a lot has changed. And finally is governance. Does Africa has an agenda in the AI space? When somebody calls you at night and asks you, what is Africa's priority when it comes to AI? Do we have that? Do we have a spokesperson who's speaking on behalf and for Africa around that? So I'll start with that. For that, we've been working with different ministers of ICTs from across the continent, including Minister Bosun from Nigeria, to set up what is called the African AI Council. The council's mandate is to help provide a voice, a singular point of view around AI on the African continent. It was launched in April during the Global AI Summit on Africa. We have the African AI Scientific Panel, which is made of researchers, startups who are building stuff for Africa and who are able to guide on where Africa should be going from a very scientific point of view. And finally, we have the AI governance toolkit. As of today, only 14 of the 54 countries in Africa have an AI strategy or any AI policy to speak of. And so what we have done is provided a very good cheat sheet that any African country can be able to quickly pick and say, we need guiding principles, we need a framework, we need a strategy, because not everybody needs a strategy. And that's from a governance point of view. From a talent point of view, we need to double down on it. In the next 3 years, by 2030, Africa needs at least 5,000 PhDs in AI. And when I say AI is not I've graduated with a PhD in AI, it is in mathematics, it is in the STEM courses, mathematics, physics, statistics, things that people don't like doing, computer science and engineering. Those are the skills that Africa needs. For us to get those skills, we need to invest in our education system. To put it into context, the US graduates about 1,000 PhDs in the STEM courses a year. So we can't say, oh, Africa, we can do it. We need our universities to actually be empowered to do it. From a data set point of view, we are working a lot with the gates, and I'm sure Bumni is going to talk about it, is how do we make sure that Africa is represented? Let me paint it for you. Africa has more than 2,000 languages. Only 60 of them are digitized. Digitized, not AI ready, digitized. And even the ones that are digitized, they are highly underrepresented. So we are doing a study around the tokenization of African languages. That is converting African languages into tokens that then are used for AI, so making them AI ready. And only to find that if somebody says, oh, Maasai, let me take Maasai. Maasai is highly digitized. The Maasai people are more than 2 million people in Kenya. And in Kenya and in Tanzania. And they only digitize 1,000 words. Can you see the underrepresentation of our even digitized language? Even when you are tokenizing this, we are realizing we have to digitize even some more. So Africa needs to work on this. And one of the programs I love actually is a Nigerian program, the 3MTT program that is collecting languages, Data Science Nigeria with Dr. Bumni. Dr. Bayo. Dr. Bayo is busy trying to digitize the languages. So we need Africa to be fully represented in this age. And no one else will do this work for us. We have to do it ourselves. And calling back, and it's not a social sector. I know we are relying on the initial risk-taking of global funders, but this is a private sector play. Who is going to invest in our compute? Compute is a huge play. The MC mentioned that NVIDIA is now a $4 trillion company. Who is taking part of that $1 trillion company here in Africa? Who is investing in that kind of money? So we need to be able to challenge the private sector to be able to invest in this. And finally, use cases. I'm going to go back to them. I said the sun rises from the east. Who is building use cases that are speaking to the 1.5 billion Africans who are growing by the day? We need to be able to do that. And that's part of the work that we are doing. And to challenge also the status quo. And I'll call up on my colleague who is sitting on the audience. So we are saying everybody is trying to talk about sovereign AI, sovereign this, but who is testing sovereignty for us? So next week, on Monday or Tuesday, we are launching an African benchmark on health models. And we checked on it saying, okay, we want to be able to adapt some of these models and contextualize them to Africa and all of these things. But then when you're testing them for our context to make them sovereign, what we are finding out, they didn't even have us in mind when we were building them. HIV is the longest running pandemic. 40 years, it's older than a majority of the people in this room. But it's not well represented in the current models. Malaria is the one disease that kills the most people on earth. But it's not represented at all in some of these benchmarks and models. Who is going to do this? So we have to do this. And in doing this, big pharma, big biotechs are going to come to Africa and invest. But we have to show them the opportunity. And that's why I'm bullish about the AI space and the coming up of the unicorn in the next 3 years from the East. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Sheko. And I will come to you in 3 years, hopefully to show me all of the progress. And I'm with you on that. This is a positive thing, so I'm fully with you on that. You already introduced Bumi into the conversation, so I'll go to him next. Gates Foundation, to a large extent, I see Gates Foundation as an ecosystem facilitator. And you do a lot of work facilitating all of the actors across structures on the continent engaged in healthcare, particularly from a technology point of view. I would like to come to you to speak a little bit about some of what you're seeing in terms of outlook, particularly from a partnerships point of view. Shiko already introduced the conversation around some of the existing partnerships. I think you had mentioned 3 councils, the AI Advisory Council, the Scientific Panel, and there is a 3rd one around the governance toolkit that sort of supports that. But I would like you, Bumi, to speak a little bit from your experience around what does that landscape, the partnership landscape across Africa look like, and what do you see in the landscape? What are the positives that are coming to you from the landscape?
Good morning, everyone. I think, Chico, and you've said a lot about the challenges on the ground. What you see with AI is that it has the potential to discriminate, right? And you find it a little bit more elitist because people that are using AI are people that can afford devices, the power, the internet, and the rest of them. From the development point of view, as someone that sits at the intersection of innovation and development, we are looking at people who are potentially going to be marginalized, as AI is ramping up very rapidly across the globe. What we're seeing is that if you look at the 1.5 billion people on the continent, less than 50%, or let me say more than 60% don't have access to AI in terms of devices, even connectivity, and an ability to use the AI solutions. When you talk about having relating with over 1,000 health facilities, building model and digitizing data, the question we always have is that, how will that benefit people in the rural areas? In Nigeria, for instance, more than 50% of the population live in the rural areas. The health workers, the agri-extension workers, they are all living there, right? How do we solve for them that we don't exclude them in the long run? And Chico mentioned something about the data sets. Yes, we gather the data sets, but when we build solutions for health workers in the rural areas who are in the primary health centers, how can they relate with that? How can they use that AI solutions to administer health care to people? And then when people also need to find help, how can they leverage that as well? There's language barrier, and that's data. When you don't have data that is representative in a way that people can relate with it, all of us are speaking English, right? But in rural area, they still speak the dialect, the local dialect, Yoruba, Hausa, and the rest of them, Swahili, in other parts of Africa. In our research with thousands of AI innovators that we've related with, 41% of them still mention that the problem they have is lack of adequate data to train the models that they're using. You might have very little percentage of people like you that have been able to digitize the dark data and then you're building models on it, but 41% is large, and that percentage is from Africa as well. So how do we solve the problem of localization of AI solutions for the people that are naturally marginalized by technology? So to do that, I will mention most of the problems that you mentioned are real problems, skills gaps, and then compute problem as well. So when we look at all of that, and private sector is still a little bit hesitant in investing in AI solutions. I'm sure you're having that struggle. You're not getting the big ticket funding to help you to scale as you desire. Then there is need for bridging that missing funding between when you've piloted some AI solutions or some use cases and then you need to scale. It's at that bridge that the development sector is looking at, especially Gates Foundation, on how can we catalyze that space, since it's been something that for many years now, no one is looking at it. One of the interventions that we're looking at to do that is, one, how do we bring all the ecosystem actors together, government inclusive, the civil society organizations, the policymakers, the innovators, even the private sector? How do we bring them together that they can co-create solutions, scale the solution, and then carry the people along? And one is setting up an AI scaling hubs in 4 countries. It's a lot of funding, but we started with the Rwanda. We launched the AI scaling hub in Rwanda in partnership with the government of Rwanda for the next 3 years, where through a private sector arrangement, they can begin to look within the continent, within the East African zone, on AI use cases that are ready to scale. I mean, we must give credit to some of our innovators across the continent. They've actually tried so much to build solutions that can address the needs of people, needs in health, agriculture, education, even in sanitation as well. Now, how can we move them from what they've piloted to scale across the geography? So that's one area we're looking at. And then we also, like last month, we signed an MOU with the Ministry of Communications, Innovation and Digital Economy, represented by the Minister of ICT, Dr. Bosun, to establish the same AI scaling hub in Nigeria as well, with the objective to, one, we want to find AI solutions that are scalable, not pilots, right? Because there are quite a lot of pilots all over the place. But to bridge that gap of how can we help to scale those AI solutions in health, in agriculture, in governance itself, and then also in financial inclusion and education. Once we find those AI use cases, then we will put some funding behind it and put some compute behind it, and also work with government to ensure that the policy is adequate to support the rollout of it and then the adoption of it. And we're going to work with government as well and the private sector. There are quite a number of partnerships that we're going to crowd into that hub to ensure that those innovations scale across the country. And we're doing that in partnership with Pan Atlantic University, that's Lagos Business School. There are other AI ecosystem actors that we're also bringing into them. We have some of them that are already doing things around that, like Microsoft training 1 million citizens. There's Google with the cloud credit that they also have. So it's an aggregator model, to ensure that in the next 3 years, we can scale at least 3 to 5 AI solutions in health and education that will impact the lives of people. We don't want to leave anyone behind. And by working with all the various stakeholders, again, you're going to speak about the role of CSO as well. How do we carry them along? How do we build locally relevant AI solutions that will address the needs of pregnant women in the village, right? That will address the needs of farmers in the village, that can empower them, that they will know what to do at every point in time. And the thing that will also localize that is what Eko mentioned briefly, which is data in terms of voice is still, her statistics is right, because she said, how many percentage of the African languages are really digitized, that are AI ready, right? It costs a lot of money to collect data sets, voice data sets, label them, train them, and put a lot of quality assurance behind that. And if we're waiting for the big tech, to come and do that, it's going to take forever. But someone needs to catalyze that, and that's what we're also doing at Gates Foundation with a lot of partners, where we're collecting, for a start, in Nigeria, we're collecting for 3 most spoken languages, Hausa, Yoruba, Igbo, and then we're also adding Pidgin to it because we use Pidgin language a lot, and that's about 2,500 hours of those 4 languages. We're also doing it in Kenya, Swahili, and in other parts of Africa as well, in South Africa. And putting those data sets, training them, we will make them available, for those innovators like you to look at it and train it and incorporate it into your model. So yes, it's a long journey. We are also going to work a lot with a lot of private sector to make sure that we solve for those people that are going to be marginalized if we're not intentional about it.
Thank you very much. I really like how you focused on where the gap is in terms of, in terms of resources, not necessarily funding, but in terms of resources, and spoke a lot about your role and the role of other actors in the ecosystem to catalyze within the context of the gap. And I would like to hear from everyone in the panel maybe later about some of the interesting use cases, because that's come up a lot in the conversation. So it would be nice to hear some of the interesting use cases that you've seen across Africa. It's also okay to pitch your work or your friend's work. But you started with inclusion and you ended with inclusion, not leaving anyone behind. So I'm going to come with you, Aminata, on that point. I would like you to go a little bit deeper on the inclusion topic. You sit in a space as a civil society organization, a convener of civil society organizations. And the good thing about civil society organizations is that they have an incentive that other actors don't have. You don't have the same profit incentive, so you are able to actually look at risks. So I want you to speak a little bit about that. I want you to speak about how AI can be an enabler and without being discriminatory.
Okay, this is working. Thanks so much. I just want to start by saying it's really great to be on this panel, and as you mentioned, being civil society, I cut across all the various sectors. So I'm just here to amplify voices of civil society and the communities that we serve when it comes to AI, inclusion, and health outcomes. Ultimately, it's about the communities and leaving no one behind. Representing Resilience Action Network Africa, RANA, as well as Pandemic Action Network, we are a network of over 450 partners across the different sectors, leading from behind. As you said, we work with communities who have the solutions, and it's just amplifying their voices. Grounding us in a bit of statistics, we know that Africa carries nearly a quarter of the world's disease burden, yet only has 3% of global health workforce, so we do need that support, and 1% of health spending. And as everyone has mentioned here, we do have data, but it's fragmented or not connected. 60% of health data generated on the continent remains undigitized or disconnected. That's quite a high percentage. So it does exist, but as you said, it's whether paper-based or sitting somewhere that's not accessible or interoperable with national data. And this is key because millions of Africans still lack access to quality and affordable healthcare, and that's what we need when it comes to positive health outcomes. As civil society, we play a multifaceted role when it comes to AI, whether it's holding stakeholders, governments accountable, pushing for accountability, education, representation, and inclusion. So we at Pandemic Action Network and RANA, we ask ourselves a few questions, and this has been mentioned as well. Whose data trains the AI? When it comes to health outcomes, if we're trying to leave no one behind, how are we including women that live in rural areas, people living with disabilities, informal workers? And now with the emerging climate crisis, we see rising refugee cases. So especially in Kenya, you'll have a lot of refugees there. How are we including refugees that don't have access to healthcare, that language barriers exist, healthcare workers that don't speak language? So whose data is training this AI that we're working with to ensure that health outcomes serve all? And the second one is whose priority guides its designs? So if AI is built without meaningful local input, we've mentioned this, it won't serve the people it aims to help, right? It has to be profitable, but also we need impact, and the impact is saving lives, ensuring that health is affordable, accessible, and its quality. So it's whose priorities are guiding this, and this is important to co-design, co-create. We talk about partnerships. Partnerships need to be inclusive, leaving no one behind. Civil society, and I also like to say civil society and communities, because we're not a monolith. It's quite a diverse range of communities and civil society. How are they engaged in this process? And then ultimately, who benefits from the solutions it drives? Health. Yes, public good is great, but also health is an investment. We need to invest in our people, in our outcomes, to ensure that the continent is thriving. And a good example of this, actually, there's a partnership on AI that brings civil society organizations like the Electronic Frontier Foundation and Human Rights Watch, and they work with tech giants, Google, Amazon, Facebook, to promote best practices in AI development. And so CSOs being part of this coalition, we ensure that there's a balance and humanity and communities are at the heart and at the center of innovation. Because what is grounding us if not the communities and the people that we serve? These are key things that we've been doing so far. And just a parallel example that's really key to this when it comes to the enabling environment. Recently at the World Health Assembly, the pandemic agreement was signed and passed. The next step, which is great, we have the policy, but the next step is implementation, impact, and scale, is negotiating pathogen access and benefits sharing, PABs. And with PABs, we usually see that low and middle income countries, especially countries in Africa, we share our data sets first, actually. But when it comes to vaccines, life-saving tools, therapeutics, those are innovated or developed outside of the continent, as we produce 1% of medical countermeasures. So even though we're providing our data and sharing our information, we are last to receive life-saving tools, last to receive vaccines. So negotiating PABs is really important because we need that benefit sharing. If we're giving the data, we need the tools, we need the access, we need the vaccines to save lives and to ensure that no one is left behind. So this is a key process when it comes to data governance and health outcomes that we've been a part of, and we look forward to engaging with civil society, member states, governments, and as civil societies and advocates, we always have a call to action, we always have an ask, we're always open to having information sessions with different partners just to help us ensure that key people are at the table. So my call to action, I guess, or key message, building off of everyone's, is really inclusive partnership. And what does inclusive partnership mean and look like? It means ensuring there's a representation from rural to urban, a gender balance, disaggregated data, ensuring that no one is left behind, and ensuring that civil society are at the table as key players and connectors, not just there for a token, a check mark, but we're experts in what we do. Like I said at Rana, we lead from behind. So we're working with communities who have the solutions, right? So it's not, I don't like the word capacity building, it's capacity enhancing, right? It's ensuring that the platform exists for key actors to be in these spaces as experts, not just as an addition, but ensuring that civil society and communities, we're treated as experts and we're welcomed as experts in these spaces. So inclusive partnership is really my key message.
Thanks a lot, Aminata, and thank you for honing on that one key message. We were going to take questions and comments from the audience, but unfortunately, because of time, we're not able to do that. But I want to quickly ask my panelists to essentially follow the guidance already led by Aminata to essentially pass. Okay, thank you. We've been given time to take 2 questions from the audience. Anyone wants to ask a question or comment? Yes, the gentleman over there. I was hoping for a lady.
Okay, all right. Good morning. My name is Sunday Taiwo. Okay, I work with Give Organization. All right, so I'm going to be reading out the question briefly, and then I'll fleshing it up.
Sorry to interrupt you. I'm so sorry to interrupt you. Because of time, just quickly, 1 to sentences.
It's a quick question. I said, my question is, what are the pointers that an NGO like my organization should consider with respect to policy implementation, especially with the government as it concerns sustainable private innovation? So my organization we're one of the awardees of the Microsoft AI of 2023. Okay, so we were to develop a prototype, which we did on AI to help people, ladies in the North, in their businesses. So, but there were some restrictions along the way because we wanted to scale, we couldn't because of, we wanted to partner with the government and all that. So I'm asking members of the panel, what are the things to look out for in, okay, like I have a sustainable project, and I'm looking for support because we needed to scale. The project was underway, people were using it. We actually have 1,500 trained women in AI, and we're planning to develop mobile apps so that women who can't go out to do business can stay in the comfort of their rooms and interact in Hausa languages to the phone. So That's my question. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Moving from pilot to scale and key considerations around that. Any other comments or questions? Yeah?
Good morning. My name is Dotun Adeoye, co-founder and managing director of AI in Nigeria. I was listening to the gentleman from Gates Foundation, and he was referring to the work being done in Nigeria. We have a pool of researchers and communities across Nigeria. What are the possibilities of engaging and collaborating, given we're doing a lot of things, and sometimes I think there's fragments and silos.
All right. Thank you. If there's one quick one additional one, going, gone. Okay.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Olatunji Laipo is my name from the Initiative for Climate Literacy. Amazing submissions from every person on the panel. My question is as it relates to healthcare, and then understanding the fact that healthcare is supposed to be a major item in society, just like education, like a public good, like a typical road. But now if you're looking at healthcare from the business angle, I'm trying to wrap up my head. How do we draw the line between the role of government in providing things like healthcare? And yet, healthcare is a problem, and we want to look at it as a business. And how do we solve that problem? And, in the light of the fact that, there's a climate crisis, it's not everybody that will be able to access basic care. So, how do we draw that line so that we can provide healthcare, and yet the society will be fine, nobody will be left behind? Looking at it from the point of profit making. So I really want to help, to be able to really understand that, because I know that education in itself, you can provide education, and you need resource to be able to. But if you have to be looking at it from the profit angle, people will be able to access, but a lot of more people will be left behind. So just help us in that regard. That's my question.
All right. Thank you. Maybe I would assign the questions, if that's okay. I was going to push that third question around healthcare is a public good. How do you serve healthcare as a business without losing that element to you, Phil? The first question around moving from pilot to scale, but maybe because you spoke about that, but I thought perhaps you might want to deal with that first question. And then the second question, Shiko, I think that sort of is related to you, so perhaps you want to deal with that. Perhaps you want to go first, Phil?
Thank you so much. First of all, I want to apologize because you saw me sneaking out. There was another panel that was virtual. I was also providing some opening remarks. But also, I think what we were discussing joins the question that our colleague just asked about, how do you think about profits in a social sector, deliver health outcomes in a profitable way? So I think there are two ways and two things. I think also touches on the first question. Number one, to do business successfully in Africa, you need to keep affordability front, center, and right, left, right, and center. Because at the end of the day, who pays? You may think government will pay through public procurement, but even government collects money from the people. So who pays? It is the people paying. So if the solution cannot be afforded by the people, then it will be difficult to make profit, to make a business case. Now, there could be facilitation. Instead of people paying out of pocket, then you link up with insurance. Because people will give their money to the insurance, but the insurance need to integrate your solution in their package so that they can pay, and that becomes much, much easier to you as a service provider. So if you can have your solution very affordable, and if you can partner with the payers, which could be an insurance, but also most of the largest insurance companies or organizations are run by governments. In my own country, the Social Security Board runs 90% of the people are on the public insurance scheme. So if you are working with that insurance scheme, you know that your solution will be able to sustain because payment collection becomes easy. So those are the two things I wanted to comment. I know we are running out of time, but I also think this is my last chance to speak. So let me make my final submission. This conversation needs to continue. We cannot finish it here. So that's why I want to invite everyone to join us in Kigali during the Africa Health Tech Summit. Please take your phone and Google it. Africa Health Tech Summit. It will take place in October 13 to 15. And as a convener, I've had a great pleasure, but also surprise, to see last year, Nigeria was the second largest representation in the room. And there were more than 300 people coming from Nigeria at the last summit in Kigali. So I was pleasantly surprised. So I want to renew this invitation. How many have been in Kigali before? By show of hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 20. From this room, I want to see 100 coming and join us and continue that conversation on how the public and the private can work together to scale innovation. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thanks for the work. Sorry, please go ahead.
For the question on research and how do you move from pilot to scale, what do you need to do? I'll say that keep your eyes open and then stay in touch on the things happening on the various channels through which we normally broadcast the events. The Nigerian AI Scaling Hub, the one in Nigeria, we're starting with the planning phase, which will run from now till October. And what we're doing in that phase is to look out for AI solutions like yours, which you mentioned you got through the Microsoft AI Innovation Challenge. We will use a set of criteria to select some of the AI that we feel can scale. When you talk of scale, there are many things to consider. It could be, for us in the development sector, is how will that solution benefit people, let's say health? How will it benefit the health workers in the local government area, 774 local government areas, the health, the nurses, the midwives who are in those localities, taking into consideration the limitations that they have in terms of access to internet or low or poor internet service, devices, and at the same time, very important is how are we building solutions that can be used by those people. You know, we think a lot about building on smartphones, but most of them are using feature phones in those rural areas. You know, what about USSD-based AI solutions? Those are the things we're going to look at. Solutions that they will easily uptake and use. The research part, I mentioned that we're implementing this scaling hub through an aggregator model, bringing in academia, the private sector, government, and different people as well. You will hear the news. I mean, Dr. Bosun tweets a lot, and he posts a lot on his LinkedIn. So you might just be in a better place to follow him because he will always talk about it, and you'll see what we're doing there. Thank you.
Thank you. Just before you hand over the mic, I wanted you to speak about two quick things, Bome. One is the conversation around use cases. I'd like to hear from you if there is any use case that you particularly like, Bome. And then the second, yes. And then the second, very quickly, key recommendation, key message for today.
On use cases, I'll give you 4, and there are definitely more than that in the entire continent, even in Nigeria. So permit apology if I don't mention yours. The first one is Mino Health AI Labs. That is in Ghana, right? That solution is so unique. I'm mentioning it because when we did the grand challenges in 2023, we, out of 1,300 innovators that applied for AI solutions that they want to be funded, We picked 100, and large percentage of them are from Africa. Mino Health is one of them. It's a very important solution in the sense that what they've done is to use deep learning to, if you scan an X-ray into their system, with the deep learning and training they've done with the data set, it will diagnose what the illness is around the thoracic conditions. And that's really very fundamental, very innovative. You know, and it's all over the internet if you look for it, and great things they are doing. It's a great innovation, and we know that we don't have a lot of radiographers, people that can interpret some of those things. They are scarce skills. Most of them are out of the country, but this solution helps health practitioners to use it to know the condition, and then they can go to prescription. The second one is MDoc. MDoc is a Nigerian AI solution as well, led by a female, Neka Mobisin. What that solution does, which they've piloted and they're at a stage of scaling, is it allows people with chronic conditions to query the solutions to find what is wrong with them and keep a routine of maybe they need to do exercise, take their medication, or consult with consultants in that as well. Very great. It even speaks pidgin English. I know that they're going to fine-tune it more and more. The third one is EHA clinics, and I think one of their senior executives spoke yesterday on a panel here. They've also done a lot of great work around EMR, you know, which they're also trying to scale as well. The fourth one is by Data Science Nigeria, which is on how can we increase financial inclusion in the rural areas, allowing people that have low literacy to open bank accounts. It's something they need to move to scale, but there's limitation, which is local voice data sets that they can train, that somebody could also link it up with USSD or dial a short code, and then you get response in your local dialect, and then they can press some things and then open bank account. Yeah, so those four really are very great because we've put funding behind it and they are moving to scale stage. And I know there are quite a number of other ones that I've seen in the ecosystem in Nigeria and also outside Nigeria as well that are really doing great, especially in Rwanda, you know, where ultrasound, there are people that have built ultrasound that they could just put it on the tummy of a pregnant woman, and then it will tell you the status of the fetus. You know, really great innovation. This is all in Africa. These are the type of AI solutions that are very easy to use, very democratized and low cost as well.
Thank you. And the great thing about this is we're able to move the conversation away from a theoretical point of view to say, what does this look like in the lives of people? And it's interesting that you mentioned Mino Health, because the founder of Mino Health, Darlington, was supposed to be on this panel. Unfortunately, because of travel arrangements, he couldn't make it. I will come to you next, Shiko. Three things. Number one is your thoughts around the question around research. Two is use cases. If there are any use cases that you find interesting that you would like to share with us. And then three is your key message, your key recommendations from the conversation today.
Can you hear? Oh, perfect. Thank you so much. On research, and it's how do we ground research locally? That was a question. So I always say the whole idea of AI started in 1956. Again, more than a majority of us were alive, right? Data in the US has been digitized for the past 400-500 years. Research still sits with us. We have started, like most of our languages are still are still very oral. So we need to find a way of doing research that is grounded on our own realities, and that research is not going to be done by somebody else. I always laugh when I hear, oh, Harvard Institute of African Studies. Do we have American Studies at Lagos State University? Do we? Yeah? So we need to prioritize ourselves in terms of the kind of research, and it needs to be grounded on our own reality and solving our own problems. And it's not, I mean, I was hearing everybody asking, how do we interact with government? How do we get our government to unlock this? Yes, there is a place in government to invest in research, but most of the IP that sits at Google, I worked for Google and Microsoft, both of them. Most of the IP that is running the world, even from a government point of view, sits with private sector. Google invents something and goes and sells to the Ministry of Defense in the US. What is stopping us from doing that? So when I hear I have this great thing, how do I partner with government to do X? Let government be your customer, not your scaling channel. Find out, okay, thank you. and so that's the challenge, is how good is your solution that government can be your customer? Yeah? And that's the challenge, because when it's good enough, then governments don't have to go out there and look for outside vendors to buy. So like the young person who was talking about, they built this platform for entrepreneurs, for young people. Is your platform good enough that the Ministry of Trade and Industrialization in Nigeria is able to say, he's able to get us the next 1 million small businesses to industrialize Nigeria? And that's what we need to be able to think. It's just about flipping our mindsets more than relying on government. Our governments have too many priorities. They are meaning dying kids of malnutrition. There's all these things. But as we need to wear the private sector hat and see how we can do that. For me, the use case, and I'm going to go back to the East, we have an amazing startup called Jubilee Health. Jubilee started off as a maternal healthcare facility, and it is the best, it's hands down the best AI solution for women, and especially pregnant women. And why I love it, it's not relying on smartphone devices. Is on your small phone, you're able to access Gen AI content by just having a conversation via SMS. Simple, accessible to anybody who wants to do it. They are building it in local languages, they are fine-tuning local languages, and you're able to access healthcare for pregnant women. Quite impressive. And then I want to be able to shout out to our team. We have built 80% of people in Africa, including Nigeria, in the judiciary system are there because they cannot access legal support. Do you know that? I'm sure you know somebody in your village who is stuck in the judiciary system because they just can't access legal support. So what we built using in 6 African countries is a platform where anybody who is in the judicial system, whether you're a judge or somebody who just scratched somebody's car in Lagos traffic and there's police there, you're able to access what is my rights and what is the next course of action based on our laws. We understand there's a huge challenge with the police or anybody supporting the constitution or the law, but that it is a co-pilot for your judicial system. And we built it with Clean Start, which supports women who are in the judiciary system, Amnesty International in Kenya, our judiciary system in Kenya, but it's accessible in 6 African countries and within the British law. So I know many Nigerians are in Britain, so tell your friends that there is something to support them to understand the British system. So that is one of these things. My takeaway is Africa has to solve African problems. We've all talked about use cases, we've talked about languaging. What will it take? Nigeria is looking for 2,500 hours of languaging. And I saw Dr. Bayo has put out a call, is earn some money when you're recording this. What if you send it to your WhatsApp group for your cousins? They earn some money on the side and digitize an African language. In the long run, it is up to our benefits. Take pictures of, every time I go to the US, in DC, there is a botanical garden museum. And when you see the plants that are exotic, they are the weeds. You're always passing them. And they say they have this an exotic plant from Nigeria. But we know they are medicinal plants from our. How about taking a picture and labeling it out? We need to be able to make sure our knowledge does not go away. When our grandparents and our parents pass away, they don't pass away with that knowledge. And it's up to us to do it. We do not don't expect the government, don't expect somebody. Find the Data Science Nigeria, find the Lagos, Dr. Yinka from Lagos Business School, find all of these people who are doing this and plug into it. Plug your cousins, your relatives, your grandmother, record their language, store it, even for the sake of just keeping it safe, because Africa needs this from us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eko. I will come to you, Aminata. Same questions, use cases, and your key message, key recommendations from the conversation.
Sure, thank you. It's hard to follow Shiko, but I will try to do so and be brief. Used cases, I'll bring it back to West/Central Africa. Cameroon kind of crosses regions when they want to. But there's this telemedicine app called Wespito, and it's really helped transform rural women who need to meet with a with a physician while they're pregnant. So it's helped reduce the cost and also the time it takes them to access a primary healthcare unit or see a physician. What Wespito does is use AI diagnostics to have consultations with pregnant women, also home-based labs where they can, give them samples and it's delivered and picked up, giving them health information as well and real-time data. And this has really helped women when it comes to the risks of traveling for their safety and the safety of their children. And the key thing it does, and I think we've mentioned this earlier, is looking at digital literacy and digital tools. As we know, most women in rural areas aren't using a smartphone, they're using a different phone. So with Wespito, it's training women in these communities to use whatever technology they have to access this platform, get real-time data, get real-time information, and ensure that they're taking the necessary steps or have the information that they need to ensure that they carry their baby to term. So this is a good used case from the West Central African region. And it's a key one when it comes to saving lives. My key message is really looking at health outcomes. Health is not a privilege, right? It's a right. We need to invest in our systems. We need to build our ecosystem. In building this ecosystem means digital literacy, working with various communities, leaving no one behind, working with government, private, public sector is a key one, investors, the tech gurus as well, bridging that gap to ensure that we have an enabling environment, we have an enabling ecosystem. Policies are great, and I think a key thing with digital literacy, like you said, these things exist, but a lot of people don't know what their right is, don't know that they can access programs that you're running, like he asked this question, how do I get engaged? How do you get that information? So in creating this enabling environment, it's working with different partners from civil society, communities, private, public, government to ensure that tech gurus, the average person has the information that they need, ensuring that the data is equitable. A lot is asked from us from the continent. We need to have our African-led solutions. As I mentioned with PABS, Africa is usually the first one to give our data sets, but we're the last to receive vaccines, medical countermeasures, and life-saving tools. How are we now translating that to create our own medication with the data that we're inputting into these sets? These are the key things. So create our enabling environment, ensure that we're working in partnership with different people, private sector, local manufacturers, whether it's if we need vaccines or tools from the data that we're giving them. So inclusive partnerships, leave no one behind, and let's work to build an inclusive enabling environment, because health is not a privilege, it is a right.
Thank you, Aminata. Health is not a privilege, it's a right, and we can't leave anyone behind. Finally, I'll come to you, Deoye. Use cases, key message from today.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much. I'm sure I'll be biased about, some of our use cases. So I'll talk about two very important use cases and why it's really of importance, in Africa. I'm not sure that many of us also know that Africa actually doesn't manufacture a lot of innovative medicines. So, yeah, apart from even, producing, there's also innovating in terms of innovative medicines. And one of the things that is happening globally now is that typically the typical clinical trials where in the Western world, they go from hospital to hospital, recruiting, patients. They are cutting all of that, essentially after COVID. What they're doing now is that they're focusing more around large clinical databases where they will query that data, leverage artificial intelligence, and it's being used, for, clinical research for drug discovery. Now, for Africa and many parts of emerging market, a lot of us don't have that data available. We don't have standardized, clinical data sets, that is needed for drug discovery. The implication of this is that in a couple of years, a lot of the new drugs that are being discovered will be discovered without input from Africa. The long-term implication is that those drugs may not work as effectively in African population or emerging market, population. Now is the time for us to really, think about aggregating, and putting together clinical data, anonymized clinical data for drug discovery for Africa, especially for those illnesses that concern Africa. Sickle cell disease, malaria. How do we know the patterns of, malaria, treatments across not just Nigeria, but across, the continent? What are the risk factors for specific, illnesses and diseases? What that means is that we need to have longitudinal data from maybe 2 years, 3 years, 5 years of African data. In many parts of Africa, this data is non-existent. But we have, a solution at, PBR, where, like I had mentioned, we have aggregated anonymized data. As we speak, we have data from about 600,000 unique, patients, across, Africa. And for the first time in one place, we can begin to follow the journey of those patients, leveraging AI, and we can use this data to support big pharma or African innovators that are developing medicines, with that data set. This is what we have put together in what we call, the Health Data Lab, where we have a mix of both hospital data, pharmacy data, supply chain data, all in one place for you to actually do, drug discovery. And we believe that this is going to be very essential, as Africa begins to think about medicine security, which is very important. And that is the PBR Health Data Lab, which is very interesting. The second innovation or the use case that we also have is, the data that we have, from, our pharmacy, channel. One of the things that happen in this part of the world is that there's a lot of waste when it comes to drugs. In Nigeria alone, from the data that we have, we may destroy, millions of dollars of drugs every year because pharmaceutical companies don't have enough information and insights as to how, products are being, delivered to different centers, the utilization of those medicines across, Nigeria. One big challenge is that for Nigeria example, when your products expire, you are going to pay the regulator NAFDAC to destroy your medicines. So you are not just losing revenue, right? You are also paying to destroy, those medicines, which is merely a double whammy. What we have done is that we have built an analytics platform that is able to show the drug utilization across the different states in Nigeria. So you are really able to pinpoint where the opportunities are and where there are challenges, and then pharmaceutical companies can work with their teams to support that. On this platform already, We already have over 10 pharmaceutical companies on that platform across Nigeria, across Ghana, using this. And last year alone, we saved them, there was a 43% reduction or improvement in their bottom line because they were able to reduce the waste associated with expired, products. We also supported, the businesses on our platform, to at least achieve a revenue of over $100 million. So this is not just from a pilot point of view. This is real impact of products that have been developed in Africa, being used by African businesses, and helping the ecosystem to scale, their business. So the PBR Versus Data Lab that has pharmacy analytics is the use case. The PBR Healthcare Data Lab, which integrates multiple, data points that is going to support medicine's discovery, is also very important. In terms of my, closing remark, is really around, a lot of the conversations around AI. The foundation is data. Clean data, standardized, data is something that is important. And really, the message is that for all stakeholders, either from the policy point of view, from government point of view, the innovators point of view, we all need to come together for us to be able to, aggregate vast amounts of data. That is something that we need to accelerate. And then we need to then, see how we can leverage technology to transform that data in a very timely manner for it to begin to add value to the healthcare ecosystem. Africa needs, to be secure in terms of medicine security. We need to make our own medicines. We need to innovate our own medicines to treat our own peculiar diseases. Nobody is going to do this for us. And it's important we start taking, data seriously and aggregating it. And it's a collective, effort. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dere. So it's been an interesting conversation for me. I hope it's been for everyone as well. I think from my point of view, I would just speak about some of the things that stood out for me from the conversation. And I hope that sort of helps frame some of the context of the discussions that we will have moving forward. I think the first thing is what you said around data being the foundation of all of this, and we should always remember that. And I liked the fact that there was a conversation around, is there a data problem or not? Your view is that there isn't so much of a data problem. There is a collection problem and a standardization problem. And a lot of the data that we have, we just need to translate it to other forms that makes it useful for us. And I think that that's something that is important to highlight as we speak about the data problem. The second thing that came up quite strongly for me is the entire conversation around data governance and the hygiene, data hygiene related to that conversation. I think the first thing Phil spoke about thinking around sovereignty from a continental point of view rather than from a country point of view, and that ensures that you look at the market holistically. The second thing is trust. I think, Deoye, you spoke about trust within the conversation of data. The conversation around interoperability also comes up. How do we standardize and therefore ensure that there is a little bit of interoperability within the conversations that we have? The third big thing that came out is the conversation around impactful resourcing. And Bumi, thank you very much for providing context to some of the opportunities that exist and the outlook within resourcing. So it's sometimes money, but sometimes it isn't even money. It's just like I think you had mentioned, even things like cloud credits, compute support, and all of that. But I liked the point you raised, Chico, around government should be your customer. And as you think around resourcing, think rather than wait for government to resource, think around government as customer. I think it fits with what Phil was saying essentially around someone needs to pay for this. And perhaps governments could pay for it, noting that they are using the money of the citizens, essentially. The fourth thing, and I think this is a big thing that sort of ties all of the conversation together, partnerships. I don't need to say anything about that because I think every speaker spoke about that comprehensively around why we need partnership, what sort of partnerships do we need, and what that looks like. And the governance structures essentially tying these partnerships together. And then finally, the point around self-reliance, and more importantly, noting that we are designing for humans. And I think, Aminata, you spoke very strongly around the humanity in our conversation, so we do not entrench already existing stereotypes and problems and discrimination that exist. I think from my point of view, those were key points that came out from the conversation, and I would like to end with the point that Phil invited us to Kigali. We have to go to Kigali now. We don't have a choice. Thank you, Phil, for the warm invite, and hope to see us all in Kigali in October. As we leave, I would just like to implore that you clap for my panelists. I think they've been very helpful in delivering their knowledge today. Thank you very much.
Round of applause, please. Pictures, I want you all to just assemble there in front as our photographers come and take some photographs of the panel. Great work. Great informative discussion there. Thank you so much. All right, photographers. All right. Thank you so much. Round of applause one more time. Great conversation there. Thank you all. Thank you all. All right, there's a whole lot going on simultaneously. ABC Health, I understand that the folks from ABC Health are wanted in another healthcare panel that's taking place right now, consolidating bold impact actions towards achieving self-sufficiency in Africa's healthcare, aligning priorities with technological innovations. So that's going on in the Grand Ballroom. We've also got Cultivating Green Growth, Youth in Climate Smart Agriculture, which is anchored by the Challenge Fund for Youth Employment. That's at the APA Hall. And then Bold Action, a session on education at the Orchard Hall. So there's a whole lot going on in the different halls here at the Africa Social Impact Summit. But up next, I am actually very much looking forward to this Turning Chats to Action. This is going to be held by the Divisional Head of Renewable Energy for Mobility and Tourism at Sterling Bank, Mr. Olabanjo Alimi. So please give a round of applause for him as he comes to the stage. He's going to have a presentation. Maybe I have some questions because they're doing such cool stuff with electric vehicle charging stations and pushing Nigeria forward. You're very welcome, sir.
Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Okay. It's such an exciting time to be alive. My name is Olabanjo. I think I have the next 10 to 15 minutes to share with you what our journey has been like at Kore. Thank you. Now, I'd like to start by sharing a Yoruba proverb with you, and that is that however far a stream flows, it never forgets its source. And so as many of us in this room traverse the universe, make impact in Africa and across the world, we must never forget our source, which is the communities that we come from, the future we're trying to create. But I also have to say that the time for incremental change is over. And that is why I'm in love with the theme of this year's ASIS conference, which is essentially scaling action. And what I'm going to be sharing with you today is how we have sort of personalized that message and driven it home over the past 1 year. And I have to also remind you, for some of you that were here last year, I was on the stage and I presented some of the things that we had done up until that point and some of the promises that we made going forward. So my time with you today is going to be essentially sharing with you what we've done within this 12-month period. All right? Next slide. So again, this is about internalizing the message or the theme of the program for this year. And what does it mean when we say scaling action for Core? We've done a lot of work in terms of systematically building the ecosystem that allows for the transition of mobility to the more sustainable options as far as Nigeria is concerned. All right, we actually do see ourselves as pioneers in this regard. And three things that are like anchors for us. Number one is our community. Right, someone once said, innovation without community is just you piecing together equipment. And so, how do we then make sure that all of the equipment that we have are translated into impact? You need the community's buy-in, right? So community is one of our anchors. Innovation leadership is something that's one of our anchors as well. And then the third is environmental stewardship. Next slide. But what do we do? Who's Core? We believe that we're a leading innovator in the new energy segment. And what we do, or what we did when we started this journey, was to, as much as possible, be a stimulator in the electric mobility ecosystem. And we also understood very early that you could not build a business if you were innovating. You could not build a business without building the industry alongside. And so our duty was far more than making profit. It was, first off, how do we make sure that there's sort of robustness in terms of the ecosystem that we had, right? Ecosystem of charging, the ecosystem of skills development, the EVs themselves, the policies, and so on and so forth. So very early on, we set out to make sure that as we built and as we researched and as we developed, we sort of took the entire industry alongside. And so we have Core is about strategic partnerships, as I'll show you in the coming slide, about climate resilience, about putting together integrated energy solutions, as well as ensuring that we continue to be pioneers in electric mobility. Next slide. Now, there's a huge, in my opinion, chunk of problems that we're dealing with today. And that's where the excitement lies for us. All right, the first thing we're trying to solve for is the affordability gap. As far as energy is concerned, if you're in this hall today, doesn't even matter where you are across Nigeria today, the likelihood that you would have consumed energy in one form or another is very, very high. So you woke up in the morning, perhaps you powered your heater and then you jumped in the shower, or you listened to the news, or of course, many of you, Nigerians don't like to walk, right? Many of you came here in cars, right? So you have consumed energy in one form or another today. And what that means is you will find that sometimes transportation could cost up to 40% of disposable income. It's a nightmare, and somebody's got to fix that problem, right? So the affordability gap is a bit of an issue as far as the problems we're solving is concerned. And infrastructure deficit is also another problem. The infrastructure for fossil fuels is out there. If you have a car, you don't have to worry about siting a petrol station anywhere. They already exist. Up until now, you have to worry about the fuels, but you don't worry about the station. So people have done, over the years, built infrastructure for your petrol cars. But for electric mobility, it's not the same. So it means we have to be worried and fix the problem that is the infrastructure. Energy dependency is also another thing, because we're a vast consumer of fossil fuels across the country. And for us to be energy independent, you want to also reduce our reliance on energy sources that we don't have too much control over. And then lastly, but certainly not the least, is the environmental impact, which our solutions solve for. Next slide. Okay, so as I get to some of the things that we've done to move from vision to reality, from prototyping to action or to scale, I'd like to show you some of the things that we have achieved over the past 1 year, deployed over 2,100 electric vehicles across the country. energized about 500 homes with solar solutions. We have about 35 charging / swap stations across the country. And by so doing, we've mobilized over $6 million of investments, again, across the country. And one of the more interesting KPIs I like to track is what I call citizen encounters. Now, by virtue of these deployments that we've done, we're able to have encounters up to well over 30 million in a year. And this is what I mean. You have 2,000 electric vehicles, right, going on the roads. And let's say averagely you have 50 passengers ferried back and forth on a daily basis. Now multiply that by 26 days in a month and then 12 months in a year, right? And that's just for the electric mobility ecosystem. Just imagine what we can layer, the sort of impact initiatives we can actually layer on these encounters we have with people out there on a day-to-day basis. Now, if I consider our vision for this year, which is to take this number from 2,000 to 12,000 electric vehicles out there, what you then need to do is 6x this number, 33 million times 6. That begins to give you a sense of what we're dealing with here. Huge opportunities out there. Next slide. And again, if you were here last year, you probably would remember this image. And this was us testing the waters when we started. And I also like to say that there's a very easy way to get into the electric mobility business, and that's to call up China. You don't even need to go. Buy a bunch of vehicles and then put them on the road. Very easy to do. But what we have done is to follow the more difficult routes. And what does that mean? We started by looking out in the ecosystem for people who had done things that we were very interested in, things that we thought would inspire us to go to the next level. And we found a few people, a few Nigerians, who had built vehicles from scratch, right? So the one you have on the left was built from scratch. The chassis, the body, of course the tires were bought vanilla off the shelf and so on. The one in the middle was converted from petrol to electric, and the last one was also converted from petrol to electric. Next slide. I want to show you. Yeah, so from prototyping, again, as I said earlier, over 2,000 electric vehicles deployed. For me, this is a sense of just converting promises or prototypes into very bold actions. All right, 2,000 of these are on the road. Next slide. I also wanted to talk to you about when we started, again, we started from a place of experimentation. And then we had technical partners abroad who came, taught us a few things, and so on and so forth. Next slide. This is where we are now. So the 2,000 plus electric vehicles that we have in our fleet today, all locally assembled. I'm pretty proud of that. And so the modus operandi, thank you. The modus operandi is wherever it is we're deploying the electric vehicles, we go to that locale, set up shop, and then bring in skilled youth and train them over time. We trained close to 100 people who had no interactions with electric vehicles whatsoever until about maybe 6 weeks ago. Brought them in, taught them the rudiments, and they could actually assemble electric vehicles now from scratch to finish. And the next step, thank you, the next step is to then begin to backward integrate and see what components we can actually manufacture locally, essentially making these machines made in Nigeria. Next slide. And as I was saying earlier, is a very strong component of what we do that is strategic partnerships. About 2 years ago, we built the first publicly available charging station for electric vehicles somewhere, just very close by, at the Deco. And that was our proof of concept. And in many ways, for us, that development was never about naira and kobo. It was more about signaling. It was more about telling the ecosystem the time for electric mobility is now, right? And since then, also glad to announce to you, we have well over 10 charging stations that can charge up to 40 vehicles at the same time. And very recently, we signed a contract with Sheraton, the Marriott, to now charge within their premises. By the way, these are not photoshopped images. These are live images. So you can actually charge your electric vehicles, whether it's at Sheraton or at Marriott, Adeola Odeku, Marina, a few other places in Ikoyi, Okpebi, and the rest of them. Next slide. And for those of us that are corporates in the house, we have just started a service which is called Cab Zero. And what that does essentially is it's giving corporate commute a new face, right? So if you're sustainability conscious within your organization, or let's even not talk about sustainability, if you're someone that cares about the well-being of your employees, you care about their welfare as well, there is a service called Cab Zero that you can latch onto, which essentially is them riding in brand new electric vehicles for their business commute. All right? And you don't, so the beauty about this is there's a lot of balance sheet weight that most organizations carry, right? Just by procuring motor vehicles for movement of their personnel. Now that doesn't have to be anymore. You don't have to worry about that anymore. Cab Zero takes that off of you, right? All you need to do is subscribe, and employees can have unfettered access to these electric cars on a day-to-day basis. Next slide. Next slide, please. All right, again, this is just talking to our strategic partnerships, and the reason why I wanted to talk about this slide is we have a lot of people in the room, possibly, who we could partner with in order to scale actions around electric mobility, whether you're a potential infrastructure partner, like we've done with Sheraton, with Marriott, and Jara Mall somewhere in Ikeja, or you're a potential financier. I think there's a lot of good to be done in this electric mobility space, right? When we started, we deployed about 120 tricycles to a women-only community, a cooperative in Kano State. And the impact has been tremendous, right? Some of the women elected to ride these tricycles themselves because, culturally, you cannot carry women and men in the same vehicle in certain communities that we have in Nigeria. And so it allowed them to be able to dedicate those vehicles to, for women-only commute. But beyond that, it was a sort of economic independence initiative for them. And so we are scaling these initiatives across the country, and you feel there's something your organization is doing to help us extend this service across the country, then we're very happy to talk to you. All right, technical partners, we have also just signed something with Total Energies to allow us to use some of their outlets for healthcare, for the machines that we deploy. One of the questions that we get when we talk to people about electric vehicles is, number one, where do I charge? There's no lights in Nigeria, right? But we know that's kind of a myth, because many of you here stay in 24-hour power estates, right? And you can charge your vehicle overnight. And if you don't, we have public charging stations now at some of your favorite locations across Lagos. So if you really want to adopt this technology, there's really no excuse. And let me shock you. I used to drive a V8 engine, a petrol car that has a V8 engine, right? Took me about 300K with the new cost of fuel to fuel it on a monthly basis. Now I drive an electric car, and per charge I spend just under 13,000 naira. Right? It's for the maths people in the room, the mathematics. The battery for that car is just 65 kilowatt hour, and it costs me about 250 naira per kilowatt hour to charge it. Now, every time I charge it from 20 to 80% or 20 to 100%, it's 13K. So from spending 300,000 on fuels every month to spending under 40,000 naira, it's magic, right? So do not sleep on this opportunity, on this wave that is electric mobility. I think it's time for more Nigerians to be aware that the future is already here. Next slide. All right, this is my final slide. But I just wanted to say that there's a few people within the electric mobility ecosystem that are like Kore Mobility and Energies Limited. And we have done what we've done, partnering with a lot of people within our ecosystem. But this is just a spark, right? And a spark cannot cause a transformation. What you need for a transformation is a full movement. which means that we cannot leave the future of Africa. I mean, the future will not happen to us. The future that we will have tomorrow is that we create by ourselves. So I'm hoping that, and I know there are people in this room who potentially could be partners in many ramifications. So I'm hoping that all of you, whether you're a potential investor or you're a potential collaborator, a potential charge station partner or whatnot, I'm hoping that you can come on board with us so that we can all co-architect the future of Africa and give Africa a sustainable tomorrow. Thank you.
Here's a round of applause again for Olabanjo and Mimi. Electric vehicles are the future, and I've seen those charging stations. I'm particularly excited to see what Quora is doing here in terms of trying to scale them across the country. We're going to keep moving with some goodwill messages. We're going to hear from our co-conveners. So, of course, without them, this wouldn't be possible. Please give a round of applause to Elsie Atafwa, who is a resident representative for the UNDP, United Nations Development Program, on behalf of our conveners.
Good morning or good afternoon, everyone. Let's have some energy here. I thought we are in an African summit. And in an African summit, we don't just sit, we make some noise. All right. Let me recognize all the excellencies who are here, and I see the Ambassador of Norway, and honorable ministers and their representatives, distinguished development partners, captains of industry, innovators and visionaries, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I think the MC had said, introduced me as the United Nations Development Program resident representative, which I am. But today I'm speaking on behalf of the United Nations. So it is my honor to represent the United Nations here in Nigeria and deliver these remarks on behalf of the United Nations in Nigeria, but also on behalf of Mr. Mohammed Malik Fall, United Nations Assistant Secretary General, and the Resident and Humanitarian Coordinator of the United Nations here in Nigeria. And I'm glad I'm doing this thing at this pivotal edition of the Africa Social Impact Summit. Let me begin by sincerely commending the Sterling One Foundation, my sister is here, the Lagos State government, and all partners who continue to shape this remarkable platform. ASIS, or ASIS, how do we pronounce this? ASIS? ASIS has grown into a powerful force for catalytic partnerships where finance, innovation, and policy intersect to power Africa's transformation. This year's theme, Scaling Action, Bold Solutions for Climate Resilience and Policy Innovation, could not be more urgent and more relevant. Across Africa, multiple headwinds are converging. Climate volatility, widening inequality, mounting debt burdens, and persistent food and energy insecurity. Yet, amidst these challenges, we see powerful signs of innovations, and I think we've just seen some here today. Resilience, creativity, and reform, from rising youth-led startups to bold fiscal and regulatory innovations by governments. In this context, bold action is not a rhetorical aspiration. It is a development necessity. At the recent 4th International Conference on Financing for Development, global leaders were clear. Aligning capital with the Sustainable Development Goals is central to global stability, equity, and sustainability. And Africa is not starting from scratch. Across the continent, we are witnessing shifts in policy, strategy, and enterprise from Nigeria's Electricity Act 2023 and Kenya's Digital Superhighway Agenda to green bond issuances in Cote d'Ivoire and Rwanda's climate-resilient urban planning. However, ambition must translate into skilled, coordinated investment. And let me just recap that I was asked to speak on the topic, Bold Actions for Real Change, 6 investment transition pathways to deliver the Sustainable Development Goals. This is why for the United Nations, guided by the Sustainable Development Acceleration Framework, has prioritized what we call the 6 investment transition pathways. These transitions represent high leverage opportunities where policy reform, private capital, and international cooperation can combine to unlock outsized impact. They are not abstract. They reflect the real economy. They touch the lives of millions. And when pursued together, they create positive spillover effects across the Sustainable Development Goals. So let's take a closer look through an Africa-wide lens. And I thought it's quite an imperative to speak briefly about the 6 transition pathways so that all the partners who are here will be able to coalesce around this and see how best we can move these agendas forward. The first one is the food systems transformation. Despite Africa's agricultural potential, over 280 million people across the continent are undernourished, and millions of smallholder farmers remain disconnected from markets, finance, and resilient technologies. This presents both an imperative and an opportunity. Expanding access to climate-smart agriculture, early warning systems, and post-harvest infrastructure can strengthen food sovereignty and mitigate future risk. Investments in agri-tech, and talking about agri-tech, I think a few weeks ago, we saw young Nigerians demonstrating in this area where they had drone technology to help with precision agriculture. So these are things we must invest in: storage and inclusive value chains that can create jobs and reduce losses, particularly for women and youth. Transforming food systems is not only about ending hunger, it is about building a green, inclusive rural economy. So that's one of the pathways that we have been putting forward. The second one is on energy access and affordability, and I'm glad we heard from Kore not too long ago. Africa accounts for nearly 600 million people without electricity, yet holds abundant solar, hydro, and wind resources. In Nigeria alone, 35% of our population remain off-grid. Accelerating renewable energy development, particularly through mini-grids and clean cooking solutions, can drive industrialization and productivity, reduce health and environmental risk from fossil fuels, expand opportunities for youth entrepreneurship in energy services. Again, here in Nigeria, reforms such as the Nigeria Electricity Act, which allows states, for example, the federation now, to be able to produce and generate their own electricity, distribute them as well. These are reforms that are taking place that are bold, and in Southern Africa also there are clear signs of that as well. What's now needed is the capital and de-risking mechanisms to scale investments in distributed affordable energy. And I think earlier this morning we heard from the panel on artificial intelligence, and there is no way we can do artificial intelligence when we don't have energy, because AI runs on power, and therefore the focus on energy becomes a very critical component of our conversations moving forward. The third one, in terms of the 6 transition pathways, is on digital connectivity. Here again, Africa's digital economy is poised to exceed over 700 billion by 2050, and I think even this number is moderate. Yet, less than 40% continent-wide have regular access to the internet. Closing this gap is key to unleashing Africa's innovation engine. This will include expanded broadband infrastructure, youth skilling, and smart regulatory frameworks that can foster a digital-first public sector and a new enterprise growth. Support for inclusive platforms, especially those that bridge rural, gender, and income divides can deliver systemic impact. Digital inclusion is not only a matter of competitiveness, it is foundational to inclusive governance, education, and healthcare. And here again, I wanted to commend the team that was on the AI panel. I heard one of the ladies saying that the sun rises from the east, and therefore the unicorn may come from the east. We want to tell them that the unicorn will come from Niger. And here again, the government of Nigeria is doing some fantastic work. The AI, again, there's an AI strategy that Minister Bosun has led, the AI collective, and I would want to suggest, because I heard a lot of things that were being said on the panel, that we need to come together on the AI as part of the digital processes that I'm talking about. I know University of Lagos also, with our support in the United Nations, would establish the first AI lab in the country, and therefore whatever is happening in the other universities, we must bring the efforts together so we don't disperse our efforts. The fourth is education and skilling, and very quickly, Africa is the youngest continent, and I know you know that, with over 60% of the population under 25, yet we face a foundational learning crisis. 3 in 4 African children aged 7 to 14 cannot read a simple sentence or solve basic math problems. In Nigeria, we have about 18.5 million that are out of school. The implications are clear. Foundational learning must be prioritized alongside skill development in green, digital, and care sectors. Public-private partnerships in edtech, vocational training, and teacher development offer scalable solutions. Education is not just a social good. It is Africa's most strategic asset for long-term growth. Number 5 is on jobs and social protection. With over 70% of Africa's workforce informal and 430 million people living in poverty, building social resilience is an economic imperative. Expanding nationally owned social protection systems, increasing domestic financing, and strengthening the productivity of informal, micro, small, and medium-scale enterprises would be key. That will help reduce vulnerability to shocks, improve labor productivity, and contribute to inclusive growth. These transitions are open avenues for blended finance, workforce well-being, investment, and private sector-led skilling initiatives. And finally, my sister is here, our DG for climate change. Climate, biodiversity, and pollution is another one, and it's the final point that I raised under the 6 transition pathways. Africa contributes just 3 to 4% to global emission, yet it is among the most vulnerable regions globally, from desertification to floods in many parts of our continent. The response must be transformational, bold, financed, nationally determined contributions. And our sister, Dr. Nkirika, I know you are leading the work here in Nigeria. We need to be bold about it this time around. We need to invest in climate-smart urbanization, and nature-based solutions must be accelerated. Regional approaches such as the Great Green Wall and the African Union Climate Strategy offer powerful platforms for investments. Investing in resilience is no longer optional. It is fundamental to sustaining Africa's development gains. So let me just then say a few words in the way forward. These 6 transitions are not siloed. They are interconnected levers for systems change. Delivering on them will require policy coherence and reform across national and subnational governments, private sector that is long-term, private capital that is long-term, impact-aligned and inclusive, and development finance that is de-risked, catalytic, and globally and locally grounded. Africa does not lack ambition. What we need is alignment between resources and results, between policy and practice, and between partners and purpose. In closing, let ASIS 2025 be more than a platform for ideas. Let it be a springboard for action, a marketplace for solutions, and a proving ground for Africa-led innovation. The United Nations stands ready to accompany you from Lagos to Kigali, Dakar to Nairobi, as we invest not just in projects, but in people, in planets, in prosperity, and in partnerships. Because real change does not come from business as usual, but business unusual. It comes from bold investment, shared responsibility, and collective results. So these are a few reflections from our side as conveners. Once again, thank you very much for the opportunity.
Do keep the applause going for Elsie Atafwa, Resident Representative, United Nations Development Program, speaking on behalf of the United Nations, our co-convener at the Africa Social Impact Summit. I do want to recognize His Excellency Michel Deline, Dutch Consular General, also for their support. And up next, since we're now heading over to Europe, I do want you to give a warm round of applause for his upcoming remarks. His Excellency Sven Bera, our Norwegian Ambassador. You're very welcome, sir. Warm round of applause as he approaches the stage.
Thank you so much, and especially thanks to One Foundation Sterling and Ola Petri for inviting me to this conference. I didn't know it was so big, but already this morning I've been meeting business people and NGOs from all over Africa. So this is a fabulous event. So my name is Svein Beira. I'm the Norwegian ambassador, and the issue here today, the bold solutions for climate resilience and policy innovation, that is something that's, of course, crucial for African countries as well as Norway and the rest of the world. I mean, right now, people in Europe are experiencing a hotter climate than here in Africa. So people are dying up there from heat. So clearly, climate is something that is a clear and present danger. We need to find solutions to it. And all over Africa, the private sector is an indispensable engine for sustainable development and economic growth, created to solve such problems. And especially a private sector that is inclusive and provides opportunities for all. It is businesses that drive innovation, advance new technologies, create jobs, and build the infrastructure necessary for progress. This is where bold solutions often originate. And of course, the companies who are able to do many things at the same time are the ones that will be most successful in the future. So that is the companies who are able to both make money on their business at the same time as they are contributing to sustainable development and not least to reverse the climate change. Norway is proud to be a partner in Nigeria's development, as well as many other African countries. And we see great potential in further strengthening this cooperation. Our commitment is far beyond traditional aid, and we believe in partnerships built on common interests and mutual benefits. So a key area for this partnership is renewable energy, as Elsie from UNDP mentioned also in her intervention. Nigeria and many other African countries has an immense potential for solar power, hydropower, and wind power. And this is not only crucial for climate resilience and reducing emissions, but also for ensuring energy access, which is a prerequisite for all economic and social development. And like Elsie mentioned, 1/3 of the families in Nigeria has not access to the grid. So let me mention 2 concrete examples of how Norway is working to assist African countries in creating more renewable energy. Firstly, we have Norfund, which is the Norway's development finance institution. They have offices in several African countries. The nearest one to Nigeria is the one in Accra, in Ghana. But they are frequently here, and they are frequently present in many African countries. So Norfund invests in businesses that contribute to sustainable development and poverty reduction. In Nigeria, Norfund has been a vital investor in renewable energy, including through its investment in solar power projects. These projects directly contribute to increasing access to clean energy, reducing reliance on fossil fuels, and strengthening Nigeria's climate resilience. Norfund is also investing in other topics that has been mentioned here this morning, such as fintech and banks, etc. Another example is a company called We Cyclers, where Norfund has invested money. We Cyclers, they take plastic off the streets and turn them into new products and make money on it, creating jobs, many jobs for women who would otherwise not have a job. So that is how We Cyclers create win-win-win. They take pollution off the streets, they create jobs for the ones who need it, they fight climate change, and they secure economic growth. Secondly, we have companies like Empower New Energy, a Norwegian investment company focused on financing and developing small and medium-sized renewable projects in several countries in Africa. In Nigeria, Empower New Energy has invested in solar power plants and mini-grids that brings electricity to communities and businesses that previously lacked reliable energy access. This is an excellent example of how the private sector can deliver bold solutions that are not only climate-friendly, but also have a direct and positive impact on people's lives and local economies. The Just Right supermarket chain is one of the companies that has been awarded with investment from Empower New Energy. And this is also creating so many wins, because Just Right supermarket, they could then close down most of their diesel generators because the power was contributed from solar, clean solar. So the pollution is replaced, the climate change is countered, it's reduced spending for the company, and potentially also reduced prices for consumers, and then thereby creating economic growth. So let me stop there by just mentioning one more thing when it comes to policy, and that is the word transparency. It's transparency in business and also in government that ensures a sustainable development. And I can mention like one Norwegian oil and gas company, Statoil, now known as Equinor, that has been present in Nigeria for 30 years. They sold it last year, but they were a company among the first major oil and gas companies to voluntarily disclose all revenues and payments to governments in the countries where they operated. And this commitment to transparency is a cornerstone of this company's governance practices and is considered crucial in the fight against corruption. The company has actively supported the Extractive Industries Transparency Initiative, the EITI, since its inception. And EITI is also present here in Nigeria. So it's by working with such companies and such institutions to secure transparency that is also vital to make our business sustainable and contribute to better policies in Nigeria, in African countries, and in all countries all over the world. Thank you so very much. Thank you. Good luck with the rest of your conference.
Please keep the applause going for His Excellency Sven Berre. Norway is doing the work. I mean, I love talking about the Norwegian economy. 95% electric vehicle adoption. Their sovereign wealth fund is like $1.5 trillion for a nation of only 5 million people. Excellent economy there. Thank you so much, sir. All right, we have a panel discussion coming up next, and this is from Planned International. We're going to be discussing centering local voices, protecting the vulnerable, community-led solutions for children and marginalized groups. Very much looking forward to this discussion. So, let me call up our panelists one after the other. Please give a warm round of applause to retired Honorable Ibrahim Zana, who's the Deputy Speaker at the Children's Parliament. Is he here? Yes, he is. And he's got some really big fans there. In fact, oh, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, can we try moving forward? I hear there's like $10,000 hitting under one of the seats in front. To see it, you'd have to move forward. So have everybody move to the front. Ushers, if you can help us out, have folks, I'm kidding, there's not $10,000 under the seats, but if you can move forward, thank you, sir. This is a really young man. How old are you? You're welcome. He's 15. Okay, you're very welcome. That has to be a record for a panelist. You're very welcome, sir. I can say sir, right, even though he's 15, right? Fatima Mafi, please a warm welcome, round of applause. Girls Get Equal Champion and Activists. Okay, I see we're going to have a lot of young people on this panel today. This is encouraging. A warm round of applause for her as she comes up. Fatima, you're welcome. The youth are the future. The youth are the future. Also, Oladeji Olayemi, Chief of Party Health Sector at the UNESCO Nigeria. Oladeji, are you here? He's up. Yeah? Okay. Also, Mohammed Bukar Umara, Chief Executive, Co-Development Hub. Okay, Elijah, I believe, is up here. Okay. And Toby Ransom, Education Specialist at Planned International. Planned International is well represented here. You're welcome. All right, and let's also have our moderator, of course, Jonathan Abakpa, who is the Advocacy and Youth Program Officer at Planned International. Definitely have to get pictures of this panel when it's over. This is really good stuff.
All right, it's almost afternoon, so good morning and happy transitioning into afternoon in the next 6 minutes. As I've been introduced, my name is Jonathan Abakpa, and I'll be moderating this panel. Just to give a context, I know that for all the panels we've had, this is a panel that has more young people featured. But again, while we talk about the future of the country, the future of Africa, it is very important to know that children are not just the future, they are the present. While they are the present, they face numerous challenges. For instance, I think it is striking to note that just in Borno, Adamawa, and Yobe, there are over 3 million children that are out of school. Over 1,000 schools have been destroyed. Over 500 schools are destroyed beyond repair. And of this grave number, is that girls are actually the major burden bearers. Beyond this is that there are over 2 million children in Nigeria that face acute malnutrition. And if they don't get urgent attention, what that actually means is that they are at the mercy of death. Again, this is what the panel will be centered around, looking at issues that children face, not just within Northeast, but in Nigeria. And so, to do justice to that, is the panel here with Ibrahim Zanna, Fatima Mafi, Oladeji, Toby, and Umara. It's actually a combination of people with various cross-sector experience. And we'll journey through this together as we hear from their experiences, we hear from the local solutions they are leading, and we equally cross-learn with them and get some practical examples and perhaps how we can partner better with them. So Ibrahim, over to you. Your profile shows that the Child Rights Act in Borno is one of the initiatives you've led. And this is not the first time I'm engaging with you. At national platforms and at national levels, I've seen how eloquent you speak for young people, particularly children. Just to ask you, what is the humanitarian context like currently, not just in Borno, but in the Bay State and in other emergency humanitarian contexts like Benue and Plateau? You've advocated for the Child's Rights Act. About 35 states has passed, just one state left. What are the implementation levels like, particularly in this context? And what are the challenges that are being faced there? Thank you.
All right, thank you. Good morning, everyone. As I was rightly introduced, my name is Right Honorable Ibrahim Zanna Sunoma. I am the current Deputy Speaker of the Nigeria National Children's Parliament. And as someone who was born and raised in Bama, an area deeply affected by insurgency, I do not speak of the humanitarian crisis from statistics. I speak it from scars. I have witnessed firsthand the impact of conflict, the impact of lack of humanitarian aid, especially in conflict-affected regions. And I'm telling you, the impact is devastating. When children are born in conflict-affected regions, they grow up into trauma. You know, we grew up as fear as our only inheritance. Our classrooms were burned, vandalized and looted. Our parents killed, our teachers murdered, and a lot of young people are confined within the dark walls of the IDP camps. Our schools, places we consider as safe havens, the ABCs in our classrooms has been replaced by booms. So you can imagine young people who have to grow up so fast just to fight for their survival. That is the situation in these conflict-affected regions. And I could remember it was one of the reasons, the experiences I had during conflict, that actually encouraged me to become the modern-day Ibrahim. A young boy who strategically delved into the art of public speaking just to amplify the voices silenced by the conflict we faced. So I advocated for the passage of the Child Rights Act, like you have rightly mentioned, in my state, and God in His infinite mercy, the Child Rights Act was domesticated as the Child Protection Law and it was passed. But then we still have gaps in implementing these laws. We have the policies, but what about the implementation? So you see, as for someone, for young people who have grown up in trauma, that we have grown in fear, we have seen the dark side of conflict. Young girls who are being married off early. Imagine you have to become a mother and you yourself need taken care of. So you can imagine the situation. And with shrinking donor funding, with lack of humanitarian access, and without much priority, these already fragile lives are at risk. They are at more risk. So we need to prioritize young people, especially when it comes to the issue of conflict, because we suffer the most because of our vulnerability. And I believe the situation is still very devastating, and all eyes need to be on our young people, especially in conflict-affected regions. Thank you.
Sorry, my microphone wasn't responding. Thank you so much, Ibrahim. So listening to our experience goes to show that beyond the statistics, there are faces to the issues that we actually talk about. And Ibrahim, just to say that you're actually an emblem of hope, that you did not allow the situation to define you, but rather you're trying to define the future, not just for yourself, but for your peers. We continue this journey with you, and we stand in full solidarity with you. Umara, I do understand that over time too, with what you've done in Borno, I remember that we met at the Equal Access Fellowship in 2018, and you were using so many innovations to speak about the conflict situations and possible solutions in Borno and in other parts of Nigeria as at then. But now, I see that you're a big guy. You've scaled up your initiatives and you're getting so much partnership. But then you've still resided in Borno and you've not moved away. looking at private sector engagement, how do you think private sector can actually scale up some of these initiatives? How do you think private sectors can come in to actually build upon the things that we do in terms of supporting the likes of Ibrahim Zanna and in terms of supporting people like Fatima Mafi? Thank you very much.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much, Jonathan. And just like my brother Ibrahim Zanna Sunoma did say, that donor funding is really shrinking, and this is no longer a news. And at this very, very time when humanitarian crisis is not just, emerging from new places across Nigeria, but even development issues still needs a lot of attention. I think this is more than ever the best time that the private sector needs to step in. And in doing so, not just to step in as a substitute of aid, but as a long-term development partner. And that starts from, first of all, having a mindset shift in the private sector itself to stop seeing CSR initiatives as just charitable acts, but as a responsibility that it is. Today, you see a lot of CSR initiatives happening across Nigeria, particularly in the Northeast where I come from, but there is still no coordinated effort in making sure that these CSR initiatives achieve the highest impact that they should, which is what calls for something like the private sector CSR coordination platform, just like we have in the humanitarian and development sector, with clusters and subsectors that make sure that resources that are allocated for humanitarian efforts are well coordinated and their results are achieved at the maximum level. This is something that needs to happen within the private sector industry, because the private sector is one large industry that can probably solve most of the issues we have in this country with or without aid. But to what effort, to what extent are these resources coordinated in such a way that they reach the right audience? Private sector must stop doing CSR for communities, but with communities. Because in the end, it's not how much it's spent, but where it was spent and with whom it was spent and for who. This is what really matters. So I totally agree with Ibrahim Zanna Sunoma when he mentioned that these issues would require some multifaceted intervention, especially from the private sector. With the CSR Act in Nigeria, that makes it even more easy. But he also spoke about policy implementations beyond, beyond passing of bills, beyond having these beautiful frameworks. We implement them, how do we coordinate them in such a way that it's beyond the paperwork, but it's actual actions. And just like I think the UNDP rep said, bold actions are not just mere rhetorical aspirations, but actual action in the sense that it touches the people, it touches the community. So I can't agree less with him that the private sector is more than ever the best fit to be able to fill those gaps that have been created by shrinking of donor funding, which is a reality that we all have to accept. The world might never change and go back to where it was in the past. I'm sorry to say that. But this is exactly where we need to be more innovative, more creative in our approaches, and more inclusive. We have people within the communities who are running businesses that basically probably have no clear framework on how to use these resources. This is where we should support them in doing exactly just that. So I would like to use this platform again to call on private sector, especially as this is an event that is led by private sector impressively, to look at something like the private sector CSR coordination platform, which is something similar to the humanitarian clusters and what have you, to ensure that CSR are not just for ticking the box, which is basically what a lot of, I'm sorry to say, what a lot of private sector individuals are doing, to tick the box. But it's beyond that. It's a people, it's problems, and these problems need solutions. Solutions that are long-term, that are sustainable and durable solutions, not just solutions for the sake of ticking the box. Thank you.
So thank you so much, Umara. Key take home is that CSR should not just be for ticking the box, but should be for long-term impact, solutions that are people-oriented because people are actually the ones facing the problem. Thank you so much for that, Umara. Fatima, I have a question for you, which should be a build-up from what Umara have spoken upon. But I think I would somehow want to just talk to Oladeji briefly. So Ibrahim talked about the frameworks, particularly the Child's Rights Act. And UNESCO is a very strong partner. And I do know that the interministerial committee, which we are coordinating together with you, Plan and UNESCO, it has one of the mandates to ensure that children are at the forefront of driving this. But then there are more international frameworks that we've committed to beyond the Child's Rights Convention and the African Charter on the Welfare and the Rights of the Child. There are other international protocols. What will come to my mind now is, how can these international protocols be domesticated and localized in terms of allowing children, just like Ibrahim is owning the process, to continue to own the process, so that at the long run, when you and I have exited this work, we would have them actually championing the cause, and it could lead to deeper impact. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jonathan, and good morning, everyone. It's afternoon now. There have been a lot of international instruments, commitments, pledges that the country has made. I recall that just only last year, Nigeria being one of the countries that participated in the Bogota conference, where the issue of violence against children was being talked about globally. And you know that in our country, just like we have in so many other African countries too, vulnerability of children, they are increasing by the day because of insurgency and all that you have. And we have the West and Central Africa Ministerial Commitment, where you have all the ministers of education and ministers of health of countries in West and Central Africa coming into 2023, committing to children in West and Central Africa being educated, committing to their health and ensuring that they thrive in such a way that we'll be able to reap the dividend of this huge demography that we have. But what we have noted is that in most of this implementation of these pledges and commitments, we program for the children, we program for them. I'm glad when my acting R was talking, she mentioned that there are about 18.5 million out-of-school children in Nigeria. You know, there have been a lot of figures. You have 20 million, you have 15 million and all that. The fact remains that there are a lot of them that are out there. And we as technocrats, let me use that word, we sit in our corners and we design interventions based on commitment that the country has made to say, okay, this is what we want to do. And you know, it's just like when you say there is nothing for us without us. The way this current generation, the way they think is completely different from the way we think, completely different from the way we think. So we cannot be out there programming for them and then leading them and doing it for them. And then anybody asks, we say, what we are doing is we are programming for young people, we have these policies, there are commitments that the country has signed on to, and then we are implementing on behalf of these children. What he will say will resonate. What he will say about his own population, what he will say about people of his age grade, will resonate more with anybody that is listening than what we are adults will talk about. So it is time that as government, it is time that as civil society, when we are planning, when we are programming, we need to allow them to take the front seat. We need to allow them to be the driving force, so that they are not only doing it for now, but they are equally being mentored for the future, so that by the time we are out of the stage, they will be able to take it on. It is time that we change our approach to programming. Thank you.
So, thank you so much, Mr. Oladeji. I see that you are championing inclusive programming. Nothing for us is without us. So this is an easy way to come to you, Fatima. I know that with your role as a youth advisory panel member with Plan and as a Girls to Call champion, it's one of your major calls and demand. But then let's come back to what you do in Borno. You work with the grassroots. You work closely with the girls. In practical terms, because Mr. Oladeji have just spoken what he thinks it can be theoretically, but in practical terms, what does it mean to amplify the voices of marginalized people? And in practical terms, what does it mean to keep them protected when amplifying their voices?
Thank you so much, Jonathan. And for me, this question is actually answered already, because what it means to amplify our voices is to give us the platform to speak for ourselves. That is first. Then second thing, what it means for us to actually work with the grassroots is actually to carry them along. So unlike so many of you in this room, I'm one person that has seen what insurgency or conflict could do to girls. Aside humanitarian crisis, climate change is an existing conversation in so many platforms, but for us it's another reality because we've experienced that so many times. So if you want to amplify the voices of young people, if you want to really work and protect girls, at the same time keeping them safe, with them amplifying their voices, is for you to give them the space that makes them feel safe. So in this room today, I would say I am safe, but to some extent I'm not, because I return to where I come from. I'm from Borno State, particularly from a community that is considered one of the hard-to-reach community, Damboa. Not all humanitarian interventions goes to that community. So if I want to go back home, I go back to Damboa. How is my safety guaranteed? I mean, my safety is guaranteed in this room, but back home, is it? It is not. So one of the rights that we all know, it's right to life. For us in the past, that was a privilege, because we all have run maybe once or twice to survive, and then now we're trying to make meaningful change. We're trying to work with grassroots. We're trying to amplify voices of victims of violence and abuse. So to amplify our voices, as I said, is to give us the platform. And what platforms are we looking for? Platforms that give us agency, not just to speak, but to act. We carry ideas. I mean, we know what works for us. We really do. Because you can't come to my community today and say you would implement a project or an idea you've had in Lagos or in Abuja. Because we are a community that is governed and guided by our culture as well as religion. So I know my community first, and I know how to interact with community. But to protect me means to give me the leadership. I mean, if I lead intervention in my community, it means whatever the community receives is what I want them to receive, and what I want my community to receive is what I want for myself. So as a child, I think the first time I heard a gunshot, I was 8 years old. We didn't know how to act at that moment, because that was the first time. But today, I will be the first person to tell you what to do in this room if there is a gunshot. I can differentiate that of the military and of the insurgents. That is to tell you how well we know our context and how well we know how to work out of all these processes. I'm speaking of my experiences with confidence today. So girls from my community would have had the same opportunity to speak with confidence if interventions could be scaled up to give them the platforms and opportunity. There are projects that we know that are trying to amplify our voices, such as the adolescent in participation in humanitarian action and AFA project, but it's just a pilot project, and its sustainability is not guaranteed because of funding. Everyone is talking about funding. So imagine if such projects can be scaled up or can be funded. A lot of us that have lived through harsh experiences, a lot of us that our childhood was stolen, will be able to shape our future, right? We can't go back to erase the memories I've had as a child, but you can be able to support me, have a future I want. You can be able to support each and every one of us to dream again. When I went back to school, I mean, at 8, I had a gunshot, and that was on my way to school, but I still went back to school. So imagine so many girls that had the same gunshot until today, they were not able to go back to school. Imagine me going back to the community to tell them what I've been able to do after going back to school. They would have that aspiration of going back to school. But unlike me, I mean, you might not have the same experiences. So speaking to those people would be a little bit hard for you to convince them to even take ownership of those things you call right. I mean, education was always a privilege for me. and so many others in Bama, Dambua, Guzamala, Kalabaligi, and so many communities in Yobe and Adamawa states. So there is no way we would accept education as the right without you supporting us or defending that right. That is first. So to defend the right is to amplify our voices by giving us the platform to speak. Platforms to not just speak, but then listen to us and design whatever it is that you want to implement with us. Ibrahim and I think Umara talked about carrying us along. I mean, the inclusivity, it's something that has started, it's a conversation that has started in this room. So for us, meaningful change and meaningful participation of young people is beyond speaking up, it's beyond protection, because we've lived in survival mode, and we're still in survival mode to some extent. Even the protection, we want a protection that guarantees our future. So those are the things we want. So to amplify our voices, to allow us say we want and even design it and implement it. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Fatima. I repeatedly heard, we just don't want to be heard, or we just don't want to speak, we want to be heard. Give us the platform to speak and act too. I think what came out strongly was giving us the space for co-creation. And I think what young people are demanding for, from both private sector, from developer partners, from humanitarian partners, is give us the space to co-create. I think last year, there was a slogan in the room that youths are not useless, but they are used less. So what that means is if you engage us, we can be useful to the conversations and create positively. So Toby, to you. Beautiful having you on the panel once again. So I'm looking at what you've led upon in terms of education. And clearly what Fatima have continually hit upon is maybe the question for reflection too for our audience is education a right? Is health a right? Is feeding and nutrition a right for the Nigerian child? Because those are the things that have come to the front of the conversation from Fatima and Ibrahim's submission. And from the work you do, clearly, I think you lead on education for plan, and you have engaged both at government level and at the development level. I just want to pick your head or your brain around what does true partnership look like in terms of multi-stakeholder engagement in ensuring the rights for young people, girls and children particularly, and looking at the efforts that have been put in place over time, recognizing that over the years as we keep looking at the statistics, it is 10 million 2 years ago, and this year it is 18.5 million, and the statistics are even still controversial because it is 8.5 million for a UN agency. For another agency like the World Bank, it is 20 million. So yes, the number is still very high, but yet these interventions are there. What does multi-stakeholder engagement look like in this approach in terms of reducing the out-of-school children and in terms of ensuring the rights of children generally? And what does it look like in terms of bringing in the private sector too?
Okay, thank you very much, Jonathan, and good afternoon, everyone. And thank you to our amazing panelists for just speaking truthfully, vulnerably, and honestly to the room. Because for us to make any headway on any issue, there needs to be the openness and the willingness to share our experiences and also share from the standpoint of finding solutions. And that is what I have been experiencing and just generally during the summit. So when we say engagement across different partners, I think the number one place we need to start from is agreement. Agreement on what the issues are, and then agreement on what the solutions are. So for example, when we look at education, we all agree that there's a rising number of out-of-school children. We agree that it is an issue, but we may contend around the numbers. So like he rightly said, if you speak to one group of people, it is 10.8, 10.5, 18 million, 20 million. But we cannot stay on the contentions, rather agree on what needs to be done. So are there faces behind these numbers? Absolutely, right? And that is where we start working together. And then also the next is agreeing that education, health, protection is a right, and it is not a charity case. So like what my co-panelist said earlier about thinking when in the private sector, how we think through CSR and not as ticking the box, I would also bring it back to us in the development space, not treating our interventions as charity. And then also coming to our government stakeholders, not looking at what they provide as helping the people, but actually enforcing it as a right. Once we put on that lens and agree on that lens, I strongly believe that our actions are going to change. Once I believe that providing education to young girls like Fatima, or even let's move it down to Benue or Plateau State, once I see it as a right, I am going to do everything within my power to ensure that it is provided for. And so for me, that is the first place, right, of working together, of partnership, agreement, not on the problems or what divides us, but on the way forward. And then another thing again is also scaling actions, scaling things that have worked. It is so interesting and also valuable that the theme around this year's summit is around scaling actions, right? And then as I sit here, and also I have been in rooms where we implement or design programs across conflict-affected areas, my thinking is always, how do we scale the successes from one part of Nigeria to another? Today we have Ibrahim, we have Fatima. I have equally had the opportunity to work in Northeast and Northwestern Nigeria. But it is not just about what has worked there. It is about how we scale things that have worked to other parts of Nigeria. Because even though what is facing Northeast Nigeria and some parts of Northwestern Nigeria and also North Central as you start moving might be insecurity, we cannot take away the fact that we have dire challenges across Nigeria. So in another part, it's poverty, flooding, climate issues, things. But the actions that have worked in one area, how can we scale them? And that is how we build partnership. Look at what has worked and also scale them in areas that will need them. So as we have these conversations, I'm also inviting everyone here not to be struck by the dire circumstances that we have in one part of Nigeria. Yes, it's okay to be like, oh my goodness, this is hard, this is sad, this is heartbreaking. But can we also start looking at lessons we can pick from that part of Nigeria and scale it across other parts of Nigeria and even Africa? Because if you look at it at the end of the day, contextually, we have similarities. So for me, these are the things that can work. And then that has also grounded and driven our work in Plan International, where we're able to look at lessons learned, things that have worked, successes, and even failures, and then scale and think properly across different sectors. Let me just throw in one last thing around addressing out-of-school children. We have been working with the Federal Ministry of Education through the NERDC, the body responsible for developing curriculum and learning resources in Nigeria, to pilot a program, the Accelerated Basic Education Program. And we jointly worked together with them, and it was developed in 2019, and we piloted it in a couple of states in Northeast Nigeria. But we know that piloting is not enough, because you would also need to build a body of evidence and knowledge to show that this can be scaled in different parts of Nigeria. We know that when you look at the North, you have a different type of out-of-school system, whereby it's either crisis, poverty, climate issues. But as you start moving across Nigeria, it changes. In Lagos, some people might feel like, oh, we don't have a challenge of out-of-school children, maybe because we don't have Almajiri children roaming on the road. But quite a number of us have seen a number of maids, children that are supposed to be in the classroom, being used as maids in households. We have seen our guards or even our servers or house administrators that cannot afford school fees. And we've seen children hawking on the road, and that's another form of out-of-school children, right? And as you move towards the eastern part, you see young boys focusing on learning business skills, and then more of the girls going into school. What I'm trying to point out is that we still have the same phenomenon, but expressing itself in different forms. And our work with NERDC and the Federal Ministry of Education has been to see what has worked in Northeast and is currently working in Northwest. How can it be scaled to other parts of Nigeria? Because at the end of the day, we all face the same challenges, but being presented in different forms. So for us in Plan International, that is how we see partnership. Agreements on the solutions, agreements on the issues, taking away things that divide us, and then also agreement on things that can be scaled widely. It is not just about piloting a solution in one area. It's also about ensuring that every child has access and every child is given the right to live, to thrive, and to succeed. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Toby. What came out very strongly is that same phenomenon, different appearances and approaches. So we must equally understand that we do not do charity. We must recognize that for every intervention, it is about the rights of the girls and about the marginalized people we are dealing with. For our audience, I'm so sure you have questions for the panelists, but just write down your questions while I ask Umara one question before coming to the audience. So Umara, again, maybe my bias has to come out a little, that I lead the youth work for Plan International Nigeria. And so we've talked about children, and somehow I have to ask you a question related to youth so that I'll be happy when walking out of the stage. What is the true context? The UN Resolution Council 1225 specified that young people should be included in peace building and conflict resolution process. Again, personally, I may want to think that is that not risky to bring young people on the table to actually have such conversations? Should it not be left for technical people? But again, I know that during the Governors Forum, the Lake Chad Governors Forum, you championed and facilitated lots of the conversation there. You're a young person yourself. What has been the real practical experience in terms of bringing youth, I'm not talking of children now, youth, knowing that they are drivers, when you talk of the non-state actors, those who take the guns and the bombs, they are the ones. When you talk of those who are the receiving end too, they are the ones. So what, in practical terms, not theory, please. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. I think I would basically be repeating some of the things that Fatima and my brother Omar Ibrahim said around co-creating solutions with communities, with youth, with children, with women. And this makes me reflect on something that happened 2-3 years ago in a community in Yobe State. A certain company that had a very good intention of supporting and intervening in a community went and invested resources as a psychosocial support for kids and children that were affected by the Boko Haram insurgency. They invested resources and did some projects around PSS equipment and children playing playground stuff, like the swings, like the merry-go-round. That was a very good intended project that was supposed to bring some sense of inclusion and you know, sense of purpose for kids and children in that particular community who are largely traumatized. After a while, the community deserted those equipments. In fact, the parents in those communities, just to make sure that kids do not go near to those swings, they had to put some barbed wires, and they put some red wrappers. And this company got to realize that that was what is happening in the community, and the community is deserting these swings and the merry-go-rounds. I had the honor of being on a panel and a committee that was intervening and dialoguing between the community and the company. They wanted to understand why are these communities doing that. But the community was already propagating a story that these particular equipment were sucking blood out of people. That any child that uses any of these playground, their blood is being sucked. And that was basically because there was 2 or 3 incidents of kids that were on the swing, and after they got down, they began to be dizzy, some of them even fell sick. But when an investigation was put together, there was an issue of malnutrition in most of the kids. Most of the kids were hungry. They were not even strong enough to be on a swing or to even go on a merry-go-round or go up or down. So the reason why I'm bringing this story is just to emphasize some of the things around co-creating solutions with communities. If this company had had, even if it's a one-day consultation with that community, they would have understood that hunger was a bigger issue for that community than merry-go-round or some swings. And they would have avoided some of these misconceptions and disinformation. And that particular act could have even instilled some sense of distrust between these communities and other partners that were given other kinds of interventions. So co-creating with communities, with youths, with children, with women is not even an option. It's a necessity. You cannot create solutions for people. You can only create solutions with people. That is something that I have to bring. I had the honor of being a technical member of the 5th Lectured Governors Forum, and that was as a result of a lot of these advocacies, that you can't create solutions for us and sit down and make decisions on our behalf when you don't even know where is scratching with the particular place that is itching us behind our backs. So as we have private sector stakeholders and development partners as well as donors here, and I must really acknowledge that a lot of development partners are really working on that. And I think there is a lot of models and methodologies that private sector would learn a lot, especially from development partners. The youth advisory boards that most NGOs have is not just for ticking the box. They are very important because they inform decision making, they inform policy making, and they inform program planning as well as implementation. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Mara. So since we promised that this was going to be interactive, I'm coming to the audience for your reactions. You keep it brief, 2 minutes for, no, 1 minute for each speaker, and yeah, quickly you direct your questions to, or your comments to the panelists.
Hello, everyone. Greetings. My name is Emeka Chuksunadi. And I work with my organization that I founded. It's called Swimming One Days in Africa. And Swimming One Day is a charity, a unique charity that is the first of its kind in the world because it's not just a charity, but it's a movement and a campaign. And I think, because I haven't found anyone else that brings solutions, giving water therapy to children out here. So my question is, I understand that the nice lady was talking about solutions, and what I want to ask is what kind of therapies are existing and what type of therapies are you using? Because I find that the superstition thing that the gentleman talked about is a lot of problems here, because I remember going to a swimming pool with my one-legged amputee student that is the best swimmer that we have in my organization by far, and the people said, it is spiritual. So they said that this young man that is by far the best swimmer in this public pool, that I am bringing them to do juju or something. It was the weirdest thing I ever heard in my life. But we are bringing real solutions to real problems with the Swimming One Day project. And what we're doing is using water therapy to bring relief, comfort, and healing. And what I am saying is, my organization started officially 2 years ago, and we're willing to partner, but if we do not have an opportunity to meet with the government, because all the time that I've tried to get to government officials, they tell me to write a formal letter, they tell me to write an email, and everything I do to try to get close, they basically push me away. And I understand the Nigerian system that you have to know someone. What about organizations like us that we do not know anyone? How do we have access? How do we get to help? And it's very important that if we all work together, then we could be able to give real solutions, because I understand that the power of water is something that is underestimated in Nigeria. And I have come back to Nigeria. I live here now from 2022, and we are using the power of water to do a lot. But when we don't have a system to work with, because people don't give us that opportunity, and because people don't understand that therapies actually work, because I could give you a lot of money for you to be able to do a lot of things, but if that person doesn't have the right mindset to use the money that you give them to do a lot of things, then we would have a problem. So the idea of being able to make sure that we're supporting the people with money and with food and everything, but giving them an intellectual balance with proper therapies, because according to research, water therapy is the one that impacts the brain the most and could actually bring a lot of good to these children.
For
Thank
time,
you.
I think, Toby, you got the question, right?
Yes.
All right, thank you. So that we have other people ask their questions. There's a gentleman over there. Okay, there's someone here. Please, her hand was up initially. Hello? Here at the front.
Thank you very much. My name is Yeye Shobaju. I run a public relations outfit where we organize annual CSR exhibition and awards. I'm so highly impressed by these young children. They're children to me. I'm 73 years old, grandchildren maybe, and it's wonderful to hear you speak the way you speak. At age 15, I don't know your educational qualification, but I really am very, very impressed. And actually, when I come to events such as this, we look out for people who are doing wonderfully well, and then we nominate them for awards so that people who sit in their closet, who actually could do more, would see what we're doing and then be a part of it. I would like to discuss more with you by the time you come down. I know you're not in Lagos. Are you in Lagos? No. I would like to know the states that you're in. And then, yeah, I have been to the Northeast through the United Nations. I've participated in the, is it called Bakassi? I've been to Bakassi and I've seen children and all that. I would like actually to relate more and see how we can offer you our CSR award. Thank you.
Right there, on yellow, yeah. Thank you.
Good afternoon to you all. Okay. I'm Abbas Opeyemi. Hear these representatives. It's so pathetic hearing from the us mouth, because these are the set of people who face the challenges at Borno over there. However, my questions goes thus: what are the most effective, systematic, policy-driven, and technology support mechanism that can ensure equitable access to quality education, thereby transforming it from a privilege into a universal right? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that question will be for Toby and Mr. Oladeji. Okay, so there's a lady over there.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Enifome Ogbimi. I am the Live Again coach and the executive director, Live Again Foundation. What we do is that we help broken, abused, and distressed women live again purposefully and profitably. I'm very intrigued by the young girl, Fatima, and I just really want to say that I'm so proud of you. I am so happy to see a girl that knows who she is and knows that she's a pattern breaker, because that's who you are. Now, I run a shelter in Lagos, Nigeria, and one of our shelter residents was a Chibok girl turned woman. Let's put it that way, right? So she came in very traumatized, and the trauma started from Chibok, but also went into marriage. She married a wife beater, someone I would like to describe, for the lack of a better word, as a beast. He beat her to the point where he beat her son and started strangling her son. Now, these are the kind of issues that I deal with through my foundation. And sometimes I think about the kind of trauma that these girls have to go through. So hearing it from you has done a lot for me. Now I'm curious, are there shelters that take care of holistic well-being in your environment? Or is it just houses where they house people? Or what is the state of things? I'm asking because I'm already considering coming to your state to position a shelter for holistic well-being. And because we're discussing about knowing the community, the problems, and how to prefer holistic solutions, I really want you to speak more about the problems affecting girls and women, because I imagine that there's a way you attract an abuser, and I always say that. And so there is trauma, and there are the effects of trauma. So for me, I'm just curious. I want to know go deeper. Let us know what is the state of things for the girls and the women, and how has this trauma affected you as a girl, if you're open to sharing, and what kind of solutions do you think that people like me can bring to your state? And I'm happy to discuss further with you after now. Thank you
very much. So I'll use my prerogative to say that while Fatima gave response, Umara works on post-trauma psychosocial support too. So I think your expert response to this her question will be very relevant. Okay, there's a lady here. I think that will be the last. Okay, so you'll be the last comment we'll take. Then we come back to the panel. Hopefully we have 2 more minutes or 3. We may come back to the audience.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you to all the panel. My name is Abisola Stephen Olorun, and I work with Moazo Africa. So one thing I heard clearly was we saying that health, education, and all of these are not charity case, but they are rights. However, we know that there are some initiative organizations that lead these things like it's charity case. Like they give a mindset to the people already, making it look like charity case. So my question is, what are we doing about them? Is there anything being done about those that are misrepresenting the what we really are doing, that are making it look like charity rather than a right?
Thank you very much. So Mr. Oladeji, we will give you this. And if there's time, Toby will give support. So this is the last question we'll be taking. The lady over there. And then we'll come back to the panel.
Thank you. My name is Motunrayo Miranda, and I'm the co-founder for Hope Builders Foundation for the physically challenged and vulnerable. And I believe this discussion also has to do with them. What do we do in our foundation? We scout for people living in disabilities. My founder is here, Dr. Christina Akirimade. She's visually impaired, and she has trained over 2,000 people living in disabilities. She attended the School of the Blind, and she has helped so many blind and other vulnerable people get back their lives in terms of therapy, trainings, doing things with their hands, weaving, and so on. I believe this discussion also has to do with those vulnerable because we have a lot of children involved too. So I would like to contribute to this for the organizations to also remember those in disabilities in any policy they are putting up together. Please, that policy should involve the people who are vulnerable and living in disabilities. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. I think it's very important that we leave no one behind as we have these conversations and drive this intervention. So yes, Toby, over to you for your response to the questions.
All right, thank you very much, and thank you, Kainta, for your questions, and well done with the work that you are doing. I can only imagine how impactful it has been for those that have participated from it. So I would like to start with the point about getting access to government. What we have found in our work is that there is power in numbers, and I think it was you that talked about a coordination body. And so working through coordination systems actually opens more doors. I can only imagine the number of organizations or individuals that would have reached out to a particular government partner or something like that, and I cannot explain for the part of the government. But then from the experience that we have had as an organization that also leads strongly on partnership and collaboration through the various coordination systems that we have in Northeast and Northwest Nigeria. So for example, the Education in Emergency Working Group, Child Protection Sub-Working Group, and things like that. It is easier to gain access, to have the opportunity to sit with government partners, to influence policies, to contribute meaningfully when you come in together as a body. Because it is no longer one person, but it is a group of people, right, that are working towards an action or that are working towards a solution. So I would say it would be good to look within your own context to identify these coordination systems and these coordination bodies and engage through them. That has worked for us, and it continues to work for us in engaging with the government partners and even addressing or even influencing policies or supporting implementation. And then the type of support we provide, various supports. One solution does not fit all. It does not work that way. If there's anything that I would like each and every one of us to pick from this panel today, is the importance of co-creating with the people you are working with, right? And the example that he gave about the solution that was provided to a community that did not match is very important. And so even in our interventions or whatever solutions we want to bring, if there is no alignment with our participants or with the communities, with the government and all, then the acceptance is going to be very low. I remember the very first training I got when I got into the development space was number one, acceptance. You have to work towards acceptance. What has been working in that context? What is acceptable? How do you increase the acceptance level? Sometimes an intervention that is even, for example, even providing education, there are communities that you would go to in Nigeria and they will tell you we don't want education. But you do not leave it at that. You continuously engage, raise awareness, bring in people within the society or community that they respect to amplify the solution until it is accepted. So what I'm trying to say is that we do not use one form of intervention to address mental health challenges or provide therapy or healing, and there are different forms that we use, but at the core of our work is ensuring alignment with the community and acceptance. and then working closely with existing government structures, because for us at the end of the day, you want whatever intervention you're bringing to be sustainable. So what are the policies, existing policies at both national and state level that support whatever intervention you are doing? So that would be my response. Thank you.
Yes, so because we are short of time, our contribution. Okay. We are short of time. Okay. All right. In 30 seconds, please.
Thank you very much. So basically, I was trying to hammer on the fact that water therapy is by far the most valuable and the most effective form of therapy that basically could take care of a lot of these things that we're mentioning. But I found that since I moved here to Nigeria, that I may be the only professional in that regard. I do a lot of things, but I perform magic in the water. And what I am suggesting is, we are a charity organization. The Lagos Ministry of Education has given us 5 schools for us to work with. And these are schools for children with disabilities. What we're doing is completely unique. I am the only one that could teach you to swim in one day. And when I put a child or an adult in the water, the transformation is immediate. What I am saying is such a powerful tool. Is there any way that we could partner to be able to do that? The governments, they want us to partner, but they don't give you any kind of real support. They give us the schools and we do the work. So the idea of what we're saying as an organization that is a charity organization is, I have my support system from my family. My mom is the biggest donor to my charity, and my friends. And I have given my life savings for this. So what we're doing is something that we all need to talk about and see how to make it part of what we're doing so that it will work. For instance, the children in the north, they have children in the north, they have traumas, and water therapy can help them with the depression and things like that.
Thank you.
I am here and we're willing to train a lot of people up there in the north, but if we understand how important the therapy like that could be, in the west, it's used a lot. And that's just all I'm talking about.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, so you can actually support with training more people to actually amplify what you do. Over to you, Mr. Oladeji.
Thank you very much. And then just to mention that, good that you are doing a good work. If you keep doing what you are doing, within a very short time you'll be recognized. Your work will speak for you. That is the most important thing. And then people will run after you. There is this question about the most effective strategy for equitable access to education. I must give it to the government of Nigeria. Currently, there is what they call NESTRI, that's Nigerian Education, sorry, it's off my brain. Nigerian Education Response Initiative. Yeah. Renewal, okay. Renewal Initiative. Now, it's a very fantastic thing that the Federal Ministry of Education has brought up now. And if you look at it, it's trying to move our education system from the kind of thing that it is to the kind that will be technologically driven and that will be not to be resource-based but knowledge-based now. And they are looking at out of school, mopping out number of the out of school children that we have there, bringing them to school. And that's why you have something like what plan is supporting the government to do, the ABEP, the Accelerated Basic Education Program, that's saying that it does not matter what level you drop out of school. So you can have a girl that is, an house girl that is like 13 years old, if she's supposed to be in SS2 at that particular age, the system would run the education in such a way that within a year or two, she'll be able to catch up to be in SS2. And that is going to be a very fantastic thing. That way you see that nobody is going to be left behind. A lot of children that have been out of school or that have not had the opportunity to go to school before, they will be in to school. And then the system is, that strategy initiative is also looking at making our education vocational in such a way that technical vocational education is going to be a critical part of what we have in Nigeria education system. So you don't have a child that goes to school and then after leaving secondary school or primary school, then it's useless. You ask him, what are you doing? Say, because I've not been able to get a job. The kind of structure that the government has put in place now is such that anybody that goes through primary or secondary school education in Nigeria will be able to go out of school and have something that they can do on himself or for ourselves without looking for a job, without saying I'm looking for somebody to help me with job. And I think that is going to be a very fantastic thing if the government is able to see through this and is able to bring it up to fruition. A key responsibility for all of us is to begin to hold the government accountable. You have said you are going to do this. If when we are talking, we are asking questions, when we are engaging with people, politicians and all that, we are asking questions, I think if this policy that the government has brought up, if they are able to work on it and is able to get to the point that it's supposed to get to, things are going to be changed in Nigeria. Besides that, there have been a lot of other initiatives. I know for us in UNESCO, the Norwegian government and Swedish government, they are supporting us to do what they call our lives, our rights, and our future in about 33 countries. And Nigeria is one of those countries where health education is becoming something that is very, very key. I mean, strengthening the capacity of teachers to be able to deliver life skills to children in such a way that learners, they know what is right from what is wrong. If that is properly done and teachers are able to do it, you will see that things like school-related gender-based violence will reduce. And the issue of violence, abuse is equally going to reduce, because what is driving most of this violence is the culture of silence. A girl is being raped and people are telling her, don't tell anybody, nobody must know about this, because if they hear, you are not going to get someone to marry you in the future. But if people learners are empowered to be able to talk out, to be able to say, this is what is happening to me, you will see that it's going to crash and it's going to reduce a lot of this, because people will be afraid. And then there was this question. I know somebody asked a question about what are we doing? I can't remember. Organization that sees work as charity and not as right. You are very, very correct. But please don't blame those organizations. Blame every one of us. It is the society. Haven't you gone out and you see, we thank Mr. Something, something, something for creating a road. We thank our local government chairman for giving us bottled water and all that. What's supposed to be our right now is looking like a privilege to us. So it is not about those organizations, it's about the society. And for us to change this, we need to do a lot of sensitization. We need to do a lot of empowerment in such a way that people will become assertive. People will understand what is it that is ours from what is not ours. In that way, when we have what is ours, all we can say is, oh, good, you have done a very good work, instead of saying, oh, thank you for giving this to us. So every one of us, we need to begin to do this education at our local level. If you have opportunity to talk in a church, you have opportunity to talk in a mosque, you have opportunity to talk in a social gathering, you have opportunity to talk anywhere, begin to help people to become assertive. Let them know what their rights are. If they do that, you will see that all this is going to stop, and as the society changes, it's going to change the mentality of such organizations also. Thank you.
I'm told that our time is up, but we will come to Ibrahim just to give your last words on the panel. But before that, I'll just give a quick recap. That what has come out strongly is that CSR should not be a tick in the box, but should be driven with impact and driven with the people. That young people, children and girls should be included. The young people are requesting and demanding that they should be brought into decision-making process. They just don't want to speak. They want to be heard and want to equally act. There are similar problems, or one problem, one phenomenon, but different faces, hence different approaches to solving the problems. We must see our interventions not as charity, but as rights for the people. On this note, I just want to say that thank you very much for joining the panel. Before Ibrahim gives his last remark, and just to say that I believe in change, and as I sit here, I hear the song of change. As I hear the song of change, I know that those of us who would write this song of change unfortunately, will not be those who will sing it. And for those who will sing it, unfortunately, will not be those who will dance to this song of change. And for those who will dance to it, will not be those who will applaud to the dancers of this song. But above all, we should all be proud that we've joined in composing a beautiful song of change. Thank you very much. Ibrahim Zanna, your last words at the panel.
Thank you very much, Mr. Jonathan. My final message to everyone in the room, especially our intellectual torchbearers, is that behind every policy, behind every statistics, behind every boy affected by conflict, behind every girl who was abused, who is traumatized, these are children with dreams, with potentials. We are not just statistics. We are promises of a brighter future. Our education, our well-being, our development in general lies in those people who are entrusted with power, our private sector, our people who are concerned about the development of our country. So do not fail in your responsibility to protect, nurture, and empower every child. And let us see every child like our own child. Because I'm here because I have hope. And the 20 million out of school children that we talk about, these are children who still have hope. So where there's a will, there's always a way. No matter how long the night is, darkness must surely give way to the light of the dawn. Stormy the weather might well be, it won't rain forever. So thank you very much, everyone, and I leave you with this. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, yeah, stand up and applaud that. This guy's 15 years old. The youth are the future. Incredibly inspiring discussion here. You guys please come forward, take some photographs. Our photographers are here. You do deserve a standing ovation for that great panel. Thank you all so much. That was really, really inspiring stuff. When we talk about the promises of Nigeria's youth, that's an example right there. These young people. Thank you all so much. Great stuff. One more round of applause to them. Thank you all. Great stuff. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right. On our next panel, yeah, you deserve more applause. Great stuff. Our next panel, this is pretty much linked because we're talking about education, right? And you've just seen an example of what it is to hear educated youth speak so eloquently on a topic. So the next session is Reclaiming the Future, Fixing Africa's Foundational Learning, Out of School Children and Higher Education Crisis Through Policy. So about policy, blended capital, and innovation. So let me call up our panelists one after the other, starting with Daniel Ikwenobe, who's the CEO of Elevate Africa. A round of applause as Daniel heads to the stage. Fantastic. Also, Chioma Afe, who's the Director of External Affairs and Sustainability at Seplat Energy. You're very welcome. Seplat stock is doing pretty well, I have to say. Also, Tonia Udumo, who's the head of the Owando Foundation. Another stock that's doing very well in the oil and gas sector, both Seplat and Owando. And then Molade Adini, Chief Executive Officer, Teach for Nigeria. Fantastic, you're very welcome. And Obina Ukachukwu, Growth Executive at Sterling Bank, Nigeria. Is Obina with us? Yes, indeed. Sterling Bank also doing well in the banking sector. As far as the stock price, I'm sorry, I always talk stocks too much. All right, moderator is Princess Toyin Adebite Moore, Founder and Chief Executive Officer, Shearfarm and Tam Limited, and the Executive Vice President, the Africa and Europe at Reach HQ. You're very welcome. See, moderators, take note. Hug your panelists before the session begins. Greet all of them individually. That's how you do it. That's a moderator with charm. Would you like this microphone?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Let me put on my glasses.
So you can see who you're talking to.
When you turn 40, nobody tells you that. Exactly. So good afternoon, distinguished guests, panelists, and participants. Welcome to this vital and urgent conversation titled Reclaiming the Future, Fixing Africa's Foundational Learning, Out-of-School Children and Higher Education Crisis Through the Policy, Blended Capital and Innovation. Before we start our conversation, we're going to hear from the Global Partner for Education. Is media ready to play the video very quickly, please? Media? Thank you.
Good afternoon to all. I am deeply honored to contribute to the Africa Social Impact Summit through this pre-recorded message. Thank you to the Sterling Munn Foundation for inviting the Global Partnership for Education to join this important conversation on addressing Africa's out-of-school crisis. The Global Partnership for Education, or GPE, is both a partnership and a fund, working with close to 90 lower-income countries to mobilize partnerships and investments for education system transformation, ensuring no one is left behind. As such, the topic of this panel aligns closely with GPE's mission. Let me briefly touch upon what we are seeing. Firstly, 250 million children globally are currently out of school. In sub-Saharan Africa, out-of-school numbers are growing, with over 98 million children out of school. Compounding this, only a third of youth complete secondary school. Second, these trends are not equal for all children. For example, nearly 1 in 3 adolescent girls from the poorest households in sub-Saharan Africa has never attended school, which reflects the intersection of gender and poverty as a significant driver of exclusion. Similarly, approximately 1 child out of 10 lives with a disability, and these children are 50% more likely to be out of school. Third, we must think of the challenge not only in relation to who does not make it to school in the first place, but also who drops out prematurely. All these trends underscore that there is an urgent need for innovative policies, blended financing, and targeted interventions to ensure that all girls and boys have access to quality education. I will now speak a little about how GPE is supporting governments to improve access, equality, and learning outcomes. When it comes to out-of-school children and those at risk of dropout, this requires looking at all parts of the system, from government policies to community attitudes to physical access and safety, so as to reduce barriers and create the incentives that enable all children to access school and learn. For example, Zanzibar is one such country that has made a real effort to transform its system to be more inclusive, particularly for children with disabilities. It has used a mix of strategies, including advocacy to shift community attitudes, training teachers to identify special needs, equipping children with glasses and hearing aids, and distributing inclusive learning materials to schools. Reaching out-of-school children also requires thinking outside of the formal education opportunities. Our research has found that accelerated education programs are contributing to increased access for marginalized and increased economics and social empowerment, particularly for girls. In our approach, we recognize that gender, combined with other factors like disability, poverty, or displacement, creates intersecting inequalities that exclude children from education. Not all boys or all girls have the same needs, and intersecting inequalities create additional barriers for some children. We know that harmful social norms and stereotypes are one of the main reasons keeping children out of school or leading to dropout, be it girls or children with disabilities. So in Zimbabwe, where girls are prone to drop out from secondary school because of early marriage and pregnancy, we're working with the government to address this. Zimbabwe has made equity a core priority and has put in place interventions specifically focusing on the retention of marginalized girls. Many of GPE's partner countries in Africa have identified foundational learning as a priority, but they also face a lack of quality and reliable data on children's learning in the early grades. Meanwhile, we know that foundational learning is a development multiplier. An increase in literacy and math scores can lead to an increase in GDP growth, and it enables better health, gender equality, and job readiness. So, to support better data on learning outcomes, GPE recently took a decision to apply results-based financing in this area. Under GPE's next strategic period, 10% of a country's allocation will be linked to improved reporting on learning outcomes. Blended capital, combining public, private, and philanthropic funding, offers a powerful tool to address the financing gap for education in Africa. By de-risking investments and aligning incentives, blended finance can unlock resources for programs supporting out-of-school children. GPE's innovative financing mechanisms, such as the GP multiplier, provide an incentive to raise more and better funding for education, including by matching funding from private sector and foundations. For example, in Côte d'Ivoire, a coalition of business and philanthropic investors came together with GPE's multiplier to form the Child Learning and Education Facility. This partnership is improving foundational literacy and numeracy for 5 million primary school children, constructing 2,500 new classrooms, and raising parental awareness among 10 million parents to combat child labor and promote school retention. In conclusion, addressing the systemic barriers that children face requires coordinated action among governments, international development partners, the business community, and other stakeholders to ensure continued investment in education. Together, it is possible to reverse the trends and capitalize the benefits of education for the continent to advance peace, security, and prosperity for all. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. So we've heard from GPE, and now before we hear from our panelists, I want to set the stage a little bit. To say that today we're gathered to not just discuss the challenges, but to chart a bold path forward, one that prioritizes the education of every African child, from the earliest years of learning to the doors of universities and technical school and beyond. Across the continent, similar to what the GPE executive just mentioned, over 100 million children and youth remain out of school or trapped in systems that fail to equip them with the foundational skills needed for life, work, and citizenship. Let that sink in. We're talking across the world, it's about 200 million. And on the African continent alone, there's about 100 million children that are out of school. This is really urgent. At the same time, our higher educational institutions face immense pressure to adapt unfunded, underconnected, and often out of sync with the demands of a rapidly changing world. So this session will explore how bold, inclusive policy would include bold, inclusive policy reform, blended financing models that we can talk about, and innovative approaches that each of the organizations are really bringing to the table in terms of African education and looking at the whole ecosystem. So let's look at, again, how we can engage in a solution-driven dialogue that puts learners first and the future of Africa at the center. So let's buckle up. The conversation starts now, and the future is ours to reclaim. So ladies and gentlemen, we have our distinguished panelists here, and I'm going to start first with Daniel. From your experience working directly with underserved communities, what realities about access and learning poverty are often missing in national or donor-led education strategies, and how should they be addressed?
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here again. So I think that sometimes we think about this thing, again, we've learned ways of having these conversations, and we just keep having the conversations the same way. If we go back to first principles, right? Did the classroom begin before technical skills? The way I would like to look at it, to say back to fundamentals, is there are those who, in societal context, how people lived in a community. And again, think about community. You have a group of people who are living together, and so the norms, the practices, and how they would, live together with trust, productivity, protection, prosperity, all of these things make society. And you cannot divorce capabilities and education from the context of communities within which people exist. And so long before the classroom, people had to live in communities. They had to go to farm and ensure that they fed each other, protected themselves, and all of that. And you will find that in those communities, there were people who had, great skills. They could produce weapons to protect themselves, or to go hunting, or they could, maximize production from the land. And then these individuals who were naturals were the people who everyone hailed as the great guys in society. But then for the others who are not naturals, what you then tend to do is that you find a way to codify the capabilities of those who are naturals, so that the others who are not naturals can acquire those capabilities and then reproduce that level of performance. Hence, what we call education. Someone said that if purpose is not known, abuse is inevitable. So why education in the first place? There is a difference between going to school and being educated. Education is an end in itself. It allows you to understand your environment, understand the times you live in order for you to maximize your life and existence and contribution in community within that context. So I think that, to answer the question, that governments, donors, and practitioners in this space need to go back to first principles to say, what do we require to live within our current context and time, and then evolve design capabilities to redesign our construct to say, how do we ensure that we build trust again? Because without trust, right, you cannot learn. Without learning, you cannot build. Without building, you can't protect your community, and then you can't prosper as a people. So that, I think, will be my first comments with regards to that.
Thank you. And I'm sure we can hear more about what Elevate Africa is doing in the hard-to-reach communities that you already work in the next question. But let me go to you, Chioma. Seplat Energy has made significant education investment. What is your corporate rationale for prioritizing education, and how are you ensuring this investment tackle both access and learning outcomes?
Okay, thank you so much. This is my first time, so Daniel. But I'm going to build a bit on what Daniel said, and I think it really just goes back to community development. So Seplat prides itself that at the heart of what we do is sustainability. Now, when we look at sustainability, we break it down into nature of our business, environmental impact. The second thing is social development, and then the last thing is to maximize returns. Clearly, we're a profit-making business. So if I narrow down to social development and break it down further, at the heart of what it is that we invest in our communities is to drive development of the communities, to build a pipeline of future talent. Now, investing in education for us is a no-brainer. You have to do that to be able to develop the community, back to his point, to go right down to the basis of where we started from, to develop the community, to build that pipeline of future talent, to actually drive inclusivity at that level, and then to be able to now push that out to the wider, nation. Now, in terms of our investment and whether we are looking at both access and also talent building, yes. The investment in education that Seplat has put in place is an ecosystem approach. So we focus and we prioritize what we say STEAM learning, So it's not STEM, it's STEAM, because we strongly, I'm an art student, we strongly believe in the arts, because the arts drives creativity, and it boosts the confidence that these engineers and medical people need at the end of the day, right? So STEAM learning, but not just STEAM learning in itself, we approach it from the teachers, we approach it from the students, we approach it from the infrastructure. So it's an entire ecosystem, and even policy. We work with the state government on policy. So we operate in several states, or a few states in the Niger Delta. And what we do is to partner with the governments to ensure that what it is we're investing approaches the challenges of education from these various aspects. So it's the children, it's the teachers, it's the environment in which they find themselves, so the infrastructure and putting in place specific infrastructure that supports the learning, and then ultimately it's in policy and driving the conversations around the outcomes.
Fantastic. And I'm going to join you in the campaign. I actually started this back in 2017 when I started including arts and culture as part of STEM. So STEAM is the way to go, and now, as we all know, creative economy has now really taken off, and that's also part of the education we need to weave in. So thank you for that. Let me come to you, Oando Foundation. Tonya, tell us about what Oando is doing in the school-based programs. How are you evolving beyond infrastructure to address learning poverty in the schools you support?
Thank you very much. Now that I have the mic, please permit me to greatly commend Plan International for the very last panel.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. That was brilliant. That was brilliant. It gives me great joy to know that there are young people, even in areas that we consider conflict-ridden areas, who can speak boldly about the issues and proffer solutions that can bring the kind of results that we want to see. And so I deeply, deeply commend Plan International and all the children and the youth who were represented in the last panel. Speaking about Oando Foundation, we've been in this for over a decade now. And I think we've learned a lot. When we started with the Adopt a School initiative. Again, we were driven by the desire for nation building. Oando is an indigenous company. Our workforce is pulled from the Nigerian labor market. We don't have a lot of foreign people who come to work in our business. It's Nigerians. And so the quality of education or the quality of graduates that are produced will determine the kind of workforce that we have as a business. And so it's in our best interest as a private sector, but more as an indigenous organization, to support as much as we can policies, reforms, and implementation of those policies to give us the kind of output that we desire. And so when we started at the basic level, because, I mean, for those of us who are spiritual, we know in Christendom it's said that when the foundation is destroyed, what can the righteous do? In this case, when the children do not have the requisite foundational skills to build upon, what kind of lifelong learning will they have access to, or will they be able to take charge of moving forward? And so we started with the foundational education when we started, and it was a holistic system. It was from infrastructure to scholarships, teacher capacity building, digital literacy. And it wasn't, for us, the theory of change was simple. If we provide support across the key areas that drive learning outcome improvement, we will see, also in collaboration or in partnership with government and other development partners, we will see change and transformation, and the children will learn better. A decade down the line, having supported over 500,000 children across 88 schools in 23 states, we've had some deep learnings. And those learnings have informed our new strategy called the Learnovate strategy. I'm sure we're all familiar with the stats that 9 out of 10 children in sub-Saharan Africa, by the time they're age 10, are unable to read simple sentences and solve simple math. Dan was speaking earlier and he was talking about going back to the first, and I just smiled, because whilst as Nigerians we're interested in moving things forward, you know, catching up with technology and evolving, we still have legacy issues that we're dealing with as a nation when it comes to education. Basic issues around literacy and numeracy. Foundational skills that if a child does not have access to, they can't move forward. And so if we bypass that and keep focusing on what we think is where the world is going, which is critical, then we're not preparing these children for the future that they must be a part of. And so what we are doing now, focusing critically on, is foundational learning. And how are we doing this? One of the beautiful works that the development partners like the USAID did was learning in the mother tongue. I know there's a lot of controversy about that, and so we just thought as an organization, can we invest in learning in the mother tongue for children in local communities? There are resources that have been developed, training materials that have been developed, teachers' capacity built, working with the state education agencies. Can we implement this and see how it affects classroom, helps the teacher improve their pedagogical skills, and then helps the children learn? Is there greater interest when children learn in the mother tongue than when they learn in English language? Of course, there's also a transition system from the mother tongue to English language. The pilot is just about wrapping up, and I can tell you the results we're seeing are amazing. So much so that we now have states like Ebonyi State that have decided to take it on as a policy action to statewide implement the early grade reading program in mother tongue. Plateau State is another state where we're implementing it, and one of the things they've decided to do is to scale. We started small. They've scaled to 10,000 teachers, 500,000 plus children, because they see that the model is working. So for me, or for us as Owando Foundation, thank you very much, for us as Owando Foundation is, we're not reinventing the wheel, and we're not about many talk. It's what has worked. Development partners present excellent models that we can replicate and scale. The challenge is always with scaling and sustainability, and that's where we fit best.
Thank you for that. Yes, please, a round of applause for everyone so far. So, Molade, please tell us about Teach for Nigeria. From your direct engagement with classrooms and community, what systemic barriers most affect learning poverty, and what bottom-up innovations are working to shift that?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much to the ASIS team for having me. And I really love how this conversation is going. It's almost building up to, one on the other. So as you were speaking about learning poverty, and you were speaking about foundational learning and numeracy, and you were speaking about mother tongue instruction, I just kept on saying, yes, yes, yes. So at Teach for Nigeria, we are extremely fortunate to work with the Lagos State and Ogun State government, and I see the Commissioner for Education here. Good afternoon, sir. And they've been long-time partners with us. And basically, the model, when we think about education and improving education in equity, we're looking at how do we recruit outstanding graduates, put them through a leadership development program and a 2-year fellowship. And in that 2-year fellowship, where they're placed in public schools, mostly in underserved. So we have our fellows go to hard-to-reach areas where, there is a lack of teachers. And by doing this and working with the government, we've seen a lot of systemic barriers. And the systemic barriers are from infrastructure, economic conditions. You talked about foundational literacy and numeracy. There's poor foundational literacy and numeracy where there are 10-year-olds who can't, read a simple sentence. They can't read a simple story, do basic numeracy. And therefore, as we think about all of this, there's teacher capacity gaps as well. And where they are the teachers, they're under-resourced, their classrooms are overcrowded. So there's a lot of issues when it comes to learning poverty. And for us at Teach for Nigeria, last year actually we did a pilot for FLN, which is Foundational Literacy and Numeracy. And we used the teaching at the right level approach, the TAL approach. And that basically groups children or groups learners in groups according to their learning age. So forget, because I'm a certain age, I need to be in this class. It's what do you know at this age? What is your reading age? What is your numeracy age? And we group them, and what we're seeing, again, from the pilot, we trained 50 fellows to be able to do this instruction, and they're reaching over 2,000 learners in the first pilot stage. And we're seeing that children in 1 or 2 terms, they're able to actually not just catch up, but they're able to actually exceed, some of the learning outcomes as well. And we also noticed this thing around mother tongue as well. It's one thing to want people to read, but a lot of the instruction at the moment is in English. However, many of these learners, especially in the remote communities, in some underserved communities, starting with mother tongue, we're finding that they're reading faster, they're catching up faster, and when we're able to see some 2 to 5 months gains when it comes to educational outcomes in children. So, I mean, we've piloted a lot of things, we've tried, we've done a lot of testing, and over the last, 8+ years, we have deployed over 2,500 fellows across Lagos and Ogun State in public schools. We have our fellows placed in over 550 classrooms. We've reached over 300,000 children directly. And for us, one way we also want to bridge this gap with learning poverty, during COVID, we started what we're calling the radio school. And today, that program is still going on. And through radio school, we're also, foundational literacy and numeracy is best done with play and hands-on, but we found an approach to still be able to deliver instruction to children who wouldn't even go to school, or children who are enrolled in school, but because they have to do some domestic work at home, they don't actually attend school. So through the radio school, we're also finding ways of bridging the gap. We have our fellows who form learning circles in the communities. By the way, our fellows live in the communities where they teach, or the schools that they're in. So they form learning circles in the evenings, at end of day of school, and through play, through radio school, through a lot of other, foundational literacy and numeracy approaches, we're finding that we're able to actually reach children at the level where they are and bring them to the level where they need to be where they need to be.
Thank you so much. And I like, again, the way that you're using arts and culture in the work that you're doing with your programs. So let's move on now to scaling action around financing and innovation. You're probably wondering why the gentleman at the far end, Obina, has not spoken. He's going to speak on this one. So, but we're going to hear first from the foundations. Chioma, tell us a little bit about how Seplat Energy is integrating sustainability. You kind of talked about all your different areas. How it's actually integrating sustainability and climate conscious design in its education projects. So, if you're building schools, are you making sure that it's a green school and, digital tools, all of that, please, in 2 minutes. Yes, 2 minutes.
Yeah? Okay. Let me use this. Okay. So for Seplat, we say that our vision is to transform lives through energy. And so we live in that vision and working through our social development programs. I mentioned earlier on that it's an ecosystem type approach. It's the entire value chain that we try to influence. So we have what we call our Access to Energy program and our Science Innovators program. The Science Innovators program within the school or within the educational system for secondary schools and their teachers actually drives innovative thinking around energy saving tools or energy saving inventions. So you are asking the children to think green in coming up with projects and ideas around their schools and around their environment and within their community, working with their teachers. We have an annual competition on that. The other thing is the Access to Energy project. So I talked about STEAM learning. Now for you to truly impact STEAM learning, you can't just speak it. The children have to practicalize it. The teachers have to have the tools to do it. So we actually invest in STEAM laboratories, fully equipped STEAM laboratories. They are solar powered. Now you understand that in communities, in the villages or in semi-urban society, what am I saying? In urban society, electricity is a challenge. So for these children to be able to access education or access innovation through the STEAM labs, you have to give them solar power. So all our STEAM labs, last year we did over the last 2 years we've done 6. We just delivered 3 STEAM labs in Edo State. We have another 2 to go in Delta State. Now, those STEAM laboratories are tying back to the learning that the children are getting, tying back to what the teachers are being engaged with, so that they can actually practicalize knowledge. And so when you give them these projects or you task them on this project, it goes back to that. We have a biodiversity conservation program called Tree for Life. Now, Tree for Life is planting 1 million trees by 2030 in a forest reserve in Edo State. We have now identified ways in which we can bring that green program into our secondary schools. So we are actually advocating for what we call green clubs, so that the secondary school students can start to understand practically what it means to conserve trees, what it means to plant a tree. What does that actually, when you talk about greenhouse effect, it's not in isolation, it's practicalized for them, and they are able to start to develop that knowledge and that learning. So those are some of the things that we actually do right now, yeah.
Thank you for that. Let's move again quickly to Tonya. Let's talk about some of your innovative models at Owando, and which you've already started to talk about. But let's, maybe you can talk about something that you've piloted that successfully blended corporate resources, community ownership, and government engagement, you know, in your work. If you can just tell us one example of that.
Okay, there are quite a number of them because of the number of years we've been operating, but since the focus is on scaling action, I think I'll just talk a bit about our environmental education project. Like I said, there's a new strategy called the Learnovate. It's actually 3-pronged. It's foundational learning, targeting literacy and numeracy. It's Planet, targeting environmental education and youth upskilling in green skills, and then advocacy, because we know we can't do it alone. Just like the last panel was talking about a CSR coordination mechanism that ensures that private sector intervention is coordinated and targeted and filling the gaps that the development partners are leaving behind. So I'll talk about the environmental education program. We call it the Clean Our World project. And what we basically found was, I mean, we're a business in the oil and gas, even though the foundation is an independent foundation, but we are supported by Owando, that's a corporate. And as a business, we are realizing also increasingly of the need to tie into the drive for clean energy. This is not a conversation about should we continue using fossil fuel or not. We know where Africa is, and we know the gains that we need to make before we can have those kind of conversations in a way that's active. But what we found also as a business, or what we have decided to do, I'm sure you must have heard about the Owando Clean Energy. It's another arm of our business, realizing the need for us to go where the world is going, and begin to build. So we have the electric buses that I'm sure a few of you must have seen in Lagos. We have other projects that are coming up. But for the foundation, it's not just about what the business is doing. It's the gaps that we see in education. We're not going to move out of education. So what interventions can we provide within, or are we providing within the education system that will help to build climate resilience for the children? So it's not about the buildings and the projects, is for the children. How do we ensure we are strengthening our children to be first responsible for their environment in a way that's sustainable? Children, once they learn at a young age, the tendency for them to carry forward and even become bearers of the good tale is high. So what we've done with the Clean Our World project is first develop sustainable materials. In this instance, syllabus and lesson plans that would help to standardize environmental education in public primary schools. And in Lagos State, we were able to pilot this with approval from SUBEB and produced over 6,000 copies of this that were distributed across the 1,020 schools. What this helps us do is, first, that the children receive environmental education lessons that's standardized, so they know what the problems are and what the practical solutions to those problems are. And then secondly, provide at school level training for the teachers, because sometimes climate issues can sound too scientific, and so teachers don't know how to communicate it to children at the younger level. So it's building the capacity of the teachers and then training master trainers. So the state is not always dependent on the foundation. We train master trainers for the state and then ease out so that the master trainers train more teachers, and then this becomes uniform and standardized across. And I'm very proud to say that Lagos State has proven to be an excellent partner in delivering this across the primary schools. And now we've scaled. We're in Plateau State now for the environmental education project. We're in Delta State, and we just recently moved to the FCT.
Fantastic. It's not called the Center of Excellence for nothing. It is where innovation starts. So thank you for that, and thank you for giving the specific example. Before we come to Sterling Bank, I want Malade to tell us a little bit about how can we radically reimagine teacher recruitment and training. Maybe even, let me use a word that I use in my business, talent management for these teachers in Nigeria to ensure a climate-aware, future-ready, and teaching workforce. How do we do that?
So I Teach for Nigeria, I think we reimagine recruitment and training of teachers by, first of all, changing our mindset about who a teacher is. We need to move to teachers being catalysts for systems change, and we need to move away from them just being facilitators of content. I think when we have that mindset, so right from our recruitment of fellows, we have such a rigorous recruitment process where we are looking for people who have the passion and the leadership for systems change, because that's the only way we're truly going to, solve this problem. So it starts from there, reimagining who actually is a teacher. What kind of mindset should they have? So when we're talking about, having teachers who are future ready, someone with a leadership mindset, with a systems change mindset, understands that, I dare say that, people who get into colleges of education, it should be more difficult to actually get into a college of education to become a teacher than it is for most other professions. Exactly. Because teachers are, they are the catalyst for change. They are the ones that are driving this bold action that we're talking about in the lives of children. And for us, that's where it starts from. It's recruiting people with a different type of mindset that are looking beyond just the classroom, and they're thinking outside of that. So for us, when we think about that level of recruitment, and we have a pre-service training institute, so what happens is we have this rigorous system. We have, this year we only have 600 spots for our fellowship program. We had over 42,000 applications come in.
Wow.
Where do you even start from? 42,000 great applications, but we were able to whittle it down to 600. And for us, we don't think of ourselves as a teacher training organization. We think of ourselves as a leadership development organization. We are building leaders, and yes, the pedagogy is important, the instruction is important, but the leadership mindset we find more important. And during our pre-service training institute, in addition to building this leadership mindset, then we're asking ourselves, what else do we need to equip the teachers with, or the fellows with, to be able to prepare the children for the future? So climate literacy is one that we're very, very big on as well. And for every single fellow, in their second year, they do what we call the Be the Change project. And the idea is simple. In your community where you are, again, remember I've talked about leadership mindset. When you go into this community, identify a problem. Working with your students, the existing teachers in the school, and the community come up with a solution for that problem. And we've seen fellows do incredible things. So we have a fellow, and I'll just give one or two examples, and I'll wrap it up.
One example.
Okay, I'll talk about Ebenezer. Ebenezer is a 2023 fellow. When he got into his community, he realized that there was no, students couldn't, do homework at night because there was no light, there was no power. And therefore, homework was coming back undone. Because when they got home after doing all of the chores, there was no power to actually do homework. So he sat with his students, he sat with the community, and together they were able to come up with an innovation that allows the entire community to be solar powered. They use biogas, they use so many, you have, once you begin to have this appetite and you begin to come into the community, actually asking people, I want to help you solve this problem, how do we do it? That is the leadership mindset that we're coming from. And from that, Ebenezer was able to actually ensure that that community had power. The students were able to do their homework, and we were able to see, learning outcomes, both educational and non-educational, improve. And ultimately, it extends beyond the community. So it extends beyond the students, it extends also to the community. So those families that weren't sending their children to school for one reason or the other, when they begin to see this, of course, they now begin to send their kids to school. So that's how we truly begin to transform systems, transform community through a leadership mindset.
Thank you so much. So now, this conversation now goes to the bank. First, let me take this opportunity to thank Sterling Bank. If it wasn't for Sterling Bank's visionary mindset, this platform for Sterling One Foundation would not be in existence. So let's talk, Obina, about Sterling Bank and how it has championed alternative education pathways and skills-focused financing through initiatives like EduBank and Alt School. How is the bank rethinking education finance to support tertiary learning models that blend work and study, and what would be a scalable outcome-linked financing system? What would that look like in Nigeria and maybe even Africa? Because I know you guys are bold. You're just innovative, creative, bold. So take it away, Obina.
A very hard question. Thank you. Before I respond directly to that, because it speaks to sort of tertiary learning, I'd like to go to the basics and sort of interact with our hearts. Sometimes when I speak with Nigerians, fellow Nigerians, I'd say the way you should evaluate your leaders in government is you go to the worst primary school in the state. Whatever state it's in, that's actually how you should measure the performance of your governor or your local government chairman. And the reason is that if you go down basic to the factors of production we did in economics, it was first land, then labor. Now that labor is skill, and that skill is gotten from learning. So a community goes extinct when they do not think about that basic factor, and that's what we're talking about, education. That's number one. Number two is, if you get a new V8 Land Cruiser, it's 280 million. If you take 40 million on one side and 40 million on the other side, 7 classroom blocks that would take 30 children each and would employ 10 teachers or 10 staff each. That very car will build that school, that's the capital expense, and sustain it for 5 years, the two of them. Do you understand what I just said? I did 40 million, 40 million. Take it out of 280 million, you have what? 200 million left. If you pay 2 million on an average, that's in the villages, 2 million on an average per year, to the staff there, it takes you another 20 million to keep them. So 20 million each, 40 million a year, and you have 200 million left. That's 5 years. So you've built 2 schools, and you've sustained it for 5 years with one vehicle that is just one of the vehicles of one of your leaders. If you don't break it down to this, you will not understand who we are and what we prioritize. Are we real to ourselves? And I'm saying it here because everyone here is an elite. You're friends to everyone. I'm friends to everyone. Can we just be honest? There is nothing Oando or Seplat or Teach for Nigeria can really do when it comes to basic education without the federal, state, or local government. It's impossible, because the education has to be free. Good education must be free at the primary and the secondary level. Let ASU stay on strike. It doesn't matter. And this is the truth. Now, what are we doing in Sterling? We found out, and like every other person, you hire people from the universities and you have to train them, spend a lot of money to train them again. Because, well, if they stayed in front of Google or ChatGPT for 4 years, they probably would have gotten the same knowledge, because it's just transfer of information from the lecturer to the teacher. They transfer information. At the end of the day, they test them on those information that they transferred, and it's done. It doesn't create nothing, no transfer of skills, nothing. There's really nothing. And we said, how do we begin to transform or impact or show an example? I remember we hired people, about 20 of them, before the turn of COVID. And they were not undergraduate, they had finished secondary school, so we hired them into the workforce. But in a program where we said, I think it was learn to grow or grow to learn. And we brought them in. The goal was, we're going to pay you a stipend, and your line manager will coach you on the job, you would learn on the job, whilst we're paying your school fees in an online university. Took about 3 to 4 years course. I had a young girl there. I'm just answering it with an example, that got an admission to UI at the same time, but UI had shut down because of COVID. So she had started working in Sterling. When the schools opened again, I asked her, I said, are you not going to your UI and you leave this your online university? She said, no. What is she going to UI to do? She'll go to UI, graduate, do her youth service, and come and start applying for work. Meanwhile, she's learning the work here and she's studying. Out of everyone that was in that program, they are either employed in Sterling today, or they probably traveled out to go do to further their education. But the interesting thing about that experiment, which we've expanded, is that first, I didn't see any difference between those young children when they came into the workforce and our graduates when they come into the workforce. There was no difference. It was the same level of intervention I had to do. Same level. And it meant that I had a student workforce for 4 years, lower cost, whilst I was paying for their school fees. And I wasn't going to employ any HR company to help me recruit them, because I had already recruited them. It was just easy. So we started asking ourselves, can you begin to scale education like this? What does education mean in the future? And in summary, I actually wrote somewhere that I believe if I was the regulator today for tertiary education, I would do away with all these, you need to have 20 acres of land, you need to build this university, you need to build this property or whatever, all those things they use in evaluating. And I would ask you, how many companies make up your faculty? If you're studying banking and finance, if there's banking and finance faculty, is it Eko Bank that is part of your university? Because the students now have to be trained in work. So Industrial training is 3 months. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm saying that you need to now bring the theory into the practice. Forget about making practice the icing. No, the theory is the icing. The reason is we have access to the theory anyway, whether it's ChatGPT or any Gemini or anything. When I was struggling with assignments for my children, what I just did was, because I just created a GPT version that can do all their assignments, and just said, hey, look at it, math and physics. Yes, I was present and they could do it. So if it's for information transfer, that's just 25%, 20% of learning. So we're imagining an education system where Oando will come and partner. Everybody would volunteer and say, we're opening up our organization to now become part of the university, where we are training our managers to be adjunct professors. Because when these people come in, they are learning on the job.
It's as if everyone across the platform today is using that. So we're now going to move to the final part of our conversation before I turn it over to the audience to ask our panelists some questions. We're now in the systems change and sustainability section of our panel discussion. So let's talk a little bit about Chioma, as again, CEPLET is doing a lot around education. So if you remove yourself one step away from CEPLET and you were queen for the day, you know, or for the year, what sort of private sector influence, what sort of policy or ecosystem changes are needed to enable the private sector to play a bigger role in building a resilient education system?
Okay. The last panel, I really learned a lot from those children.
Yes,
I think, and the idea of co-creation and truly understanding the affected community, who it is you're trying to serve, who it is you're trying to support, I think is very critical. So if I was queen for a day, as you describe it, and I had to influence what's going on, I think the first thing, working with the government needs to, someone said it's not about the policy, it's about the doing. It's not about putting it on a white paper and passing it as a bill. It's about the execution. So having the execution first as the first thought before you now say, so you almost work your way backwards. That's how I would think. That co-creation, and it's something that we're learning. Everybody's spoken about the learnings that we've all taken from executing things. The learning that I've taken from execution in the communities that we serve is that you have to ask and understand their true need to be able to tailor stuff. There's a lot around almost like one-size-fits-all approach across the nation, be it at basic education, secondary education. It's just paint one brush and let's move on. Now the craze is technical education. But really and truly, what does technical education mean at that? So a lot of it has to go back to what is needed in the community first. It's not about the policy, it's about how do we truly practicalize and execute these ideas that we've come up with. It's about co-creation, not just with the state government, co-creation at the various levels, including the teachers and the students, to be able to identify what the real needs are and how we can actually support them to be able to bring those things to life.
Fantastic. Thank you for that. Tonya, tell us a little bit about, and you've already given an example, but please let's focus on another example in terms of, in the area of sustainability. How is the foundation preparing learners, not just for today's classroom, but for tomorrow's workforce and a green economy?
Okay, so again, because our target group are children aged, well, younger children, pre-primary, primary education, one of the things we realized with the environmental education program is the excitement that comes with children practically engaging. So we actually call it edutainment. So they're learning through play, but they're learning key stuff that will be useful for the future. One of the components of the environmental education program, so we call it's actually something we do in partnership with Green Hub Africa Foundation. So we call them climate action superheroes. So each of the superheroes, and that's just using cartoon characters to talk about climate issues. So each of the cartoon character is a Nigerian. So you can have Oche that talks about food. You can have Amina that talks about energy preservation. You have different, there are 8 characters, and then there are Nigerians from the various parts of the country. And each of them talk about one particular climate issue and prefer solutions to those issues. So that way children are able to relate with it. For the recycling component of the work that we do, and I'm trying to say, so the question I'm trying to answer is, how are you transforming beyond just the learning improvements? How are the children taking on things that could be economically beneficial? It could be, for the environmental education program, the recycling component and upcycling, which is a key component of the environmental education program. When we did the trainings for the teachers, we realized, and this is a practical example, real life story. When we did the trainings, we taught them how to use plastics to make ottoman that you can use to sit to. And one of the head teacher for one of the schools, I mean, he's retired now, but you can go to verify this, is Orile Primary School, it's just along Orile. That was one of the schools that we supported. Metropolitan Primary School is the name of the school, but it's in Orile, it's a public primary school. The teacher went back, and this is talking about, and I want to tie this to what Molade was speaking about, the need to have teachers who have built their agency enough to see themselves beyond just people who transfer knowledge, to leaders who are grooming younger. So this head teacher went back to the school and got the children together, and they started mass producing ottomans, and were selling it 5,000 naira each. And with that, they were able to mobilize resources for school supplies. For me, there's no better way to show, first, the need to keep our environment clean and then take out plastic waste, but more importantly, to teach these children financial skills from a young age, entrepreneurial skills from a young age, which was an after effect. That was not what we were gunning. Another thing they did was, for the recycling component, we partnered with WeCyclers and some other organizations through our implementing partner. They go home, collect plastic waste, bring it to school. We had a protocol working with community volunteers that we set up. We had bins, large bins in the communities. We deliberately selected communities that we knew had issues with plastic waste. Ijora was one of them. And so the children go home. When they're coming back to school, they bring back plastic waste. The community brings together, I mean, they knew that there were dedicated places. They go, they take their plastic waste there, it is weighed, and then record is kept. At the end of the program, we aggregated the total kg that they had contributed. And the financial incentive there was that their children who were in these schools that we were actually implementing the program get school supplies, so that the parents don't have to think about how they're able to pay for school supplies for their children. For us, this was practical. It helped strengthen community participation, which is critical for sustainability, and it helped strengthen entrepreneurial skills for these children at this young age. Fantastic. That's just one example.
Fantastic, thank you very much. And there's several examples of that even on the university level, and one of the things that I would like to interject in this conversation is the importance of collaboration and partnership even across the educational value chain, if I could say that, and then we can talk more about that. Which brings me to Molade. Tell us again, maybe using the example that you gave about the solar, how the teacher was able to develop a project that helped the students to study and do their homework. How can we replicate that? You know, this is about scaling action. How are we able to replicate that, not just across Nigeria, but also think in Africa?
Thank you. So I think when it comes to scaling action, which is, you know, the theme for this conference, and we're talking about replicating this, I think I'm sitting here and I'm listening to all the amazing things that all the different organizations up here are doing, and I'm asking myself, and we talk about this a lot, we need to begin to collaborate even more. There is only so much that we can, you know, one individual organization can do, but the power of collaboration, the synergy that comes when we all work together is truly mind-blowing. And I think one of the ways in which we can truly begin to bring that together, I know we've talked about partnerships with government. Like you said, we can't do this without the government. We all have best practice. And I think it's about time, and I want to speak a little bit about data, evidence, monitoring, and evaluation. We all have the data, we all have the evidence of the work that we're doing and the impact that we're seeing today. And I think there has to be a more concerted effort in bringing together those best practices. We don't need to reinvent the wheel. There's already a blueprint for what is working. And of course, we need to look at context. We need to look at local context. We need to look at, communities, etc. But I think when we begin to publicly publish some of the impact and evaluation and evidence that we are collecting, and then we can truly begin to scale that. So imagine if I'm sitting with Seplat, and I'm sitting with Oando, and I'm sitting with, Sterling, and I'm sitting with Elevate, and saying, you know what, this needs to be global. This needs to be national. How can we collaboratively do this? So I'm an expert in leadership development. You're an expert in climate action and climate education or literacy. You are great at FLN. How can we all work together to truly begin to to see the change that we want to see? We have a strategy, we're calling it the TFNX strategy, which is how do we get our model to all of the states in Nigeria. But from the onset, we decided that it didn't have to be Teach for Nigeria as it is today, going to all of these different states. It's how do we find local players, local partners in those communities who have this same leadership mindset and say, you know what, here is our model, here is what we know works, here is our curriculum, here is our call to action, here are the tools that we have, and how do we then put the mileage behind them to say go and run with it, and we will be here to support you. Do the connections with the government as is needed, and I think that's how we truly begin to have scalable and sustainable change as well.
Thank you so much about that. Collaboration and partnership, very important, and sharing the data and monitoring tools of our impact. Daniel, tell us more about Elevate Africa and how you're working within your grassroots innovative examples, and how you're engaging young people really through the work that you're doing, and how that leads to sustainability.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Okay, so, I'm back. So for us at Elevate Africa, we have an audacious vision to transform Africa and the way the world sees her. And we've come to see that storytelling can be a tool for systems change. I've been involved in large-scale transformation from corporate to industry to national, and then also multiple countries. And I've seen that to a large extent, the individual and belief is and behavior is at the center of any kind of transformation. In the last panel, someone was talking about how belief became a hindrance to driving some transformation within the educational programs that they had. And so belief is key. And what we do with storytelling is you can capture concepts, ideas, ideals, values in ways that, I like the way that Tonya put it, edutainment, or that you can then transform or transmit those ideas with stories, and it's easy for people to accept and then relate with. And I mentioned trust earlier to say that people will learn when there is trust. People will learn when they can identify with certain ideas or people, and at the same time, they will also learn within the context of community. And one of the things that we've done, apart from our storytelling, it's that we are convening leaders across the continent around having a clear vision. One of the things we are doing, and we've started doing it already, and we are working in partnership with an organization called Chandler Foundation. We are helping leaders across the continent to craft clear vision and create national stories. Someone said something, in the course of the conversation around, not Tonya, around teaching in local languages, right? The beautiful thing about language is that within language is encoded history. There is so much knowledge encoded in language. When language is eroded, a good portion of your history and knowledge infrastructure is lost with language. So that becomes, again, another tool for systems change. So we launched a fellowship last year. We had about 3,500 applicants from across the continent. And we selected 18 distinguished fellows from across the continent representing 13 countries. North Africa, East Africa, West Africa, and Southern Africa. And the idea with them, we have fellows from Tunisia, Egypt, Ethiopia, Ghana, Nigeria, Cameroon, Comoros Islands, South Africa, Zambia, Malawi, and a good spread. And for them, we've taken them through a number of things, because if I'm to summarize what we've had, the conversation we've had here, is identifying models that work, identify mentors that can then get young ones and can teach them, develop methods that work, and also, talking to Obina now, have the means to fund that.
Gotta have the money, gotta have the money.
that process. Yeah. So we have these fellows who have done amazing work across the continent. And the first part of our work is to build leadership so that we can have that cascade effect, because they're doing great work. But if people do not believe, if there is loss of hope, everyone will say, who education help? Right? And so if you can see people who embody the future that you hope to become, it has a way of inspiring people to see that there is value in learning. And so we have these fellows who we've identified. We're building skill sets with them. And part of what they're doing is mentoring another generation of young people. Beyond that, they have to come up with a uniquely African solution that can have large-scale impact, and then tell a story with which they can inspire the rest of the continent. So, in a sense, we're trying to have a 360 view on how we engage the process. When they came to Nigeria, and they all came to Nigeria, we went to some schools in Delta State, and they sat down with students. Our sister organization, the Royal Area Foundation, does some work, Love Gardening with regards to the environment. They do some farming work with the students. And then we also have a STEM lab, again, for students as well. So these fellows sat down with them to inspire them and tell them stories of themselves. And it was amazing that these fellows were not all from elitist backgrounds. Of course. Many of them had struggled themselves, but they had become, to a large extent, the substance of the future that these young people were hoping for. Great. That's just a summary of all the work that we've done so far.
Thank you for that. And I'm going to challenge you to change it to STEAM. No more STEM, it's STEAM. We're steaming forward. All right, so Let me bring this to Obinna to please tell us. And those of you that are in the audience, I see all of you here, please go and open your bank account at Sterling Bank. They don't charge you. They don't charge at all. So open your, and they didn't pay me to come and tell you that. So please, have a Sterling Bank account. What role can Sterling Bank play in de-risking investments into all of these educational models? And, you know, especially around what you guys are doing, this whole real world industry, such as, you know, co-funded apprenticeship, you know, all of the work that you're doing, and how do you encourage more employer-backed tuition schemes? You know, maybe engage in other banks, I don't know. I don't know how friendly y'all are, but, you know, so over to you, Obinna.
I've been thinking of how to put my words together because there's so much to say. But sustainable investment and financing and sort of scaling. I will start with, you know, we've got a student loan scheme in the country today, right? Will it work? Will it work?
We hope so.
It will work because it will pay people's tuition to go to school.
Absolutely.
Then when they get the certificate, will the certificate pay back the loan?
Probably not.
So the chances that it will not work and it will go broke is like 9.9 over 10. Yeah, I know part of the challenges I have when I pick up the mic is that I just sort of say the things sort of the way they are. It will likely fail. If you give someone a loan to study Egyptology in school, the person comes out knowing Egypt, and I don't know what the person is going to produce. So that's why thinking about education financing, you've got to be quite practical about it. That's one. 2 weeks ago, we announced that we're putting down $2 billion to a scholarship for higher education for students. Did anybody see that?
Yes.
Yeah, it was somewhere,
Yes.
and people have started applying.
Yes.
What's our goal? We're actually trying to stimulate the corporate. We're trying to stimulate industry. We've said, hey, we're going to pay your school fees. Part of the things we also added to it is that when you start schooling, you will work with us. So you're working whilst you're schooling. We're giving you an opportunity to work. Now, can you imagine a scenario where we've got education providers and we've got them as partners and we've got industry? We're using ourselves as examples, but you can have 30 companies. And I say, hey, industry, can you take this particular person into your company? Expose him. I'll train some of your managers to become adjunct professors so that they can supervise whilst they are working and it will count into their school credits. And I say, they'll stay with you for 4 years whilst they're studying. If you don't like them when they graduate, return them back to my pool, no problem. But if you like them when they graduate, you probably pay 10% of their salaries for the next 5 years into my pool. Do you see how sustainable that thinking is, where students are learning?
Clap. Yes, please clap for
I didn't know we got it. But just imagine, I'm saying, I've put, and I'm opening it up. It's like business strategy is whatever it is, but I need 100 other providers to say we are going to do this. If I've got these students that are studying on my scholarship scheme, and Seplat says, hey, send me 30 of them. Wanda says, send me 20 of them. And I said, don't worry, I'm paying them, I'm paying their school fees. If you can, if you're magnanimous enough, you can pay them a stipend for working. After 4 years, when they graduate, if you don't want to hire them, send them back to me. But do you know the thing? I can almost guarantee, as surely as night follows day, in 4 years' time, you will prefer to have them than a new graduate from whatever university in the country. And with that, through that scheme, you can now start paying back. We can say, okay, maybe for the next 6 years, 10% of the salary goes back to repay whatever funded their education. This is what we're thinking. This is what we don't know how we can go and start convincing other corporates to say, this can work. It can be a sustainable model for you. Can you stop all this contract employment? Can you stop this slave employment and give people a path, a real path to life? That is what we're doing. That is what we're hoping that others can say, hey, we want to partner you to do this. And we are hoping others can pick it up and say, we want to do it too.
I think, again, this is what I mean by all of you should go and open a bank account at Sterling Bank, please. Because of some of these innovative ideas that they keep coming with, that is about sustainability, and it's about really the heart of the matter. And they know that that's part of their strategy, the heart, which education is a key part of that heart. So ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, Honorable Commissioner, I'm so glad you're here. So I hope you're taking all of this to Mr. Governor for Lagos State. This has to, in terms of the partnerships and collaboration that we still need with government. We really need the government, the development agencies, and foundations, and all the multinationals to really come together to address this, our educational crisis. And you already heard of examples here. So I'm challenging each one and every one of us that's here around making sure that we are co-collaborators, co-creators in making sure that the education system in not just Nigeria, but across Africa works. And with that, please give my panelists a warm round of applause, please, for the work and everything that they continue to do. So we're at the point where I want to engage our audience. I see one hand over there. If I'm Mrs. Duponi over there, please stand up. We need it to be gender balanced. Another male right here. Please stand up so that we can just quickly call everybody. And then on this section, the lady with the red hair, please stand up. So please very quickly get the microphone to them so that we can ask our questions and our panelists can answer. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and thank you so much for what you're doing. This is really a remarkable summit, and I believe that the change we want in Nigeria will start here. Before I ask my question, let me introduce myself. My name is Modupe Adeyinka. I've been an educator for 42 years. I run my own school, Standard Bearer School. It's 28 years old. But after COVID, I was compelled by what I saw during COVID to go into the underserved communities. And for the last 5 years, I have iAfrica Cloud School Foundation. And what we do in iAfrica is we teach literacy to people living in underserved communities. It started as physical, but when I saw that it wasn't working, I went to the Founders Institute to develop a learning management system that can make it work. Today, we have EduLab 360. It has every sound of phonics on it. It is built by Africans for Africans. It is relatable, Afrocentric. It captivates the children. I've used it in Makoko, Ajegunle, in Plateau State, in Abuja, and I've even taken it to Abia State. Please. My honorable sister there, she can attest to it. But everywhere I've gone knocking, nobody wants to listen to me. But every problem that has been spoken of here, we solve it. We meet 5 SDG goals. We train teachers. We are teachers. We are 50 strong. And we actually have the solution that can solve a lot of what we talk about. It's online. And this month, out of, I won't say frustration, but because I love Nigeria so much, and I heard that the children in Abuja have not gone to school for 3 months because they haven't paid their salaries, I took a decision. By the end of this month, I'm putting the entire thing on YouTube, and it's going to be free. And all I'm asking for is, please let's the teachers use it. I can train the teachers on how to use it if it's necessary, but Nigeria's problems are very simple. We have too many illiterates and semi-illiterates. If we don't solve that, we will not go anywhere. So thank you very much. In closing, Oando Foundation, Seplat, Elevate, and my brother Obina, can I have meetings with you? Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Mrs. Oni. Next, the brother right here in the front, please. Real quickly, very quickly, please. Yeah, I thought he was taking it.
Thank you very much, the organizers of this summit and the panelists for well-spoken ideas. My name is Professor Elala. I'm the Honorable Commissioner for Basic and Secondary Education, Sokoto State. I have some observations and some suggestions. First, in the first session we talked about data, about statistics. I don't know how we are going to come together, government, development partners and others, so that we can have accurate data. As long as we don't have correct data, there is no way we can plan and manage issues.
Okay.
I want to give an example. The first session we had this morning, the first presenter presented out of school children as 10.3 million. But when you Google, you will see 18.3 million.
Yes.
What a contradiction.
30 million.
Almost twice bigger. And these are the things that we see, the international community will see when they Google, and they are going to rely on that. So I think it's important for us to see how do we come together to make sure that we have correct statistics.
Okay.
In fact, even the reports we get from MBS, for those of us who work in the field, and you try to correlate the data given and what is on the field, you find a lot of contradiction in that. So I think we need to look at this area. It's very important so that we can have correct data.
Okay,
now,
thank you.
The next thing I have, the issue of retention. You see, there are certain models we have, experimented. For example, cash transfer, school feeding. But they appear to be short-lived in terms of their effectiveness. After a while, take for example, school feeding program that was introduced, by the past administrations. Now you find most of those schools where you're having high turnout of students, now it is becoming low. So these are some of the things that we need to look at and evaluate them and see how do we make students to come to school? How do we make parents to allow their children to come to school and learn so that we can have retention? Sorry, madam, I just want...
That's okay, please.
The last
because
thing,
of time,
The last thing I want to have...
Yeah.
I like
so
to
data,
commend,
retention, what's your last point?
The last point is, I want to commend this talent for the work they are doing in terms of training the student. But I like to correct the impression is trying to create like there is a disconnect between the university and practical training. Let them understand the fact that there is IT. The problem we are having is that when you send students on IT program, those, whether it is a company, an institution, instead of them to expose them to rigorous skills acquisition, sometimes they say, no, please, just go and fill their forms. They are wasting our time. Particularly in the companies. These are the things that we are facing. So I think, yes, we like the work they are doing, but at the same time, when we send our students to such places, let us also expose them rigorously to skills acquisition. Let us see them as our own workers so that they can learn more. If we do this, because he's talking at micro level.
Yes. Okay.
When you talk at macro level, every year we enroll about 2 million students.
Thank you.
And when you ask, for example, what the silent is doing, maybe it's about 1,000. You can think of 2 million and 1,000. We appreciate what you are doing and we value what you are doing. But we want you to encourage other places, other companies, other establishments to please accept our students.
Okay,
thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sorry,
Okay.
please. We need to bridge this gap of understanding.
Yes.
The school system, tertiary school system capacity can take about 2 million children or young people. The people within that age grade in this country, they are about 16 million. It already tells you that even at best effort, our school system cannot accommodate the people. So what do we need to do? We must develop a system that opens up industry, opens up my office as a university. The definition of school has to change.
Yes.
That is, and I'm breaching it because it's part of policymakers. We must rethink this thing. And secondly, on the skill learning thing, we are saying that the future, which is now, is not a future where we embed practical learning into theory. No. It's a future where we embed theory into practical. So that 3 months you give to industrial training actually is the 3 months you should give to theoretical learning, and have the 3 years for practical learning. Because transfer of information, if that's what they do in the school walls, it's gone. That it doesn't exist again. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that comment. And again, we have 2 more questions. The lady in the Adira in the front here. Where's the microphone? Straight to the front, and then the last lady on that. Sorry. Any other question that you have, please write it down, and we'll get to it at another time, please, because of time.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon. It's not a question. It's just saying I'm raising my hands up to partner Steering Up with Sterling Foundation. So my name is Dr. Nkiruka Chidiamadekwe, and I have the honor and privilege of serving this country as a Special Presidential Envoy on Climate Change, and also the Director General, Chief Executive Officer, National Council on Climate Change Secretariat. So as you said what you said, we sat down here and we said, how can we, as the NCCCS, work with you to ensure that people, you bring in the people, they work with us, they go through it in the 4 years, and we build capacity on climate change. And that for us is meeting the Climate Change Act 2021 mandate. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So, partnership. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. I'm Antonia, and I'm a financial consultant by day. I run 2 businesses, and I have a charity project which I run. It's called the AAA Charity Foundation. I think we can say all we can say today here about education, but at the end of the day, we need to give youths proper vocational training, especially from a young age, probably from primary or secondary, because I had nothing growing up, and I told myself that I was going to give myself the absolute best. So when I'm talking about vocational training, countries like China and Japan, they do this, like from kindergarten, in fact, so that as that child is growing up, they have options of doing 1 or 2 things even before they get to the university. And talking about the university, the IT program, and then the youth core service program that they run, most times the basic facilities that are provided for these youth core members are not palatable at all. I say this personally because I served in the youth corps and I practically had to run away because my life was in danger. Yes. And then the government will come and say they're spending millions or billions on these programs. Give me a break. You can't be paying people stipends, risking their lives and expecting them to give you their absolute best. It makes no sense. We need to have like a total transformation from all areas of government. Yes, yes. The average salary today of a Nigerian has not been increased.
Hello.
Yes, my question is for Mr. Obina, please. How are the banks helping with loans to SMEs, and if so, are they collaborating with charity projects? And how do you make sure that at the end of the day, or all your training, that this people are not jobless and without businesses?
Okay, open now.
People are not jobless after we train them. But we are not giving people money. We're linking studies to work. That's exactly what I've said here. So the model of education finance and student finance is that you link it to outcomes. In fact, when we started the first one, we started saying, okay, we can do digital, software engineering, because we knew there was an you get a job. So that's a linkage. We won't put our money where where you just get a certificate to brandish. As for funding SMEs, right?
Yeah.
Loans. Of course, we give out loans. We give out loans that will pay back above what inflation is. There's no, sorry, that's actually it. So if you're doing a business and you're a small business, should I take a little time, please? Maybe 2 minutes, please. 2
minutes, max.
This thing they say about you have to give loans to small businesses. Yes, it's the money you put in the bank today. That you take and you give to somebody else. Now, if the money you put in bank today, if you put 1,000 naira and there's inflation of, 20%, it means at the end of the year, it's going to be worth 800 naira. So if I take that money and I want to give it to somebody, I want to actually beat that 20% inflation rate, right? Then I would add the processing and all those stuff. So the business you are doing must actually produce a margin that beats inflation, else you're not productive in the economy. So if you say you're doing a business that does not produce a yield above inflation, then just keep your money somewhere and don't produce anything. And it's practical. We must talk about this and understand that what it is. And if you think businesses don't make that margin, think of a bread seller that buys bread at 1,000 naira and sells it at 1,200 naira in a day. That is 20% interest per day. In 30 days is what? 600%. So if I give him a loan for 40%, he will make his money. So let's just understand these things in its right context. We fund the right businesses. Thank you.
Absolutely, thank you. There has to be value for money for most corporate organizations, and Sterling Bank is not, is not an outlier in that. They have, as much as they're doing a lot on the social impact level, they also have to make money. So that's very important that we all understand. And again, coming back to our panelists, so please give them a round of applause again. Thank you all for your participation, for your comments and questions. And if you have any other questions, I'm sure there's a way, I think it's already embedded in the way the conference is set up, to please any recommendations, any information that you have. Everybody here is already pledged to partner and to continue to work together in scaling some of the innovative solutions that they have talked about today. And so with that, I want to thank everybody, and our session now is over. So I think I didn't get called to stop today.
Fantastic panel. I even had a question I couldn't ask because of the time. Please take a picture. Pictures, please. A round of applause. Fantastic conversation on education from these very well-informed moderator and panel. Pedro Bekwe is coming to take a picture, so photographers, you better wait. She must be part of this. A round of applause. Fantastic conversation. Thank you all so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think we heard from her briefly. She made a quick comment while the panel was going on during Q&A. I think we're going to get a speech from her now. Dr. Nkiruka Madueke, I believe that, yes, she's going to be addressing the audience. Please give her a warm round of applause. Director General, National Council on Climate Change, also Special Envoy as well. We're looking forward to hearing from her. You're very welcome. thoughts on climate change?
I know that I'm standing between you and your lunch, so I'll be very brief. Good afternoon, everyone. It's an honor and privilege to be invited here. I really want to thank my sister, Pedro, for this invitation. It has been a school, and I don't take it for granted. And so congratulations for convening this. My work here is very simple, and to make sure that we leave here on time so that we don't get a bit hungry. So Pedro says I should talk about the new oil, building trust, scale, and value in Nigeria's or Africa's emerging carbon market. So the carbon market simply is a space where you sell what is called carbon credits. So when you do projects that will either remove or reduce emissions in the atmosphere, you have a commodity known as carbon credits. And the idea of carbon credits is not new. It started with the Kyoto Protocol in what is called the Clean Development Mechanism. But however, Article 6 of the Paris Agreement further reinforces this. And it now ties the carbon market to being able to implement what is called the Nationally Determined Contribution, the NDC. And so for me today is to share with us, why is the carbon market important? What is the use of the carbon market? Why should you be interested in the carbon market? And how is it important to today's conversation, yesterday and today, the whole session? Is because it provides a new stream of income to our private sector businesses. The private sector is already doing a lot with regards to renewable energy or the circular economy, or is it afforestation, reforestation? How do you get funding for what it is you're doing? And so it's important to know now what you need to put in place. Nigeria is developing or has developed the carbon market activation policy and the manual of procedure. And we're currently developing the regulations. And so in the next few months, by God's grace, the FEC is going to approve it, and then we have a framework to start with. How are we positioning ourselves to tap into that 10 or so more billion dollar market? First is to know, how do you change your business operations? Why is it important that you start doing that? So we have companies that have moved from diesel generation, generators to renewable energy. You could have actually gotten carbon credits for that. But however, you need to have done your baseline studies for that. So these are things we need to start prepping ourselves to make sure that we're ready to do that. So even though Africa and of course Nigeria, our emissions are very minuscule to the carbon emissions, we still are vulnerable to the impacts of climate change. And the carbon market is one of the keys to unlock financing, is one of the keys to unlock and accelerate climate finance. And so it's important that the private sector is part of it. One of the things we've seen is that Nigeria faces over $15 billion finance gap to meet our NDC targets. So what we want to hear from you, and my task was very simple, is how do we make sure that the private sector is fully engaged in this? We need your feedback. I have a speech. I'm not going to read the speech. I'm very practical. We need your feedback. Tell us, what is it that you want to see happen? Because some people are like, what exactly would fit as a carbon project? What will be the standards that you might have to use? On Thursday, which was yesterday, we had a webinar where Gold Standard explained to us what the mechanism will look like. And so what I'll ask you to please watch out for the space follow us on the social media, and join our various monthly webinars where we try to educate you on what the carbon market will look like. Perhaps I'm not saying what it is you want to hear, but what I want you to hear, or what I want you to take home from what I'm saying is, you need to be ready. Whether you are doing the circular economy basically you're turning waste to wealth. Whether you're in the renewable energy space, whether you are putting in climate smart agriculture or climate resilience, or whether you're even doing EDGE certified buildings, climate resilient buildings, start thinking as a business. How can I put myself at an advantage to make sure that I am part of the carbon market? So you're going to hear things like Article 6.2, which is bilaterals between government to government. You're going to hear things like Article 6.4, which in itself is where the private sector can really move in. A lot of the conversations we hear people say is clean cooking. And people are coming in aggressively into the country for that. And so what we want to see is that this will be a platform for the Nigerian business to leverage on. We want to see Nigerian businesses leverage on carbon market, leverage on Article 6, and so start positioning yourself for that. And before I go down, which I'm doing now in the next few seconds, is to say to you that there are two things we want, again, in addition to the carbon market. Nigeria is currently revising her nationally determined contribution. We want to know the NDC that you want to see. If at all you're talking about climate and you do not understand what the nationally determined contribution is, you might be off course. To be able to align with the government, you need to understand the government's the National Development Plan, which in itself is also the NDC, Climate Action Plan. It tells you very clearly the focus of the government with regards to climate action. Is it energy? Is it water? Is it waste? Is it IPPU, industrial processes? Is it land use? And so as a business, how are you positioning yourself? And so we want to hear from you. We know that we'll not be able to meet a whole lot of you, and I asked that Pedro, what I wanted to show, please, it's not there. Please. So what we have done is that we have created a code, a Google form, where everyone in the country can give us their feedback on the NDC. I'm not seeing it. Yes. Please, you can remove me from the screen. Just put it here. Don't worry about me. I don't need to see myself on the screen. I need everybody to be able to scan this. So scan this and tell us your thoughts on the NDCs. Tell us the NDC you want to see. An NDC is a nationally determined contribution, and for 2 times, we haven't really said what is important to the country. We want to be able to see pipeline of projects. Yes, there's climate finance for the grabs. But if you're not properly positioned or you don't know what it is you want to get with climate finance, bankable projects, we may lose out. And what has been said is that if it's not in your NDC, then it doesn't matter to you. And so private sector, this is your time to tell us what you want to see. The second one I'm going to say to you is that the COP30, which is the Conference of the Parties, for years it has been something about the government. But for the first time, because this COP30 is an implementation COP, we want the private sector to showcase what they have been doing. And you have been doing a whole lot. And so we're inviting you to work with the National Council on Climate Change Secretariat to create a COP30 that reflects who Nigeria is with our private sector. Thank you for this opportunity. Bye-bye.
Do keep the applause going. Fantastic, thank you so much. Lunch isn't starting yet, so, she was quick, but lunch, not just yet, because we have a really good panel coming up next. This, ladies and gentlemen, is on women empowerment, access to finance, and health choices. So this promises to be very engaging. Let's kick things off with our first panelist, Omomi Akingbonge, I practiced that, who is the Executive Director at WIMBIZ. And there she is. She's going to let me know if I pronounce her surname properly. We've got Imi Ainomugisha, who is the African Union Wi-Fi program. That's very clever. It's Wi-Fi with a W-Y-F-I. You're welcome. Oluwa Fini, of course, is a special advisor to the Lagos State Governor on Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs. And we also, okay, we have men on the panel, okay. Yes, that is very good. Dr. Akinbajo, Maternal Health and Family Planning Analyst at UNFPA. If there's time, I actually have a question for you if the Q&A allows for it. That's fantastic. You're welcome. You're welcome. And Mr. Oyebisi Oluseyi, Executive Director at the NNGO, if he's with us as well. And our moderator is Uti Gabriela Elu, Group Head, Customer Experience Strategy at Sterling Bank. All right, we're going to get things rolling. You're all very welcome. I pronounced the name correctly. I did a good one. Thank you so much for the confirmation. All right, take it away.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. I was hoping when the previous speaker talked about lunch, I was like, oh, we're going to be the panel that goes after lunch. But thankfully, we're not. Okay, I'll move over here. Okay. So thankfully, we're not the panel that goes after lunch. I'm now not sure if that's a blessing or a curse, because people want to eat. But when we talk about bias, we tend to think about it in the negative. But today I'm going to display some positive bias and say, this is the best panel that you're going to listen to today. It's such a crucial topic that we're going to be looking at. As the compere said, my name is Uti Elu. I'm excited to be here today, and I thank everybody for joining and staying so far over the 2 days of this summit. Women empowerment, so important. I'll begin with a quote to try and ground us. It says, when women are empowered and can claim their rights and access to resources, families and communities are stronger, economies grow, and development gains are sustained. Let's just take a moment to reflect on that. How different would our countries, I was going to say country, but we are Africa, so how different would our countries, our organizations, and our communities look if every African woman had full agency over her body, her bank account, and her future? I was going to start by asking a question to say, do we believe that empowering women is not a social good, but a strategic investment in resilience and development? But I think that question answers itself. And this session is exactly about that. Across Africa today, women are upholding households, farms, markets, and movements. But they remain structurally underserved when it comes to health systems, finance, and leadership spaces, especially in climate-impacted regions. So today we're going to spotlight those bold African-led solutions that are moving from the margins to the center of climate resilience, economic power, and social transformation. We're going to break this down into two sections. Our aim is to leave this room with clear, actionable recommendations, new alliances, and a shared commitment to drive gender-inclusive progress across Africa's development landscape. Our first part of the conversation will set the stage by exploring women's empowerment as a core resilience strategy, and then we'll shift to the theme of this event, looking at the bold actions and the system changes, examining what's working, what's needed, and how we can scale. So let's dive into what promises to be an excellent conversation. I'll kick off by just giving our panelists 2 minutes quickly to introduce themselves, and we'll dive into the first set of questions.
Hi, everyone. My name is Imi Nacheyune Ainomgisha. I bring you greetings from Uganda. I run an organization. Thank you, thank you. I'm happy to be in the vibrant city of Lagos, and I'm already inspired these past 2 days. I run a community enterprise support organization for women, and we work closely with YFA, African Union. I will talk more about our work later, but I'm happy to be in the vibrant city of Lagos.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Not easy standing in between lunch. My name is Omoumi Akingbongbe, and I'm the Executive Director for WIMBIZ. WIMBIZ stands for Women in Management, Business, and Public Service. And our mission as an organization over the past 24 years of existence is to inspire and empower women to attain leadership positions in management, business, as well as public service. Now, we achieve this using different forms of programs and initiatives, one of which is the WIMBOD program, where we prepare women for boardrooms, boardroom dynamics, as well as corporate governance. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Dr. Akin Bajo. I work for the United Nations Population Fund, and we are the Sexual and Reproductive Health Agency of the United Nations. We deliver a world where every pregnancy is wanted, every childbirth is safe, and every young person's potential is fulfilled. We work around women, we promote bodily autonomy for women, empower women, and also with adolescents to safeguard their future reproductive health. I think I'll stop here. Thank you.
My name is Oebisi Babatunde Oluche, and I work with the Nigerian Network of NGOs. For 32 years, we have served as the infrastructure for ensuring that nonprofits in Nigeria can do their work effectively, from engaging with government on regulations that enable the sector to building the capacity of our members to be able to do their work effectively, up until also ensuring that global development fits so well into our national development plans, from the MDGs and now to the SDGs. That's the frame within which we work, and I welcome you to Lagos.
Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you so much for those wonderful introductions and introducing your organizations. So I think I'll start with you, Omoumi. Women-led networks like WIMBIZ have been instrumental in advocating for gender equity at the leadership level, but the challenge remains in translating boardroom advocacy into tangible grassroots impact. Bridging this gap is essential for addressing climate, health, and development challenges in a way that truly empowers women. So how can networks like WIMBIZ move beyond boardroom advocacy to directly support scalable women-led businesses that are tackling these critical issues?
Am I audible? Oh, great. Okay, first thing that I want to highlight in responding to that is to sensitize us on the importance and significance of decision making when it comes to support that is available for women-led businesses tackling issues in climate, health, as well as developmental challenges. Now, for every solution out there for these businesses, even for summits like this, bringing together stakeholders to identify gaps, prefer solutions, for every policy, for every framework, every program, every initiative that is out there, they all start with decision making. So decision making cannot be sidelined in coming up with scalable solutions to be able to address this. Now this takes me backwards to who are the people making these decisions? Who are the people at the table? If we're talking about things affecting women and youth, the best people to prefer solutions, who will not only be referring to statistics but also to their reality, is to have a fair representation of women at that decision-making table. Now, this is where network like WIMBIZ comes in, because what we drive is how to get women to this table, to have a voice, to be listened, and come up with solutions that affect their reality. Driving this will not just help with overlooking, to help with balanced perspectives when preferring these solutions. At the same time, we will avoid some blind spots. Now, data has also shown that even when these solutions are available, adoption rate is very low. And why is that? Because it's either the solutions do not speak to the reality of the supposed beneficiaries, or they're not aware. Now, networks like WIMBIZ stands as that bridge to not just create, because we're an aggregation of women running businesses, making impactful solutions around the globe, as well as being in corporate boardrooms, taking decisions, and public governance. Now, being able to drive that will ensure that there are balanced perspectives in making these decisions that will eventually trickle down to the women-led businesses that are supposed to adopt this solution, as well as creating awareness, because that has been sticking out in terms of the adoption of these solutions. Is that they don't see it as their reality, they don't even believe that it would work for them and will not even bother. And for those that eventually now adopt it, the network also starts as a body that can showcase success stories on this has worked for someone in Uganda, it has worked for someone here in Lagos, and bringing it to the forefront, distilling the language to that which women at the grassroots can connect with. Thank you.
It's absolutely amazing. And you know, when you were just talking about scaling, all that was going through my mind was how WIMBIZ has in fact scaled over the years. And that awareness is coming from the word of mouth that happens as that network continues to grow. Thank you for sharing that. So I'd like to come to the health part of the conversation, Dr. Akibajo. Across Africa today, regions are grappling with conflict, displacement, the growing impact of climate change. All women face layered crises. These pressures don't just affect livelihoods, they directly challenge the ability to make decisions about their bodies, their health, and their future. In these environments, the strength of sexual and reproductive health systems can mean the difference between vulnerability and resilience. It can mean the actual difference between survival and self-determination. So how can we strengthen sexual and reproductive health systems to empower women in these vulnerable contexts?
Okay, thank you very much. All right, strengthening sexual and reproductive health systems in climate context is non-negotiable. And why is that? Climate stress and insecurity affect women disproportionately, which further deepens the pre-existing gender inequalities that we have. And so, the system is already fragile, and it becomes more essential for women to access sexual and reproductive health service. Think about it this way. In crisis, reproduction doesn't stop. menstruation doesn't stop. These are natural biological mechanisms that keep us. So the desire to have sex, to continue, these things keep going on. Unfortunately, during crisis, it is worsened and more women are affected. So you just have to position sexual and reproductive health as an essential health requirement at that point. And so in strengthening SRH system, sexual and reproductive health system, it is a multi-pronged approach, and also it requires everybody being on deck, all hands being on deck. It requires collaboration. So the first thing you want to do is to integrate SRH systems into emergency preparedness, humanitarian preparedness. You want to integrate it into climate adaptation plans, into disaster risk reduction strategies. You don't want to wait for these things to happen. You just must integrate them. And that's why at UNFPA we support states to implement what we call minimum initial service package. And at that package, if that package is available, you are able to minimize the effect and vulnerability on women during crisis and at stress. Number two, you also go beyond the conventional health system where women will come to facilities. Of course, in crisis, they cannot even come to facilities. So you have to think about how to take the services to the women. And so you start thinking about mobile health service delivery, start thinking about community delivery network. It's important that you train female providers to be able to provide these services and deliver them to women. And so you are ensuring a consistent access to contraception, to safe motherhood, to gender-based violence responses. So you have to use that mobile health service delivery. Number three, what you do, you can also leverage technology. People carry their phone, and that's where you would start to think about WhatsApp chatbot, you start to think about USSD for women to continue to access information on SRH and continue to access services. You also want to consider the training of health workers, and in this case, Nigeria is doing very well pushing the agenda on tax shifting and tax sharing. Our community health extension workers are valuable here, and they are the ones that are the frontline healthcare workers that will provide these services. Lastly, you also want to pre-position commodity and contraceptives. You want them to be there for women to access. So you must plan ahead and get them positioned. You think about reproductive health kits, you think about dignity kits, you think about contraceptive methods. They are already pre-positioned. They are not things you start to work towards getting after that. And for you to know, climate crisis, climate and insecurity, climate stress and insecurity will also disrupt supply chain. So you want to think out of the box, look at innovative supply chain methods that you want to put in place that will ensure that commodities are available to women. When women are able to decide if, when, and how many children they have, they are more likely to pursue education, economic opportunities, and then lead their communities in climate adaptation and peace building. And so that is reproductive resilience for us, ensuring that women, whether in crisis or out of crisis or in climate or insecurity like we have in the Northeast, they continue to have access to services. And not just services, you are actually preserving their autonomy, you are preserving their dignity, and at the same time, you are empowering them to lead changes within their community. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That's such a robust answer. Please, a round of applause for that answer. The solutions you've talked about, for me, it all boils down to the last few words, the autonomy for the woman, because all the different panels, all the different things that we've talked about, the last panel on education, is still down to the woman. The children, the support, all of that still comes from the woman being able to support and drive that foundation. So I'd like to come now to the non-profit side of the conversation, and I'll start with you, Oyebisi. The non-profit sector often drives community-based solutions. So how can civil society strengthen its role in ensuring access to health and finance for women in hard-to-reach areas?
I think for me, when you look at communities across Nigeria and Africa, non-profits are the first responders, whether dealing with menstrual poverty or period poverty, dealing with gender-based violence, dealing with issues around health awareness, women empowerment. They're the first responders, and that role is very critical. So it means that no non-profit should die. In fact, it's already too late, so no. We will spend the billion, right? And we'll change the culture. So it's anchoring it on changing the culture, which is how do we build public trust such that the funding challenges that we have now, we can begin to get citizens to trust us enough to keep our doors opened. I do know that in some communities today, if non-profits close shops, then we're going to be in trouble. So we want those doors open, but it is on us as non-profits to strengthen public trust in our work. That's number one. The second bit is how we now engage with government and private sector. And that engagement has to be both strategic, balancing collaboration with confrontation. Understanding that there's a time when we need to sit down, use the stories, the lessons, the lived experience and the learned experience we've seen in the field to change public policy. And when that is not moving, there's the role for calling out. How we balance that becomes very much important, including how we show the private sector the value of what we do and what it means to they themselves being able to open their offices every day. Because where you have disruption, no business would move. Where you have crisis, businesses will struggle. And that's the type of social capital that non-profits bring to the table. And if I connect it to the first part where I'm saying no non-profit should die or close down, is the fact that we contribute to the social and solidarity economy. The level of jobs that we create, the catalytic effect around what we contribute to the economy and the taxes that we pay, all helps to grow the economy. Now, bringing it back to my third thought around how we then, as either government, private sector, recognize the role of civil society, that they are not noisemakers, but that they are that feedback mechanism that helps you to think through your risks, but also think through your policies, their impact, and understand that if I'm going to give you feedback, I can't be laughing and giving you feedback. Think of a customer care agent. They have chopped your ₦1, and you've picked up the phone. The anger is there. So the message and the messenger, we focus on the message to retool public policy. So if we're going to get better outcomes for women, whether in terms of financial inclusion or they having their own agency, then we must pay attention to the emotions coming from the messages that non-profits have to give you, which would be women are dying. Not how many of them. Why are they dying? What do we need to solve this? And what solutions have you tried on the ground that is helping? Until we do those three, in my own opinion, we still the joke.
Thank you for that. That's really thought-provoking. Those questions you asked are important. And in fact, when you started from public trust, for me, that's where it starts. Because I think it was one of the speakers yesterday who talked about international funding. We've seen what's happened with USAID. So it's Africa for Africa right now. And to get those funds in, to get that commitment, public trust really is at the heart of that. So thank you for sharing that. Imi, I'll come to you. As the other non-profit on this panel or representative, I'd like you to talk about what you're doing at Mkazipreneur, what you're doing to support women entrepreneurs, and the Africa Union's Agenda 2063 implementation.
Thank you. I think the hardest time to speak is during lunchtime, but I'm happy to see that there are people that are listening and clapping to our views. The African Union Agenda 2063, I think let me elaborate a bit on that. So the vision of Agenda 2063 is to envision the Africa we want. There are a number of parameters that were put by African Union so that by 2063, we work towards some of those parameters. You can visit the website and read about them here and there. In those parameters, there is an aspect on youth and women, there is economic development and all. So the Department of Women and Youth under African Union also came up with a target to unlock millions of dollars for women businesses across Africa. Now, they do this by partnering with a number of organizations and non-profits across Africa. In Uganda, they partner with us, Mukazipreneur. Now, Mukazipreneur, if you know Bantu language, Mukazi means a woman, and then preneur is preneur. So we started Mukazipreneur in 2018 as an ESO, Enterprise Support Organization, to skill women. Along the way, we realized things were not working. We said, how do we get the government into the conversation of supporting women businesses in Uganda? National Social Security Fund in Uganda came together with MasterCard Foundation and created a fund of millions of dollars to support businesses of young people and women in Uganda. That was in 2020. 5 years down the road, the fund has been able to unlock capital for 439 businesses. That's over $8 million for women businesses and young people in Uganda. It has also unlocked over 300,000 jobs of young people in Uganda. But do you know how those results came about? It was because of collaboration between the government, a funder who is MasterCard Foundation, and enterprise support organizations like Mukazipreneur in Uganda. Without collaboration, without partnership, nothing can be done. We have to all agree. So the conversation we are having with Wi-Fi African Union is to see how we can replicate this model across Africa. We've been to Tanzania, we've been to Lesotho, and hopefully we shall visit Nigeria and try to speak maybe to the government, to the version of a social security fund in Nigeria. You know, yesterday I listened to the representative from the fund from Nigeria, and the portfolio was quite big. I imagine if 1% of that portfolio was put in a fund to support women businesses in Nigeria, do you know the impact that would do? Thank you. The National Social Security Fund in Uganda has created over 300,000 jobs. These jobs put back money to the fund. Aren't they smart? Yeah. It puts back money to the fund. So while they're supporting young people to grow their businesses, they're also supporting the country to grow. So I think it's about time the government gets together with non-profits and also funds. Imagine if all these sponsors each committed $50,000 to a fund to support women businesses. Imagine that. Yeah. Okay.
Definitely food for thought. I love how the trend of collaboration and partnerships keeps flowing through the different panels. What you've spoken to about the fund was similar to what the group executive from Sterling Bank was talking about with education as well. So there really is a place for that. And I think we've done a great job of setting the scene in terms of how we're empowering women and what needs to be done. But this summit is really about solutions. We're about scaling action, about scaling solutions, about bold actions. So I'd like to come back to you, Oyebisi, and talk about the accountability mechanisms that can be co-created with communities to ensure that health and financial interventions truly serve women and girls. How do we keep the system honest and women empowered once the funding flows?
So the two key words for me would be honesty and accountability. And you've asked me to be honest too. And I'll be honest. Part of that honesty is how I learned the hard way. I was sitting in my office some 7, 8 years or 9 years ago. Then we were discussing with colleagues. And one of the colleagues said to me that why are we not, we were talking about toiletries. And she said, why are you not providing pads? See how you did. I'm like, hello. That was my first shock at understanding what I call the science of being a woman. And she went on to tell me how expensive it is. Then I started paying more attention. Then when colleagues in my office started getting married, I then started seeing the need for them to either have someone stay with the child or get a nanny. Then I started paying attention to the former PepsiCo president, Indra, who started talking about a care economy around, if a woman would be in my role, typically my role requires that 310 days or 312 days you're not sleeping in your house. So if you're talking about female leadership in my role, if the care economy is not there, then she won't be an executive director of the Nigerian network of NGOs. So first is the care economy. How are we ensuring that if a woman needs to travel, she doesn't have to think, where will my child be? Where will my son be? Who will do homework for them? Because there's a care economy that supports that. And I think that's where organizations come in, where she needs to travel with a nanny, we justify it, she goes with the nanny. They need to bring children into the conference, they bring it into the conference, they make noise, we don't care. Because that is how we can support. So I experimented something. Again, one of them got pregnant. And came to my office and said, the way I am feeling, I don't understand it. So I went out and said, okay, maybe, what does it feel like to be pregnant? And they explained, and I said, okay, all right, HR, let's have a policy that says, if you feel anyhow in the morning and you don't want to come to the office, don't come, don't bother, just send us an email. That's how you are filled for that money. All right. Then we pushed it further to say, when you've had the child, we understand that 6 months maternity, breastfeeding and all of that, can we have a 2 years long work from home? Where when you wake up. So I presented that to my board and they approved it. But before approval, let me tell you the joke. It was, what if within that 2 years they now give birth to another one? I said, oh, that's true. Let me rethink this policy. All right, maybe we put a clause that says XYZ, XYZ. And why have I cited that example? I don't know how to be a woman. No one taught me how a woman feels beyond I love you. Hey, you have a headache, I'm sorry. Sorry, have you used medications? Hey, do you want tea? So if we truly empower women, we must pay attention to the science. In fact, now I'm learning about menopause and leadership for women, where by the time you are getting to 47, 50, it could be tricky for you with menopause coming in and all of that. Again, the honest part there is, all of us, whether men, whether women, must be honest about these conversations. But beyond that, see how we can create systems that can help women have their agency. I'll tell you a final story. I have an aunt. 8 years ago, I've been saying, Auntie, please get an account. She will say, see, this bahala of getting an account is too much. 3 days ago, she called me and I said, have you gotten this? I said, don't worry. You see my number, just remove 0. All of the other number, that's my account number. See what the likes of, without mentioning brands, I've done to save my life. All because she has a mobile phone. There's an app somewhere that says, just take away your not there. She just says, take away the 0. Meaning, don't bother asking me for account number. Just take away the 0, and there you have my account number. Now, what does those two stories tell us? It's about how government think policies. There's a gender policy in this country, but what does it say about care economy? There's a financial inclusion policy in this country. What does it say about women in rural areas and the ease of being able to use technology and our banking industry?
Wow, I think he deserves a round of applause. In a gender conversation, you're the real he for she on this stage today. Absolutely, right? You know, when you were talking, it hit me. When you mentioned the care economy. The scenario you talked about, I'm in it right now. My nanny literally just upped and came to me on Friday night and she said, Ma, I don't think I feel to this work anymore. And I went, okay, you can't force them to stay, and life goes on. So coming here today, I'm thinking, what do I do with my son? School ended yesterday. So today he's home, and I have to be here. It was a thought process of running through 2 or 3 friends and family before I found, okay, I can drop him off here and pick him off later. So the idea of thinking through and trying to walk in the shoes of a woman is the only way you can truly understand the challenges and you can come up with innovative solutions. I mean, if you have 2 years work from home, I mean, post-COVID, where we mothers were sort of enjoying that. But the thought that goes into that is what more people need to be doing to be solving the gender problem. Because yes, we have a lot of problems. Networks like this, or events like this are fantastic for bringing people together. But in every conversation, the gender problem is real. So thank you so much for sharing that. That was really, really thought-provoking. Mommy, I'd like to come to you and talk about strategic partnerships a bit more. What strategic partnerships or capital structures could elevate more women into climate finance, innovation leadership, or green entrepreneurship across Africa?
All right, thank you. And I'll first of all come up with an example. Now, there's this partnership between McKinsey and the UK Aid, where I think it's called Manufacturing Africa. And what they're looking for are businesses that are investment ready. The UK Aid is providing foreign direct investment, and this is happening across several countries in Africa. Now, over the past, I think this has been running for about 2 years now. It's supposed to run up until 2006. They have been able to close several deals and create jobs, provide funding in grants of over $600 million. And McKinsey approached Wimbers saying, hey, while this is not specifically meant for women-led businesses, but we know that your network, you probably have women businesses that qualify for this kind of foreign direct investment. Can we work together and identify them, analyze them and check that they're investment ready, prefer certain solutions and explore how they can get access to this finance? Now, that is collaboration again and strategic partnership. Now, everybody has what they bring to the table. NNGO, I mean, Wimbys belongs to your network, the United Nations, as well as the African Union. We all have different parts of the solution that we bring to the table. Now, working in silos, we would get some traction, but not as far as we would want to. So coming up with such strategic partnerships where an African Union with the 2063 agenda and the programs and initiatives that they have in place, the framework, connect with consulting firms too that are able to analyze these businesses on how they can take advantage, connect with women network that are able to distill and break down whatever solution that is available to the reality of these women-led businesses would be kind of partnerships that we should try and explore. Thank you.
That's such a powerful example that you've given, and it just goes to show the amount of work that you're doing when organizations can literally, I think it was one of the panelists I know saying that your work will speak for you, and more opportunities will come your way. So we can really see how that does open the door for those kind of strategic partnerships. So thank you for sharing that. I'd like to come to you, Dr. Akinbajo, and look at what evidence or data is most urgent in convincing governments and donors to treat women's health access as a frontline climate and development priority.
Okay, thank you very much. When you look at data to present to convince government and donors, it's quite challenging because if you look at Nigerian government, our politicians' focus is more on infrastructure. And when you have that disruption of sexual and reproductive health service in emergencies, they focus more on cost of infrastructure rebuilding and doing that. So it becomes more critical for health systems, specialist people to be able to communicate and gain the attention of government and donors to prioritize women's health at that point in time. So we have a whole lot of data within the health sector, and that's where the challenge is. Knowing the data to present at this time that will speak the language and that will get the result that you want. There are three categories of such data. One is you want to look at the impact data. What is the impact of the emergency on disruption of SRH services? And if you can come up with such data to let them see that impact, the magnitude of the impact in that disruption, then you're likely to get their attention. In Sahel and in the Lake Chad Basin, we've had researches and we've had data to show that in times of crisis and emergency period, girls are likely to drop out of school. So we have that data showing that. We have that data also showing that when they drop out of school, they're likely to get married early. We have that data also to show that we have more gender-based violence at that point in time. You have more incidents. So these are data that you show. Then unfortunately you have more women dying as a result of not having access to childbirth in the course of delivery when they are giving birth and when they are delivering another life. Another category of data you want to look at and to convince government is data that shows their cost of inaction. That is their failure to act, failure to respond. And you must convert that to money, because that's what government understands and that's what they want to see. And so WHO and Guttmacher have estimated that for every $1 that you put in making modern contraceptives available to women, you are having a cost savings of $3 on maternal and neonatal health. So you should be able to present that data and show, the cost of having those commodities there for women, and for women having sickles, for women having cesarean section, for children having this. So you put that up and let them see that data, and you let them know you reduce this by just spending this. That is going to resonate well with them. Then the third category of data is data that shows the co-benefits of women's health and sustainable development. You must be able to link that when you prioritize women's health, there are going to engage in economy. They are there, they are working. I love what he said the other time. And something is just coming to me. Has anybody thought about menopausal leave? We talk about maternity leave. Are we thinking about menopausal leave? Menopausal leave does not have to be a leave that you take at a goal, but it can be staggered. You wake up in the morning and the way you feel like, and I don't feel like going to work today, you are able to press that and work from home and do that. You know, so they are still able, because they are at home does not mean they are not contributing to the economy and to the capital development. They are still able to contribute to that capital development, contribute to what the government is doing, empower children, educate children. And of course, you can't leave women out of climate response. You cannot, because most of the activities they do or they engage in at home that benefits you and I, cooking, the source of energy and all those things, they are the ones to lead their community in these climate adaptation ways. So when you are able to present this data, show this evidence, and you link it directly, then I think you should be able to get the attention of the government. At UNFPA, we're supporting the government to, in terms of data, we do to support to get disaggregated data. People don't know we work with sensors and we're trying to push that. And even at the national level, make sure that the data that we have within the country can really, they are accurate, they are reliable, and they are truly reflective of what the situation is. And that doesn't change in times of crisis as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, a round of applause. Data absolutely does not lie. You can argue on feelings, you can argue on thoughts, but when your storytelling and your insights come from rich data, you not necessarily guarantee success, but you certainly give yourself a fighting chance to get the results that you're looking for. We've really set the scene for this final question for you, Imi. How do we get ecosystem players to not only be part of the conversation? I mean, events like this are fantastic. We bring all the stakeholders together. We have conversations. But in view of bold actions, right? How do we move past the conversation to get to taking action of creating impact and truly empowering women?
All right, thank you. Honestly, I think we've seen the statistics flying everywhere. Africa has the highest number of women entrepreneurs. Nigeria, Ghana, Uganda. The statistics keep coming year in, year out. The same statistics indicate that when we come to the parameters of the revenue of the businesses and the income of the women, the tables change. The top are Americans, the UK, they always change. And I think it's about time we pay attention to the data. Women are starting businesses out of necessity, and there are so many. They are starting businesses because probably after maternity leave, they haven't been able to go back to work, because they need to pay fees for their children, because they need to survive. Now today, Persona Mary will handle bags. Tomorrow, she will handle shoes. The next week, she will realize, makeup. She will do makeup. She's basically trying to do something that works. Now, when Mary Persona wants a loan from Sterling Bank, she will not be able to get the loan because her business is informal. How do we support Mary to set up a stable, formal business? It's quite unfortunate that most players do not want to participate in the investment readiness journey of women businesses. They all want the cream. They all want the businesses that are formal, the ones that are doing well. Who is supporting the business of the woman who is informal? I think that is a question that I keep mentioning in the room. If we ignore the informal businesses, we shall not have the formal businesses. We shall sit here and have these conversations all the time, but we need to do action. If we say, let's take off How can we support women entrepreneurs to get loans? Let's take off collateral in banks. It has worked in India. It can work in Nigeria, right? How many women have collateral in their names? How many women have land titles in their names or logbooks in their names? There are very few. So if a woman entrepreneur comes to a bank and you ask for collateral, you're already limiting her. So for me, I believe that ecosystem, we need to come together to co-create what needs to work. Let's get the banks on board to act so that to support the woman. Let's get the government to be part of the conversation. Let's get the institutions to commit to funds to support women entrepreneurs. Let's get the government to support enterprise support organizations. You know, after the USAID issue, many enterprise support organizations are struggling. Many of them have shut down. Now, these ESOs are the ones that support the women businesses and entrepreneurs. If they've shut down, who is supporting the women entrepreneurs? That's the conversation we need to have, all of us, on the table. So we need to go beyond the conferences. We need to act. We need to hold each other accountable. I loved it yesterday that there was a venture fund giving out ticket sizes to the businesses. That's where we need to go. We need to hold each other accountable. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You've articulated some really big challenges that women face and highlighting, you know, we've talked about gender smart solutions, we've talked about the kind of strategies that we can put in place. But even in the face of all of these conversations, you've hit a really big problem on the head, and it calls for more innovation in that area of gender financing. It's been such a rich conversation so far. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope that you're itching to ask questions, because we're about to turn to you to take our questions. I already see one hand up here in the middle. I see another lady over there. That makes two. So let's start, if we can get the mics over there. That makes three. Awesome, great. So we'll take the first lady in the middle and start from there. Let's know who you are, your organization, and who your question is directed at.
I am Joy London from the Freedom Empowerment Foundation. We're a resident in Delta State. I want to thank Sterling One Foundation for this platform, and thank you to the panel. It's been a good time. I work with women all the time. I'm talking to them every day of my life. I am involved in their challenges. I watch them marry at 15. I watch them get pregnant by 13, 14 because their family is poor. And where I am from, I watch women tell their 16-year-old daughter to support the family. A girl you've not trained to school, you've not empowered with any skill or vocation, but she's already struggling to feed the home. I watch young girls come home with expensive phones and their parents do nothing about it. So the issues concerning women raised from health to finance, it's very big. But there is a perspective I have been working on it from, and I wanted to be sure that we have organizations looking at this. I have been pushing the agenda for capacity building. The average woman in Nigeria lacks confidence. She doesn't believe in herself. She's even afraid to dream. The average woman in Nigeria does not have the support. She's surrounded with people that when she tells them the beautiful things she believes she can build, they'll tell her, forget about it. You won't be able to achieve that. And with the work we've been doing in Delta State, very precisely, we gather women, we teach them about self-confidence, we teach them about self-awareness, we show them that you can be everything you want to if you put your mind to it. We teach them business, because if we give the women money and we do not teach them budgeting, marketing, accounts, you give them money, 5 months later when you go, they'll use it to feed their children and they amount to nothing at the end of the day. So, I am proposing, and I want to know that, and also a question, are we really looking at capacity building? Women need a lot of mental and emotional support. Are we looking at building communities? Because really, this is the only way we can scale very well. If we teach them confidence, if we teach them how to fish, if we teach them that they can be and they can do, by themselves, women are resilient enough to come through with or without the support of government organizations, and those will be just the icing on the cake. Thank you very much.
I didn't get the name, but you're pretty. When it comes to mindset, it can either limit you or get you to limits that beyond your dreams. So I completely understand and relate with the fact that, and it's not just about feelings this time around. Research has shown that there are so many potentials that are not fulfilled, not even because they do not have those potentials, but simply because there's this lack of low self-esteem, self-confidence, and no drive to move out there. Now, it's not a one-off journey. It's not something that you can say, sit down in a classroom and let's build your confidence. It's ongoing. And that's why networks like WIMBIZ exist. Like I mentioned earlier, our mission is to inspire and empower women to attain leadership positions. Now, belonging to a network of women that are in different aspects of their journey, whether you're an entrepreneur at your startup, medium scale, or you're already a large scale business, or you're a corporate woman, entry level, mid-level, or a senior executive, as again, being in that gathering of women that are forces doing things in different strides goes a long way in building your self-esteem. So that definitely is one word that I'd like to put out there. But of course, there are different programs too that you can embark on, and not necessarily just through WIMBIZ. When you asked that, are these things that we're exploring? Yes. There's the WIMBOD program that I mentioned earlier. There's the Entrepreneurship Masterclass. There's the mentoring program too that will sort of handhold you and not make you go through reinventing the wheel to get things done. So definitely, it's an angle that there should be more focus on, especially on the mindset bits that you talked about and self-confidence. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for answering that question. I just want to provide, it's likely when you are working within a space, you feel I'm the only one doing this. It's heavy on me, but let me tell you, there are a lot of organizations working within that space. And what you have described is just gender social norms. And it's not something it's not like malaria. You do this today and you get well tomorrow. It's going to take a while. We work within that space. UNFPA work within that space, promote gender equality, and try to change those social norms over time. But it's not something that will happen immediately. And so we have organizations, we have people here, government, even within the government, Ministry of Human Affairs, they are doing a lot. So we may not be doing enough, but are we working within that space? Yes. The government is working within that space. Partners are working within that space to change the social norms, to address some of these social norms and make you see that women should be given equal opportunity like men. Thank you.
Yes, I think mine will be a different approach, and to say that if you're a man or woman in this room and you know you have confidence, let's transfer confidence. And I'll tell you why. So where I worship every Sunday, I have children who walk up to me and tell me how they feel. But they tell me how their fathers and their mothers, through whatever they are saying to them, is killing their confidence. In the 21 years of being in this profession, I have never used the word, "Do you know who I am?" But to strengthen that young girl's confidence, I had to say, now go back to your school, look that teacher in the face, and say XYZ. And she was like, I said, "Do you know who I am?" He said, "Yeah, I know who you are." I said, "Then go and do it." Because at that point for me, it was a no-no for that teacher. Would the parents like it? That's why you must at some point start training children to have that kilema shefumi. attitude. Some of us agree on the street, so we understand when to activate chauffeur no me attitude. Because otherwise, where do that confidence? You have to be someone that will say, no, I'm not going that way. I am going this way. And everybody goes that way. You go that way, you bear the consequence, and you learn the lesson. So if you are a man of confidence or a woman of confidence, when you see a small child, I mean, there's one prayer I pray for small children. I say, you will be greater than me. And when I say it in my language, they look, I say, yeah, you'll be greater than me. Because what's the essence of you not being greater than me? We must transfer confidence, because I noticed that as well. If you have a daughter, go and check today. Especially when they are preparing for school in the morning. You have not done this. That's how you be doing. Hey, it's fine, no. Sorry, I'm not crucifying, no. I'm just, honesty is what I'm doing, no. But it has an impact on the psychology. I'm not saying don't discipline, no. But you see some of the things, you are too slow. Is that how you are slow with your mates? Is that thing kills confidence. Again, I'm not a third generation father. I'm not a fourth generation father. I'm just a father and a parent. But I know the damaging effect from what the children told me, that my mother would tell me I am worthless. And that keeps ringing in my head. And I went to the mother and said, is your child worthless? She said, no, he's not worthless. Then I kept quiet.
I think the 80s children in the room can relate. The people that grew up in the you are seen but not heard generation. The current generation don't have those problems. So I think we're fixing that confidence problem a little bit at a time, but it is very important, and intentional parenting is absolutely great. Can we take the next question, please?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to say a very big thank you to those that planned this program. My name is Musumola Dosumu. I'm a pharmacist, and I'm the founder of Menopause Support Initiative. And I'd like to give it up to the he for she champion. And it's so funny. We keep encouraging women to keep going and moving. But at a particular stage in a woman's life, our productivity level drops. Nobody wants to talk about it. The federal government is not looking in that direction. I remember when I was growing up, my mother never told me about menopause. We don't talk about it. There's a funny silence about it. At 42, my body system started changing, and I used to beat my children. My 9-year-old son was the one that got up and told me, Mom, you need help. And for 2 years, another time I had 5 branches of pharmacy, and I lost everything. I had depression, I had brain fog. For 2 years, I was living, but I was dead. There are over 64 signs and symptoms of menopause. When you go to the hospitals, doctors cannot identify it. And you have women going from one place to another. And at that stage, productivity level starts to drop. So I started this organization, Menopause Support Initiative. Every minute, you see women, even men, are joining the group. Today, we have more than 8,000 women on that WhatsApp group, over 100,000 followers. I've written a book, and on October happens to be World Menopause Day. We are doing a 10-kilometer walk in Lagos and extending it to 5 other states. Our champion would like to partner with you. And to Dr. Akibajo, is there any organization that supports menopause in Nigeria, apart from us?
All right, thank you very much. And we give it to the he for she. We are he for she, so we are co-opting him. All right, so there are organizations that support, and they are generally working towards women's health. It's just that menopause has been like a blind area that we've not really looked at. For us, we focus on reproductive health, and we know that menopause is also a component of reproductive health, and we are actually actively invading that space. So it will be good for you to partner with us, work with us, and in areas where we work, and there are also government is also pushing the agenda. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dukbe Oshomo, Base Network Limited. So I have a very simple question. I don't have a company that needs a collaboration. I don't have an angle. But I totally can identify with the lady, the lady coordinating, and the experiences I had growing up as a young executive in the bank. And I wanted to find out from Mr. He to she and everyone else on the panel, do you have any kind of like a group, like an advocacy group where you have different people coming together to have a conversation about the kind of policies that and laws that can be enacted so that these issues can be addressed in the workplace? For example, when you're in the workplace as a woman, you have to work 10 times as hard. And then when you are sick, or you have dysmenorrhea, or you have small children that are sick, you don't want to ask for time off, because when it's time for promotion, you know those things are going to work against you. Is there any kind of conversation that is going on to protect? I mean, I'm out of that space now, but the ones that are coming up to protect them from this, I know you know what I'm talking about.
Okay, so at Wimbes, we have what we call gender audit. And we do this by engaging corporate organizations. Now, the most recent one, we engaged law firms. Now, for these law firms, we had advocacy visits to their office. We have a simple questionnaire that has been prepared to understand where they are in their gender journey. Now, this speaks to where you are in terms of female representation across your organization, as well as in leadership positions. We have other questions like, what are your maternity leave policies? What kind of enabling environment do you create for these women to thrive? When it comes to their performance appraisals, do you have it prorated for a woman that goes on maternity leave for 4 months, for instance? Do you base her performance for the 8 months in which she was active? Do you have a lactation room in the office? Do you have crèche services or crèche credit for these women? And what other mentorship program do you even have for them to let them know, just like she mentioned about someone not ever speaking to her about menopause? What are the kind of conversations that you allow to happen in the workplace and you foster that? Now, what that does, I mean, for some law firms, they are doing very well, and we're going to make the report public. For every organization that we engage, we make it public to, thank you, to showcase, first of all, best practices and how it's impacting the workplace and how it's also helping these women thrive in the workplace without feeling sidelined, as the case may be. So making the reports public will showcase best practices so that other firms too can adopt what is going well, and as well as assess themselves on what they need to improve on. Thank you.
I need to ask, on a policy level.
Also for policy, I mean, it's all inclusive. I just didn't mention that as part of the survey question that is engaged. We sensitize them on global practices. First of all, what should this be? And the policies that they should have in place. Maternity leave, for instance, is it fully paid? And how often is it? Do they have enough time to bond with mother and child? We were talking earlier too about emotional wellness. If the mother is bothered about something at home, believe me, you cannot get the best of her in that place. So these policies in place, even policies when it comes to recruitment. Do you have gender sensitivity when you're recruiting into your organization and firm? So policies, so even after showcasing these reports, there are recommendations that are given, which policy guidelines are also included. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Let's applaud her. I mean, I just want to say this. If nobody looks after women, and we're advocating that we want to look after women, And we just must do that. But if nobody looks after women, you should look after yourself. And women are doing that. But one way that will help you to do that is contraceptives. Contraceptives builds confidence, gives you confidence, allows you to be able to space, not going back and asking for maternity leave and doing this and doing that. And you have that, and you can actually plan when, how many. And so it's the first empowerment I think a woman needs to embrace for herself, and why we are pushing and advocating for other support for other people to speak for women. Thank you.
So we'll take our final comments from you, ABC.
Okay, I think for me, I'm not sure whether I'm a he for she. I like it, but I'm not sure. But the honest truth is to say, if we truly want a better society, then whether you are a man or woman, you must pay attention to how we deal with each other. That's one. The second bit is the policies. It's at the implementation. Right? When two of my staff got pregnant, two in a unit got pregnant, I didn't do gender-based budgeting because I didn't know anything about that. So two got pregnant, went on maternity leave at the same time. I filled that role myself. So then I was saying to someone that I'm not sure I will ever recruit a woman again. So in your recruitment, by the time recruitment, am I just a woman? They will go now for prayer and I will be. But how do I consciously say to myself, no? Do we have a policy that supports them to do the work? So the policies, the checkboxes, honestly, I love them, they are fine. But maybe take it further and ask the staff, what does implementation look like? Here's my awakening. Whether we like it or not, we need population to grow the economy. If we are not supporting women to have agency, I like what is happening now. You see our boys that are coming up, girls go show them. So if you now don't train your boy to understand that the chances that your wife would be richer than you, knows how to do better things than you, it's already too late. So.
I think that is a fantastic note on which to end this completely excellent conversation. I told you I was biased at the beginning. I think I proved that my bias was right? I mean, we can't stop talking about gender issues, but as we were charged earlier, we need to go beyond the conversations and really put these actions into practice so that we can truly improve the lives of African women. I want to thank my panelists. I want to thank you, our audience, for being engaging. And that brings us to the end of this panel. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Awesome panel. Yes, pictures, please. Pictures. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. I love my people. They're leaving for lunch already. I didn't even have to announce it. They're gone. They are streaking for the... Please, lunch is ready. 30 minutes. We're going to have a panel on climate finance. So if you are involved in climate advocacy and you want to know how to get money for your endeavors, you want to pay attention to the next panel. So we'll break for lunch and we'll be back in 30 minutes. Yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, there's also a bold action panel on education. So that's also going to be taking place after lunch. So we've got one panel on education and another on climate. So you definitely want to attend those after lunch is over. In 30 minutes.
Yeah, 1, 2, hello. Yeah, 1, 2.
inspiring, educational, and impactful. Those are the words to describe this second day. And you, yes, you, catalysts of change. As you enjoy your meal, please remember to share your experiences here today with using the hashtag ASIS2025. And ladies and gentlemen, we have 10 minutes for the second half of our summit.
Inspirant, éducative et impactant. Voilà les mots qui décrivent cette deuxième journée. Et vous, oui, vous, catalyseur de changement, pendant votre repas, n'oubliez pas de partager vos expériences avec le monde entier grâce au hashtag ASIS 2025. Et n'oubliez pas que nous avons 10 minutes pour rentrer dans le hall.
On my way to see my friends, she lived a couple blocks away from me. As I walked through the subway, must have been about 3:15. In front of me stood a beautiful honey with a beautiful body. She asked me for the time. I said the cost of her name, 6-digit number, and a date with me tomorrow at 9. Did she decline? No. Didn't she mind? I don't think so. Was it for real? Damn sure. What was the deal? A pretty girl is 24. So is she keen? She couldn't wait. Cinnamon queen, let me update. What did she say? She said she loved to rendezvous. She asked me what we were gonna do. Some stuff with a bottle of Moet for Monday. Took her for a drink on Tuesday. We were making love by Wednesday. And on Thursday and Friday and Saturday we chilled on Sunday. I met this guy on Monday. Took her for a drink on Tuesday. We were making love by Wednesday. And on Thursday and Friday and Saturday we chilled on Sunday. Now was time, cause I be getting mine. And she was looking fine. Smooth talker, she told me she loved to unfold me all night long. Ooh, I love the way she kicked it. From the front to the back she flipped it. And yeah, hope that you care. Cause I'm a man who'll always be there. I'm not a man to play around, baby. Cause the one I stand isn't really fair. From the first impression, girl, you don't seem to be like that. Cause there's no need to check, for there'll be plenty time for that. From the subway to my home, endless ringing off my phone. When you're feeling all alone, all you gotta do is just call me. Monday, took her for a drink on Tuesday. We were making love by Wednesday. And on Thursday and Friday.
Ladies and gentlemen, we hope you've enjoyed your lunch. It's now time for us to begin the second half of the final day of the Africa Social Summit.
Messieurs et mesdames, nous croyons que vous êtes bien amusés avec le repas. Il est l'heure pour rentrer dans le hall encore pour le deuxième half.
I don't believe you wanna leave like this. I don't believe I just had my last real kiss. I do believe we'll laugh and reminisce. Wait a minute, don't bounce, baby. Let's talk about this, man.
Well, I'm bouncing and I'm out, son. I gotta leave you alone. Cause I'm good, holding down the spot, and I'm good. Repping the girls on the block, and I'm good. I got this thing on lock, so without me, you'll be fine, right? All my pride is all I have.
Pride is what you had, baby girl. I'm what you have.
You'll be needing me, but too bad.
Be easy, don't make decisions when you're mad.
The path you chose to run alone.
I know you're independent, you can make it on your own.
Here with me, you had a home.
When time is of the essence, why spend it alone, huh?
The nights I waited up for you.
Oh boy.
Promises you made about coming through. So much time you wasted. That's why you had to replace you.
It makes a cat nervous, the thought of settling down. Especially me, I was creeping all over town. Thought my tender touch could lock you down. I knew I had you, as cocky as it sounds. The way you used to giggle right before I put it down. It's better when you angry, come in, I'll prove it now. Come in.
Stop playing, you gaming. I gotta leave you alone. Cause I'm good, holding down my spot, and I'm good. Repping the girls on the block, and I'm good. I got this thing on lock, so without me you'll be fine, right? All my pride is all I have.
Pride is what you had, baby girl, I'm what you have.
You'll be needing me, but too bad.
Be easy, don't make decisions when you're mad.
The path you chose to run alone.
I know you're independent, you can make it on your own.
Here with me,
Even come hold me, I promise I'm not a phony. Don't bounce, baby, console me. Come here.
Ain't nothing you can say to me that can change my mind. I gotta let you go now, and nothing will ever be the same. So just be on your way. Go ahead and do your thing now. And there's no more to explain to me. No, I know you came on the feeling what you do. So I'm bouncing and I'm bouncing. I gotta leave you alone. Yeah, yeah. My pride is all I have.
Pride is what you had, baby girl. I'm what you had.
You'll be needing me, but too bad.
Be easy, don't make
Turn
decisions.
your lights down. Heck, you chose to run alone.
I know you're independent, you can make it on your own.
Here with me, and before
When time is of the essence, why spend it alone?
Oh, let your moon come shining into our life again. Ooh, it's been a long, long time. I get this message for you, girl. But it seemed I was never on time. Still I wanna get through to you, girl. On time, on time. I want to give you some love. I want to give you some good, good loving. Oh, yeah, I want to give you some good, good loving.
turn your lights down low. Never try to resist. Oh no. Oh, let your love come shining in into our lives again. Saying, ooh, I love you. And I want you to know right now. Ooh, I love you. And I want you to know right now that
DJ Tyrese.
Baby, it's kinda funny how you make me feel. I've been with your friends for about 5 years. I never thought that I would change my decision. I wanna kiss you and hold your hand with your
say. If you're down with the click, you say.
I don't mind when my homies on the chit chat, but when it's time to, then I'll get back. See, I am what I am when I jam. Mr. Beat Slam, I'll make you say. And if you're not down with my clip, then you just didn't wanna stick. And if you're down with Leah, I'm glad you feel the same. Boy, it feels good to know you're in my club.
To all the ladies in the place with style and grace, allow me to lace these lyrical douches in your bushes. Who rock grooves and make moves with all the mommies. The back of the club, sipping Moet is where you find me. The back of the club, macking holes, my crew's behind me. Mad question asking, blunt passing, music lasting. But I just can't quit because one of these honeys Biggie got to creep with, sleep with, keep the ep a secret. Why not? Why blow up my spot? Cause we both got hot. Now check it. I got more Mac than Craig and in the bed. Believe me, sweetie, I got enough to feed the needy. No need to be greedy. I got mad friends with Benzes, see notes by the layers. True fucking players. Jump in the Rover and come over. Tell your friends jump in the GS3. I got the chronic by the tree. Throw your hands in the air if you's a true player. To the honeys getting money, playing niggas like dummies. You got a gun up in your waist, please don't shoot up the place. Cause I see some ladies tonight that should be having my baby. Straight up, honey, really, I'm asking. Most of these niggas think they be macking, but they be acting. Who they attracting with that line? What's your name? What's your sign? Soon as he buy that wine, I just creep up from behind and ask you what your interests are. Who you be with? Things that make you smile. What numbers to dial? You gon' be here for a while. I'm gon' call my crew. You gon' call your crew. We can rendezvous at the bar around 2. Plans to leave, throw the keys to little C's. Pull the truck up front and roll up the next blunt so we can steam on the way to the telly. Gon' fill my belly. A T-bone steak, cheese, eggs, and Welch's grape. Conversate for a few, cause in a few we gon' do what we came to do. Ain't that right, boo? Forget the telly, we just go to the crib and watch a movie in the jacuzzi. Smoke L's while you do me. I love it when you call me Big Papa. Throw your hands in the air if you's a true player. I love it when you call me Big Papa. To the honeys getting money, playing niggas like dummies. I love it when you call me Big Papa. You got a gun up in your waist, please don't shoot up the place. Cause I see some ladies tonight that should be having my baby.
How you living, Biggie Small?
In mansion and Benz is giving ends to my friends and it feels stupendous. Tremendous cream, fuck $1 and a dream. Still tote gat strapped with infrared beams. Chopping O's, smoking line optimals, money holes and clothes, all a nigga knows. A foolish pleasure, whatever. I had to find the buried treasure, so grams I had to measure. However, living better now, coochie sweater now. Drop top BMs, I'm the man, girlfriend.
Honey, check it. Tell your friends to get with my friends. And we could be friends. Shit, we could do this every weekend. That's right. Alright? Is that alright with you? Yeah. Keep banging.
I love it when you call me Big Papa. Throw your hands in the air if you's a true player. I love it when you call me Big Papa. So your homies getting money, playing niggas like the
It's lonely in this business. Need a homie who's the realest. Someone who wants to find out all that I have to give. Who can bring me what is missing? When I talk, she wanna listen. Sitting patient, steady waiting for the day when I can't face it. The one that can love me for who I am and so much more. Is it you my bond? Say that I found the one. I ain't gonna rest till I know for sure. So baby, please believe me when I tell you that I need a girl. So come on, pretty lady, won't you holler back? I need a girl. I'ma tell you what I need. I need a girl that's gonna be my favorite. So if you love me, say I'm your favorite. So fine, I go, that's my favorite. So if you need me, say you're my favorite. I'm a good man who ain't got a lot to ask, just looking for something I can build on. I'm a young man with a whole lot of cash, just looking for a lady I can spend on. So all the young ladies in every little city, with it when I come to your town. Let me know that you sit patient, steady waiting for the day when I can't face it. The one that can love me for who I am and so much more. Is it true? You my bond. I found the one. I ain't gonna rest till I know for sure. So baby, please believe me when I tell you that I need a girl. So come on, pretty lady, won't you holler back? I need a girl. I need a girl that's gonna be my baby. So if you let me say I'm your baby, so fine I go, that's my baby. So if you need me say you're my baby, you could be my everything. Oh, you mean so much to me, and I don't even know your name, but I know that I'm your man, man. You are my girl, girl. If I ever meet you, I'ma give you the world. Oh, baby, please believe me when I tell you that I need a girl. So come on, pretty lady, won't you holler back? I need a girl. I need a girl that's gonna be my baby. So if you let me say I'm your baby, so that's my baby. So if you let me say you're my girl, you're my angel, you're my darling angel, closer than my peeps you are to me, baby. Shorty, you're my angel, you're my darling angel. Girl, you're my friend when I'm in need, lady.
Life is one big party when you're still young, but who's gonna have your back when it's all done? It's all good when you live for your pure fun. Can't be a fool, son, what about the long run? Looking back, shorty, always a mention. Say me not giving her much attention. She was there through my incarceration. I wanna show the nation my appreciation.
Girl, you're my angel, you're my darling angel, closer than my peeps you are to me, baby. Shorty, you're my angel, you're my darling angel. Girl, you're my friend when I'm in need, lady.
You're a queen and that's how you should be treated.
All right, ladies and gents, we are getting ready to have our panel on climate finance, and also in the Orchid Ballroom, a bold action panel on education. So if you can join us in the main hall, and also if you want to check out the education discussion, you can head to the Orchid Ballroom. Begin any moment. Also want our respective panelists to gather in the main hall for the climate finance discussion. Thanks.
You must be sent from up above,
and you appear to me so tender. Say, girl, I surrender.
Thanks for giving me your love.
Girl, in spite of my behavior, you are my savior.
You must be sent from up above,
and you appear to me so tender. Well, girl, I surrender.
So thanks for giving me your love.
All life is one big party when you're still young, and who's gonna have your back when it's all done? It's all good when you live for your pure fun. Can't be a fool, son, what about the long run? Looking back, shorty, always a mention. Say me not giving her much attention. She was there through my incarceration. I wanna show the nation my appreciation.
Girl, you're my angel, you're my darling angel, closer than my peeps you are to me, baby. Shorty, you're my angel, you're my darling angel. Girl, you're my friend when I'm in need, lady. You're my darling angel, closer than my peeps you are to me.
never deceive me and never do what you're supposed to do. No need to hold me cool, cause I'm over you. What goes around comes around. What goes up must come down. Now who's crying, deserving to come back to me? What goes around comes around. What goes up must come down. Gotta stop trying to come back to me. What goes around comes around. What goes up must come down. It's called karma, baby, and it goes around. What goes around comes around. What goes up must come down. Now who's crying, deserving to come back to me? Shabba, Mr. Loverman. Shabba, Mr. Loverman. Shabba, Mr. Loverman.
I know a girl with a loving and looking for your buck up on the right one. Oh, loving and hunting for your buck up on the right one. With a loving and looking for your buck up on the right one. Oh, loving and hunting for your buck up on the right one. A woman take a trip, she coming from England to satisfy her soul and also she wants a man. Oops, it's about run, she buck up fast. I can make you explode just like a bomb. Every hour, every minute, and every second them call me Miss a Lover, man, them call me Miss a Lover.
I'm not gonna take it easy. You won't get away tonight. The vibe that's flowing through me makes me feel alright. You can say you're full of action. Now it's a chance to show me emotion. I've waited so long. You better come on strong, Mr. Loverman. Thrill me with it, Mr. Loverman. Mr. Loverman. I can't wait.
Waiting for what? You got the inner you might become. Tell me with it. I'm going to lay down and make you tell me with it. Because really that is my favorite habit. And when me lay down, you know me not run from it. They call me Miss a Lover, man, they call me Miss a Lover. Miss a Lover, man, they call me Miss a Lover. They call me Miss a Lover, man, they call me Miss a Lover. A woman take a trip, she coming from England to satisfy her soul and also she wants a man. Boom, it's a man ranking you buck up front. I'm going to make you explode just like a bomb. Every hour, every minute, and every second them call me Miss a Lover, man, they call me Miss a Lover.
Champion lover, I know he's up tonight. No, champion lover, I wanna make you feel alright. Whoa, champion lover, I know he's up tonight. Mr. Loverman, would you never know your mind?
All is a loving you want and a loving you want again. You never say experience this a love yet. And this a love and make you walk up backward. And in this a love you not gonna live on first. As I love you from your toe, come straight to you. Them call me Miss a Lover, man, they call me Miss a Lover. Miss a Lover, man, they call me Miss a Lover. I go and tell you when they call me Miss a Lover, man. It's when me love the girls them depending on. Caroline said they like to one another, man, they call me Miss a Lover, man, they call me Miss a Lover.
Mr. Loverman, give me with it, Mr. I'm
This right here is the 16-year-old phenom, Chris Bruce. Me, myself, I'm the 23-year-old CEO. Young Carter, harder than the motherboards. I ain't even frontin', baby. I could take a summer off. I could break a woman off. I could take the stomach off one of my trucks. Now I'm riding in the goods. Line it on up, guarantee you get served. Lil' Chris said running, so I run into her. I'm that cash money young and Birdman Jr. Just a president looking for a mind of curve.
The young boy just turned 16 and I got 6 foes and hot bikes that I rock. Keep 3 or 4 sweeties on my clock, but all that's swinging in that bikini just making business. Slow all the traffic down to a complete stop, cause you speak in that slang that I talk. That sassy tempo with that walk, maybe the reason that all these teens may never see me. Mama, you may be 3 years older, but you hot. Give me that. You be talking like you like what I got. Give me that. I know you like it how I lead in the lack. You could be in the back saying give me, give me, give me. Mama, you may be 3 years older, but you hot. Give me that. You be talking like you like what I got. Give me that. I know you like it how I lead in the lack. You could be in the back saying give me, give me, give me. Take a break, let me explain to you what your body got a young boy ready to do. If you take a chance and let me put them things on you, I can show you why I make them straight A's in school. I'm a hustler, just my frame and age got you thinking that I'm just too young to turn your page. I can picture us switching lanes in the coupe with you on the phone screaming my name. Mama, you may be 3 years older, but you hot. Give me that. You be talking like you like what I got. Give me that. I know you like it how I lead in the lack. You could be in the back saying give me, give me, give me. Mama, you may be 3 years older, but you hot. Give me that. You be talking like you like what I got. Give me that. I know you like it how I lead in the lack. You could be in the back saying give me, give me, give me. Yeah, girl, you're serious and I've been watching you. Already. Baby, what it do? I'm tryna holler at ya. I ain't upset, but I'll blind you if I smile at ya. You're rockin' with young Chris and the best rapper. So leave your phone, bring your friends, let the rest happen. Lil Patron, Lil Hen, I'm on Cavalli vodka. I'm in Cavalli jeans, got on Cavalli boxes. I'm fresher than a newborn. And I can work you out like a futon. And you can leave your birthday suit on. I'ma leave my boots on. I'ma leave my jewels on. Never know what you want. I'ma leave that too long. Never know who home. I learned that from a Biggie song. On to a new one. Some like a red bone. Ooh, I think she like me. She got me on a ringtone. And I told her, get your girl. And don't you stop. Now give me that funk, that gushy stuff.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we make our way back to our seats. We're about to begin our conversation on the all-important climate finance. And if you are in that space and you want to get financing, it's pretty important that you are in this session. There's also, of course, the bold action session on education that's taking place in the Orchid Ballroom. So let's begin by calling up our panelists one after the other. We're going to start with Ojuolakwe Kolawole, who is the technical advisor on AU projects at GIZ. You're very welcome. Thank you so much for being with us. Thank you, thank you. Also, Mr. Kola Masha, who is the Managing Director at Babangona. You're also welcome. Thank you. And Dr. Olushola Obikanye, who is the Group Head, Agri Finance and Solid Minerals Group at Sterling Bank Limited. You're welcome, sir. And Mr. Ibrahim Sheleng, who is the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Climate Finance and Stakeholder Engagement. and Bountiful Atako, who is an agripreneur, agri-tech advocate, and youth mentor. Please join us as well, Bountiful. All right. And let's also have our moderator that will be taking us through this conversation, Mr. Bankole Oloruntoba, who is the CEO at the NCIC. You're very welcome.
All right, thanks. All right. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. To my panelists, good afternoon. One more person? Who's that? Apologies, please. Permit me to welcome Lolade from DBN. Lolade Ogbade, please. Senior Vice President on Sustainability. Apologies for that. The jittery of the end of session. All right, so we've spent a couple of times having lunch, and usually someone jokingly said this is the graveyard shift, but let's make it fun as much as possible. Please, if you're sitting at the back, kind of shift forward a little bit more so that we can have a better engagement. Our conversation this afternoon is centered around climate finance and food security. Within the context of the multiple gaps that we'll find within our food security value chain, and the need to look at climate innovative models to sustain the growth and the scale of food security in Nigeria and also in Africa. Our panel today is going to help us discuss around certain kinds of models and the types of examples that we think can help us as a country, as a continent, to sustain and to scale food security, leveraging on climate innovations and other types of climate interventions, particularly around finance. Everyone you've seen here has done something fantastic. I mean, they are driving a lot of programs and activities. And so, permit me to start first with Mr. Masha Kola. Babanguna has been a resounding success in the last decade or 2 decades. How do you see climate finance play in the sustenance and possibly the growth of the next stage for Babanguna?
I hope you can hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. So fundamentally, the reality is that we have seen a tremendous impact due to climate change, particularly around what you see in terms of the being able. I remember we used to be able to set our watch by when the rains would come, and now you might have to wait a couple extra weeks.
Use the microphone closer.
So fundamentally, I think it's important that climate finance is able to support smallholder farmers who unfortunately are going to be the ones who are bearing the significant brunt to be able to weather through that. And I'm pleased to see, I think at the last major climate conferences and so on and so forth, there's been a lot of focus and energy on that. And so we're going to start to see more and more of that. I think at the end of the day, the truth of the matter is that most capital in climate finance has gone towards mitigation. We need to see more and more move towards adaptation. Because I think to a certain degree, I think adaptation has really seen somewhat of a lip service. But I think I'm confident that we'll see more capital coming to that space.
All right, thank you so much. Dr. Shola, SMEs try not to collect money for some very weird reasons, and particularly within the agri space, So again, help us understand how Sterling has been able to breach that gap, and how do you think more farm SMEs or agri SMEs can get more money?
Thank you very much. For us in Sterling, we are committed to funding the agricultural sector from the value chain approach. That will mean that we are not segment specific, but we try to intervene in a segment that we know will ultimately have the ripple effect on the others. We do not shy away from primary production, and we also do not put in preference for probably the large corporates and all. But what we've done a little differently is to drive what we are committed to, and in this case, the Sustainable Environmental Management System, to which we are signatories, and of course, Climate Smart Agriculture Finance. So we are building a system around climate smart agriculture to drive primary production, to drive processing, to drive farm machinery and equipment, as well as storage facilities right down to commodities trade. And we do this by ensuring that we drive 5 pillars. First will be capital structuring, and that is where the question comes in, SMEs and all, from smallholders right up to the big tickets. We have the right kind of capital structure for them. We also leverage technology to ensure that financial inclusion is driven as well as trade. If you get that, that is market access. Then, of course, insurance is very important here. You also will have to speak with, to data. Data is a very, very important aspect of our lives. And then capacity building in the final analysis. So Sterling has all of this covered because we believe that these factors will drive sustainability, not just between the various segments of the value chain, but within the various scales of operations for all of the agricultural sector, value chain sector players. All of these underlying climate smart protocol. That is what we're doing.
All right, thank you very much, Dr. Shola Lolade. There's a need to catalyze all these different possibilities within this economy, right? The use of power, productive use for production, and all those multiple issues. As a development bank, how do you see yourself play within this space?
Okay, thank you so much, Bankole. Great question, and I'm in good company because with recently Babangona, and well, Sterling is one of our PFIs. DBN has curated the ecosystem such that we've created products and strategic alliances that speak to that. So what are we doing? In the climate finance space, starting a few years ago, we started building internal capacity. That has culminated in, as you know, Nigeria being accredited to the Green Climate Fund via DBN. Now, working with our PFIs, so this is where Sterling comes in, we will be transferring funding through them so that they can speak to these businesses that they want to start with. So for example, it's your smallholder farmers and enable them to scale. But what we've also done, so the GCF is one conversation. What we've also done is partnerships with Babangona, who we are seeing as an aggregator so that we can do more. We already have existing green credit lines with all of our PFIs today. And that means that if you are in that space, you can go in, speak to your financial service provider and strike up conversations around that. But that wasn't enough for us. So specifically, we started having more deliberate conversations with such players within the value chain. And today we've come up with agreements and arrangements that will enable us to do a bit more. On climate finance as well, we understand that we need to de-risk. And so, again, in the act of being deliberate, we're going out there to have very specific conversations with these large multilaterals to say, listen, we need to crowd in funding that will enable this ecosystem and allow it to do a bit more. So right now, our focus is on increasing that de-risking and providing services that actually will make a difference to these MSMEs, right? And I know I didn't start by introducing who DBN was. I know I don't have time, but if you permit me,
sure,
I think it'll be useful to the
Give
conversation. So DBN is Nigeria's only development wholesale finance institution. And that means that we lend primarily through PFIs, what we call PFIs, so your commercial banks, your microfinance banks, your mortgage houses. You can't walk into my office and say, Lolade, I want a DBN loan. You have to go to your financial provider. We have 3 main mandate areas. The first is the lending. And we can talk a little bit more about that later if you permit me. Second is building capacity, and we do that across a number of ways, primarily to our financial institutions, but also to MSMEs. I can talk about that as well. And then thirdly, we provide credit guarantees in a bid to de-risk that sector and enable more lending. So thank you very much.
Great, thank you so much. And you will come back to us based on this term, this points that you've shared, especially around the guarantee side of things as well. And so, Ibrahim, what is our position as a country? How are we pushing to support the likes of DBN, Sterling Banks, Kolamash, and all the rest? All this conversation, how do you see us amass the right kind of capital for this country?
Yeah, thank you very much. So maybe just to put into context, Nigeria developed its long-term low emissions strategy, right? Now, from that, we're looking at about $1.9 trillion to achieve net zero by 2060. Now, I'm sure you will all agree that that's
a very exciting number,
That is a very exciting number. So, but, from that, we have to start working backwards to say, how are we going to achieve, such large numbers? I mean, given the fact that our annual budget is nowhere near that. Even to fund our NDCs, that's our nationally determined contributions, we're looking at about $20 billion annually. Now, these funds are available, right? They are available in the international scene. The new collective quantified goals that was adopted at COP29, provides about $300 billion annually to developing countries. Now, we have to be able to, harness that. So just to put that into context, now when you go down into what are the tools we're going to use to attract that funding, fundamentally the LT-LEDs I mentioned, the strategy, recognizes both the carbon market and private sector participation, as key drivers to achieving some of these targets. So I think the DG of the NCCC earlier was mentioning about carbon markets. So just to put it into context of why it's important to be able to harness those markets. Now, we're using what I would call a backward integration strategy when it comes to our carbon markets. Essentially, what it means is it's going to be export focused to be able to attract, much needed international funding. And then hopefully that funding will also be used to develop our own markets. Secondly, we're also working on the Climate Change Fund. Now, that fund used to catalyze funding both domestically and internationally as well, to be able to bring in, funding at scale. With that also you have tools like de-risking tools, first loss guarantees, to be able to give comfort to both domestic and foreign funders, private sector funders that want to come in. So because really government's job is as an enabler, right? So government needs to provide that enabling environment to be able to attract that funding, to come in. So the private sector is also vitally important. When we are talking about funding some of our commitments, the private sector really is going to be the key driver. So we need more private sector participation, but from the government side also, we need to ensure that we're providing the right environment for private sector to participate.
All right, thank you so much, Mr. Schelling. But I'll come back to you on our nation's carbon market activation plan. Is it okay if I ask you that? But not now, but so that you can just ruminate about it. But Lakwe, I got it right? Thank you so much. Lakwe, he spoke about carbon markets, right? And the question I had in mind for you earlier before that was on what sort of policy or instruments do you think as a nation we should have around carbon market to make it a bit more functional? So my question, how do you think we can create the right institutional framework to make carbon market a functional tool?
Okay, thank you. For me, I think it starts with we having a national carbon market strategy that it's being implemented and people are able to know about. It's not just saying it, but really doing it. And aside of that, we also have to bring about policy, strategies, and drilling it down, not just at the national level, but also to the subnationals. And all of this can really start with we ensuring that this is being cascaded. Another thing that we have seen is there has to be an enabling framework where we have for measurement, reporting, and also for assessment, because people need to know out there that there is really something called carbon market. If you go to the rural area, I'm not sure a layman will say, I know what carbon market is all about. But when we start this at the national level, and then this is being drilled down to the subnationals, to the states, to the rural communities, everybody will want to key into it, and then they need to start knowing that, oh, I have to do these best practices. I have to become climate smart. I have to do this. I have to do that. So all of this, when being integrated, we have our journey towards the carbon market.
All right, great. I'll see whether Ibrahim can follow you on that line. But Bountiful, all these people have said very fantastic things. You're the one on the field. How do all these big stories, how does that really relate to you? Are they saying the right things or they are just watching us? Help me understand that.
Okay, so I think that, of course, they're in line with, what is on the ground. But, I think that to bring a more on-the-ground perspective, we need to first discuss the problem. And for us, what is the problem? The problem is that Africa is saddled with a climate financing burden of $2.8 trillion over the next 5 years now. It used to be 10 years in 2020. It's 5 years now. It means that somehow, somewhere, African leaders need to find a funding deficit of between 200 billion to 400 billion each and every year. Now, really, is that fair on Africa? I think no. But is that good enough for us to sit on our hands and cry? Neither. We own 60% of the world's arable land. Our contribution to global emissions is just 4%. So we're almost doing no harm, if you look at it. But guess where the investments in climate financing is the most defected, or where we are most disadvantaged? It's in Africa, right? Today, the commitments from our leaders alone is somewhere at 10% of that funding. And you would agree with me that for Africa, commitment is only commitment until it happens. Now, for a business like us at Dalana Grain Limited, that's supporting farmers with mechanization services, particularly women farmers, we have found a way to go back to the ethics, to teach the women what they need to do. We're teaching, building the capacities, training on climate friendly practices. We're teaching good agronomy practices, sustainable farming, and the likes. And for us, that's the basis. For the farmers to start to understand that sustainability needs to be at the core of what they are doing, that's the way to scale, that's the way to access global markets, and that's the way to really secure your business for the future. Now, when you look at it that way, when farmers start to pick up, like she said, these things, no longer as a buzzword, but as an actual fact. So I'll give you an instance. Our farmers started, because we extend input credit to our farmers as well as provide mechanizations. This started with us with just fertilizers last season. This season, they had access to mechanization services, they had access to fertilizers and improved seeds. So because they've seen solutions, real solutions to in the value that we're providing them, and they are feeling the impact in the work that they're doing, they're embracing it. So when we shift our farmers from a mindset of the climate problem is an unreal problem that is not there, and make them see the real challenges, including the inconsistent rainfall patterns that we're witnessing, as well as the drought and other pests and diseases that are coming due to climate concerns, when they make a meaning of the simple challenges they are seeing on their fields today that wasn't there in 1999 or in 2005, they can really now understand, the essence of this panel and why we're having it. I think that's my bit.
All right, thank you very much. A round of applause for my panel, please. The next one is around scenarios painting, for us to know how possible it is.
So, for the last decade and a half, as Babangona, we have been very focused on building a very successful model to unlock capital to smallholder farmers. We've deployed $250 million to smallholder farmers, had a 99% repayment rate, and enabled about 500,000 farmers cumulatively to double their income. And we've done that with incredible partnerships with folks from DBN, Sterling, and we've been blessed to have relationships with many other partners as well. For the next decade and a half, we're laser focused on enabling other people to replicate what we've done. And so you gave me $2 billion and agro-processors to be able to build their versions of Babangona, supporting about 2,000 farmers each, doubling the income of 10 million farmers. So I think for us, it's really about being able to, I think the main way we have been able to accomplish this is, for the first 8 years of Babangona, we built what we call, the analogy we like to use is a industrial bread factory, right? Think very complex system. It worked. We pushed out 200,000 loaves every year, or loaves of bread. But we knew that that system was very difficult for other people to replicate. So over the last 7 years, we've been laser focused on being able to transition from that industrial factory to a system we call a cake box. So think of it, you go to the store, you pick up a cake mix, and you're able to bake your own cake. That's what we have now. And so we launched in 2023 with the cake box with about 200 entrepreneurs. We've been able to receive IC approval from banks in Nigeria to the tune of $25 million. And now the next phase is supporting agro-processors to replicate that model and build their own, what we call member farmer ecosystems.
A round of applause for Mr. Marshall, please. That is quite resounding. Now, Dr. Shola, I can see you have been in the midst of all these things. I mean, you seem to be the hand behind the wheel, right? In supporting systems just like this, if you could do anything differently to make it faster, smarter, and more accessible, what do you think Sterling Bank can do?
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, thank you. So I think I'll just go straight to what I think will be the best foot forward at this level. Yeah. Like I said, we leverage 5 pillars in engaging climate resilient, climate smart agriculture. And I spoke very solely to capital structure. One of the things we are doing right now is one of the things we have done is to secure the approval from a development partner, that's the Dutch Fund for Climate and Development, to continue to fund green finance and ensure that private capital is unlocked. With due respect to government intervention and all, we understand that government will always intervene for 2 reasons. 1, to be able to stimulate the system. 2, as we have seen recently, food security is national security. So even if at times that intervention tends to be disruptive, I think national security should take that. But unlocking private capital into this protocol will really go a long way in helping, and that is what we have been able to do with the DFCD. We have also gotten some form of grant from the FMO to ensure that we set up a dedicated climate smart desk, climate finance desk, or what we call the green finance desk. That is also coming with some counterpart funding from the bank, up to the tune of $200,000 US, just for us to be able to ensure that we drive it as broad spectrum as possible and sustainably as well. But to go straight to your question, what singular thing can sustain this? What can ramp it up and take it forward? I think we need to look at our credit risk guarantee, credit guarantee. I think there should be a curation of a green fund credit guarantee, or should we call it green credit guarantee? That will go a long way in helping private sector participants and other stakeholders in embracing more wholesomely the protocol that's really driving climate smart agriculture and resilience. It will, because it will not just speak to the mode by which you're going to engage the sector, but speaking to the financing, credit guarantees have this tendency of helping with concessionary pricing, on facilities. So I think that we should zoom in a little bit into that and see what we can bring out in a bespoke manner to just engage the CSA. That would be one thing that I would be very, very finicky about. We've already started something with the IFC, and we see the merit and we see the sustainability, but we also are waiting for other players to come in. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. And Lolade, you know this definitely comes back to you. Guarantees. Dr. Shola said something about the interest of how guarantees can make these things work a lot better. You provide guarantees. What are your challenges and how do you think we can make guarantees work better?
So in terms of guarantees, they work fine. We've, as DBN, we haven't struggled with that. I mean, it's easy to understand, you get it, and it works in the similar way that our core lending operations work, which is it's wholesale. We work in partnership with our PFIs, Sterling being one of them, and we guarantee up to 60% of the loan. Now, DBN, as you also know, is sector agnostic. So we've had a lot of guarantees that have gone out, especially in agriculture. But something that I want to talk about in terms of de-risking is something that we are currently discussing with the GCF on. Now, when we got the accreditation, we were accredited for primarily lending, blending, project management. And we had made the case at the time that we wanted to include guarantees in this. We were not, accredited for that eventually, but we went back to the table to say, listen, especially in areas like climate smart agriculture, that guarantee will move the needle. And so those are the discussions we're having now to upgrade our accreditation levels so that we can speak to stuff like that. So I just wanted to say to Mr. Shola, as you're exploring those options, DBN is doing the same. And of course, being one of our PFIs, we are excited that you are thinking in this manner because you are the exact partners that will help us drive this when we do get to that point. But regardless, with GCF, we're driving it together because we will be working with our PFIs. And so I think we need to talk more between institutions to figure out, look, how do we make moves? Because we're always talking. Now, another point, you didn't ask me this question, but I want to speak to it, and it's about project preparation. Understanding how to put projects together that will enable drawdown. And as Nigerians, we tend to get very excited, oh, I have a project. But I think being able to identify who your funders, your correct funders are, and then understanding what those funders need to unlock the financing that exists. And I think we don't talk enough about that. People don't do enough research about that. And the general feedback is, oh, it's not working. Actually, there is a lot that exists out there. As Ibrahim mentioned, it's figuring out what we need to do to structure, to unlock. And DBN is also providing capacity to both the PFIs, so the banks, as well as to MSMEs on that.
All right, thank you so much. That's nice. So Ibrahim, I was trying to pass you before, but you mentioned your name. So now I'm stopping at your doorstep. Ibrahim, I wanted you to talk about the carbon market, but can we just follow the flow of what's going on now? Like, how do we help us be more accredited, if there's anything like that? How do we get more agencies or organizations or businesses or funds more accredited within the GCF space? Do you think that will work best for us, or we should just stick to the system we have currently?
Well, currently we have, aside from BN, we have about 4 other institutions that are going through the process of accreditation. Bear in mind that this process, can take sometimes 3-4 years, as I'm sure Lolade will tell you. But yes, so we haven't even maximized the ones that we currently have. So in terms of going through getting more accredited entities, not a bad idea, but at the same time, why don't we look at maximizing the ones we currently have on ground? I think the last time we met with the GCF, most countries maybe have at most maybe 3 or 4 entities, but we currently have 5 in process. But given the fact that perhaps Nigeria is larger and we have a larger market, then fair enough. And interestingly, the entities going through this accreditation process are kind of in different thematic areas as well. So it's all well and good. But I think the process of project developers understanding what it takes to access GCF funding needs to, there needs to be more awareness on that. The DNA, that's the Designated National Authority, also needs to do a lot more in terms of that awareness and sensitization, and also helping to kind of streamline the process. Because, for instance, issuing of letters of no objection usually is the precursor for starting your project. But if potential developers are not able to get those instruments, that's the letter of no objection, and they're not very clear as to why, then these are the kind of bottlenecks that are, I think, institutional bottlenecks that we can try and address. So necessarily, I don't think we need to have more accredited entities for now. More in the case of fine-tuning and making our processes internally a bit more efficient and a bit more transparent as well. I think that will certainly go a long way.
All right, great. Thank you so much, Brian. And I really wish the NCCC DG was here to help us understand, how this works through the process. But I'm sure we'll get that another day. Lakwe, from GIZ's experience, how do you think we can make sure all these conversations around finance and all the different structures we have, how do you think we can get them to the last mile, within farmers and co?
From us at GIZ is that we support everyone, both the national, the NCC, we try to build their capacity. Lolade was talking about investment readiness. Some of the MSMEs don't even know what they need to do to prepare and even have access to this funding. So part of what we do is that we provide them capacity building. So not just for the MDAs, the government agencies, but also to the MSMEs themselves, so that they are prepared to know what they need to provide to be able to access such funding. Another thing that we have done is that we have these 4 core crops that we are coming up with, which is on dairy, cocoa, ginger, and tomato. And we are going all out to ensure that best practices are being done to ensure that everyone is able to, meet up with what is required. Outside of that, we've also tried to look at ensuring that everyone have their reporting templates aligning with what is the requirement. Because some of them, you just see that, oh, this is the way I have been doing it, or this is the way it's being required. No, they have to comply with the standard, with the high international standard for reporting on impact assessment. And also apart from that, we see that even some of the financial institutions that they even submit their proposal to, they don't even know if what they have submitted is also compliant to what GCF is asking for any of the other impact investors. So we are also building their capacity too, just like what Lalade is talking about with DBN. So all of this, we ensuring that the ecosystem from the farmers to the banks to the NCA, the MDAs, they are all carried along and they all know what to do. For the last mile, you just have to keep creating awareness. You have to let them know what they need to do. You have to let them know, oh, this is how to go about it. And you have to make them inclusive. Being part of, the decision making too, in part of what we want to do. So they are also aware that, oh, carbon market, if I do this, this is what is coming to me. And in a way, we're also looking at it's not just coming to those that are on the elite in terms of big processors, but the last mile, like you say. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I'm Bountiful. You play within the last mile, right? How do you think, your group and your community, your ecosystem can access more?
To be practical with you, I want to say that what Lola mentioned earlier and what our friend from the GIZ has said is correct. A lot of businesses, small businesses, and mind you, MSMEs contribute 80% of Africa's GDP. So we have a lot of small, medium-sized businesses than we have. And that's not a bad thing, right? Because the economies like Danish economy, most of the Scandinavian economies are medium-sized businesses. This is a very important question to me because just 2 years I attended the same summit and I learned the concept of sustainability, how to build scalable businesses. So first there needs to be a mindset shift. African founders need to understand the need for scale, that's one, and then they need to build businesses that will outlive us. So you're positioning your business and there's no governance, there's no structure to it. You don't have a core understanding of what an attractive business is. Like she did mention that. So there are investor signaling, posturing for funding, positioning for funding, that small businesses need to invest their time into learning, understanding the concept, and then practicalizing it. That's on the one hand. On the second leg, I think that institutions like yourself and HAS, with all due respect, and Sterling as well, need to institutionalize capacity building, cohorts, fellowships that build the kinds of businesses you want to see built. We've not done that enough. Some of us don't have the means to come out to these platforms. Some of us are great founders, but we're timid. We don't engage as much. Knowledge sharing is at an all-time low. So you don't have access to the necessary information, tools, resources that you need to build this business. However, it is sort of like the job of these institutions, because how you get your money paid is by funding businesses. It's sort of your job to handhold businesses that you want to see succeed and train us to build those kinds of businesses. So today I'm sitting on ASIS platform speaking about these things, but if you meet me on a one-on-one standpoint, there are a lot of challenges that we find hard to navigate. So because we have a guidance of a board, understanding the concept of sustainability again, we're able to navigate these challenges. How many small businesses can boast of these things? So it becomes our collective responsibility to build for Africa, to think for Africa, and then to act for Africa. Very briefly, I had a short conversation with the just elected president of the Afrexim Bank, His Excellency George Elombi, very brief one. And he was speaking about the innovative financing mechanism that the Afrexim is deploying that has made the reporting body, I think it's Fitch, yes, the rating body, give them a bad rating. And when I had that conversation, I said, why would that be? He said, because they cannot understand an African institution creating innovative products to support African businesses, which means an institution is taking lead. They're starting to think for Africa, act for Africa, handhold African businesses into profitability and sustainability. So we need to ask ourselves, do we want to sit on these platforms, smile at ourselves, say some technical jargons, and then go back home? Or do we really want to solve Africa's problems?
Thank you. A round of applause for them, please. Thank you so much. And we're coming to that last round now, where we need to share our, parting gifts. So again, I'll follow the line, Mr. Masha. Your model has been successful for what? Almost 2 decades now, right? And this model has to be replicated, and you're really interested in replicating it. Can you share with us maybe 3 or 5 steps for us to create an outgrower scheme that can be very successful?
Sure. So I'll take you through what we do for our agro-processing clients today that are replicating. So we call it our arsenal of support. It covers 4 areas: technology, talent, tools, and targeted capital. And so I'll start with the technology side. So what we've with our cake mix approach, the first and foremost is to ensure that it is simple and easy, because as an agro-processor, you have a lot to worry about. And so what we've invested in over the last 7 years is we've built Africa's largest technology team dedicated to smallholder farmers. Today we have 80 people in our tech team, 56 software engineers, built with exceptionally sophisticated technology. I know folks are super excited about AI now. We built our first AI model in 2018. So we used biometrics in 2017. We were so early in biometrics that most of the models weren't designed for our people. So we had to actually start doing a lot of the back work to design those models. So this has made the system exceptionally easy. Then on the talent side, we today, if you're an agro-processor that partners with us, we will actually give you a job description. You'll go out, send us 100 candidates. We'll take them through our very in-depth recruitment process where we use exceptionally sophisticated methodologies, psychometric testing. We spend probably easily on each candidate, probably $20 just in different types of tests and screening and so on and so forth. They finally get to me. I actually do the final interview. And then we send them and say, here, you sent us 100 people. Here's the top 4 that we think can do this. And then we take the person that they hire, which we make sure that the system requires a small team, just 1 college graduate and 4 field officers, so 5 people. We'll take that 1 person and put them through a 6-month intensive orientation and training program before they go and talk to their first farmer, right? So you have somebody that is exceptionally well ready. And then on tools, a lot of these tools require significant amounts of, are quite expensive to come up front with. So we actually build the structures to provide low-cost lease financing so they can access all the different tools they need to basically build and run what we call a member farmer ecosystem. And then finally, with regards to targeted capital, at different stages on their journey, they're going to need different types of capital. And thankfully, folks forget, Babangona started with 100 farmers. We borrowed, our first loan was 20 million naira from FCMB, and now we've done cumulatively 100 billion. But we're catching up with Sterling. We're catching up there. Well, soon you guys will overtake them. And but because we've dealt with every capital provider, from folks that give out $10,000 to folks that write $50 million checks, we can support them throughout that whole journey from when they need to raise their first 50K to when they need to raise $2 million.
All right, thank you very much. A round of applause for Mr. Masha, please. Dr. Shala, I'm sure there are a couple of people here who would like to hold you to your word. So how do we get into your system?
Come up with your business plans, come up with your projects, and we'll be happy to sit with you. But we will want to see these 3 things, or 2 of them, before we begin to talk about access to finance. We want to see knowledge management, or what we call capacity building. We want to be sure that you are very acquainted with the business that you want to undertake. And especially speaking about climate smart agriculture, there's a lot of learning, unlearning, and relearning to be done. So we must underscore that. Capacity must be demonstrated, and where it is not, then we will want you to be handheld by entities that have this knowledge. If you are a smallholder, we will want to identify with some anchor company that we know have the requisite capacity to impart into what you do, and you can actually grow or develop capacity under their watchful eyes. All of these are very important, in fact, very critical to our engagement. Second will be access to market. We want to have a pathway as to where exactly all of this will end. Our affinity to the land and agriculture in Africa especially is hugely sentimental. We do not take it as science. We are not analytical. We just know that we just will need to take this up and people will be up to buy. Sadly, I have seen a lot of people who have very honest intentions but have lost a lot of money because they do not have a very good market strategy. For us in Sterling, we will need to ask these critical questions so that we are sure that you're ready. And then we begin to talk about access to finance. Now, access to finance will now have to do with the segment of operation. Where exactly are you going to be operating? Are you going to be a primary producer, or you're going to be a processor, or you are just going to be somewhere in between the value chain? We have bespoke types of capital structuring for each of these segments. For example, I am aware that when it comes to primary production, there is no way out of low-cost funds. There is just no way out of. We need to continue to rethink, right, how to be able to do that. But when you're talking about trade or commodities, whatever, finance, then it's pretty much commerce, right? You've gotten your product to the point where we know that this is commercial, and so you can actually embrace, or that business can embrace commercial funding. So come to us first, let us know how much of what you say you want to do, let's know how much of it you know. If you don't know much about it, don't worry, we have a way of linking you up with the right partners, and then let us have a clear view of exactly where you're going to sell. And again, if you do not have that capacity, the idea is for us to sit together, be some form of self-appointed members of your management board, just so that your success story can be great. Then we're happy to avail to you a climate compliant, climate smart, agri-compliant fund for your agricultural business. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Shola. But just before I go to, Lakwe, how can we reach you? You are saying we should come to you now, okay? How can we reach you, sir?
Okay, so we have, first and foremost, you can reach us on our general customer service platform. And that is, I think that's customer service at sterling.ng. You can also reach us directly at the Agric desk, agricinfo@sterling.ng, and all of your mails will come. But for me directly, olushola.obikanye@sterling.ng. If I get your mail, be rest assured we'll act on it. Thank you.
A round of applause for Dr. Shola, please. Thank you. Lakwe, help us. What sort of tools can we get from you? If we came to you now to say, help us with something, what sort of interventions and tools can the GIZ support in, for smallholder farmers and co? I mean, I'm sorry I'm putting you on the spot, but I'm sure you can handle it. What are the things that are available from the GIZ?
Okay, thank you. So for the GIZ project, there is the EU TARET. It's a new project, but we are working towards having a mobile tools that is being used for measurement, reporting, and we are trying to see that the last mile can access it. Aside of that, we also look at having a framework, like a tool that between the MDAs, they can have a way to measure the different intervention that is being gotten from the subnationals, from the nationals, and even from donor agencies. So this tool is being developed. It's not yet. So it should be out because this is a new project. So in a way, it's going to be rolled out because part of the framework is to come up with tools that can be used for measurement, for reporting, and also for impact. And then the other part is having an ecosystem payment where you are able to know, okay, at this point is when I can have my carbon market payment. So that ecosystem, that tool is still going to come up, but it's still...
We know you are still working it, yes.
We're still working.
But we're excited to hear about more.
We're still working on it. The other part that GIZ is also doing is that they are looking at bringing in green bonds so that even for MSMEs, the smallholders, they can be able to access some of this funding. Like I said, we are also building capacity on investment readiness. That it's already in place and it's something that is being rolled out. The other aspect we are also looking at is that, okay, from the financial institution part, when they are able to see climate smart agriculture businesses, they need to find a way to be able to tweak their interest rate, the pricing, such that it's favorable and it's, kind of low, that these smallholders farmers can be able to access them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for Lakwe. If there's one question I would like to ask you later is, you help me pronounce the meaning of GIZ, that pronunciation. You have to teach me. What's wrong with you? It's not a jam question. You help me pronounce it. Please, if you've got questions, no, not yet, sir. Rora. Just give us, we need about 3 people to ask us questions after this. So you're number 1, sir. Thank you. Ibrahim, what what does the future hold for us as a country in accessing climate finance? What do we have in the pipeline?
Well, I can tell you what will happen if we don't
We
access
don't have
it.
anything.
You know, as much as we do have these, you know, talk shows and we talk and we discuss, I think he said something, you know, very, very poignant. We are dealing with reality right now. And, you know, food insecurity is one of the fastest ways for any country to really start to experience, you know, social unrest. It's as simple as that. If we don't address some of the real issues that we face, I mean, food is one of the basic needs of any human being and any human society. So these are things that we need to address. In terms of, you know, what we're doing to bring this in, again, you know, it goes down to having the right projects that are going to really scale the kind of funding that we require. And these are not small scale projects. You know, they have to be really national scale projects. I mean, there's certainly something that my office is currently working on in conjunction with the Ministry of Agriculture, Water Resources, Livestock, and Power, which is an integrated climate resilient infrastructure project. And the idea is, again, an integrated, well, the pilot project will start off essentially utilizing renewable energy for things like irrigation, you know, climate smart agricultural methods, power generation, and even, you know, utilizing AI and stuff like that. So, I mean, these kind of projects sounds very kind of far-fetched, right? But in reality, we can't keep trying to solve the same problem and not looking at how we can use a different solution, right? We have to be able to innovate, and we have to do that very, very quickly. It's not, we don't have the luxury of time to play this game of, you know, going back and forth or, you know, talking about it. No, we really need to get going. I mean, COP30 is just around the corner. Yeah. So these are the type of projects we need to go to COP with to say, look, give us this money because we literally have a crisis on our hands that we need to solve. So, I mean, it's not just about government as well. The private sector must get involved in terms of developing some of these projects, and the government should be there to provide that support as well, so that we're able to bring in some sizable funding to the country and solve our people's problems, really.
Exactly. Thank you. You spoke like a true presidency person. Thank you very much for that guidance. Lolade, I will need you to help us understand what does the future hold, or how is DBN shaping the future, right, with its different programs. And if you can itemize maybe one or two exciting, wait, just brood over it so that you can get your facts right. And then I come to you, you know, Bountiful, to say, if you pick from what, you know, Ibrahim has said, that if we don't do anything, help us see the gloom picture here if we don't do anything.
I don't think I need to help you see a picture. It's my reality. I've had a fight over a client with a client on my trip to Lagos. I've been here 3 days, and I've been fighting with a client. The issue is this: he has a span of land. He's not committing enough funds for our equipment, our machines, because he's scared that after the 18th of August, it will be too risky to continue planting. This is a field that they have data from about 5 to 6, 7 years that they have collected. So it's not NIMET data, it's their data. But the patterns just don't work. Right. So they have made investments in data collection, which is the right thing to do. We spoke about tools for climate, smart practices and all of that. But it doesn't work because the problem is here, right? So if we say, help you see the problem, we're not right. It's more like, how do we help you feel the problem? Because it's here, right? Now, excuse me, I have farmers who are unsure of when to plant, or should they hold their stock because they have so little for the next season? it's changing so rapidly that we don't understand what is going on. And that's because a lot of us in this room don't pay attention to farming. And this is the sector that has the highest capacity to contribute the most to carbon emissions, as well as reduce the GHGs that we're experiencing. Now, if we don't pay attention to the detail of getting more involved in farming, even at the urban levels, so we can have urban gardens in our house, not just to feed us, but also to mitigate the climate challenges that we're facing. And then ultimately, food security. The UN had projected in 2021 that over about 35 million people would die of hunger this year. I was a trainee at an institution before I pivoted to become managing director at Alana. At that time, it felt like another Western ploy or stories, right? But today, that's our reality, right? So I think that we need to attract the right investments. We need to build value-based businesses and also climate-sensitive businesses, businesses that look after the environment, businesses that has impact in it, and that can also, fit for green projects.
All right, thank you. A round of applause for Bountiful. You have succeeded in scaring us. But I think we needed that little bit of fear. So let's come to the happy part. Lolade, we hope you make us happy. Help us understand, how are you shaping the future with your programs?
Okay, thank you for that. Yes, and there's loads of good news from here. So I'm excited to talk. I think the first thing is so DBN has been in existence for 7 years, and we're very small, we're very nimble, and we are extremely intentional. So the outcome of that over the past 7 years has meant that we have now become a trusted brand, and we are riding on that wave. So we're doing a number of things. The first thing is ramping up capacity for our banks to ensure that they create, whether it's a desk or an understanding of the funding flows for different MSMEs so they can do more. And so if you think TAs, we're doing it all over the show with our banks. For our MSMEs, we have internal targets that are extremely aggressive to train people. So today we have created a learning management system that is free. We are actually looking for entrepreneurs who will come and train. And it's essential. So that's one thing. Another thing is we're doing more thematic funding. So we're going out there to be specific about getting intentional funding so we can unlock certain sectors. We're doing great things right now with the LPRESS project, which is a World Bank funded project focused on livestock. We're going to have an impact letter coming out soon. I implore everyone to please read, because that's how they can plug into the more money that's coming through there. In terms of data assets and management, we realize that we've done a lot, but not everybody understands it. And to key in, you have to know where and how and what we've done. And so we're building out an internal data asset that we've actually launched to the public a few months ago. And it's talking about the impact that our lending has had over the ecosystem, the MSME ecosystem, and where we're going next. So please, I implore people to come and seek us out. Come to our website. From there, you will be able to go anywhere you want to in terms of understanding who we are, what we're doing, and how you can get plugged in. There's a lot.
Okay, do you have an email we want to share?
Not an email.
Okay,
I think if you go to www.devbankng.com, it's a mouthful, but just type in Development Bank in your browser and our website will come up. I'm assured of that. And you can access everything else from there.
All right, Thank you so much. A round of applause for my beautiful panel. They've done exceptionally well. And now I'm coming back to you for your questions. 3 people, the gentleman in green. I start with you first. I will pick a lady first before I pick another guy. I guess the women are okay. All right. Gentleman number 2, the hoodie brother number 3. So my friend with the green cap. Can somebody help us with the microphone, please? Okay.
Good afternoon, everyone. All right, so the panel has succeeded in pushing us from Nigeria to Japan or Russia. fantastic deliverables. Okay, so I have just a few conversation with my colleague here and saying that the green space and the garden, what about the Eko Atlantic? Is something happening there? That's another conversation. So, two scenarios. Jubilee got 3 million from Sterling, pig, poultry, and the rest. 2 years, they're all gone. To pay back the loan is a problem. Now, he has jackpot, it's now in Canada. That's one hand. On the other hand, my another friend has farm in Mowi thereabout, and so turkey, chicken, and the rest, push them out of the country, export and the rest. So now, the question I'm looking at is that I usually push a particular narrative in terms of off-takers and off-taking. Because, like I said, the level they are gone to, we need to come to our own level to know what is happening at Mowi, at Ekpe, what is happening at Ogun State, what is happening at Borno State. Yes. So, for the off-taking, who does the off-taking? So that I can
Who does
continue.
the off-taking?
Is it the private or the government? And who also who does the off-taking? I'm sure you understand what I mean.
Clearly.
So who does that so that I can continue to be in business? Because I don't want to come back to Sterling next year for another loan, because the figure might not be the same.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, who can answer that? You can. Okay, hold that. Bountiful will answer you. My brother in black, yes.
Good evening, everyone. My question goes to Mr. Ibrahim. I'm Salis Yusuf with Marine and Blue Economy. I'm also a marine engineer. So I want to, how inclusive is your, climate carbon market? Inclusive in the sense that in the marine world, we have what is known as blue finance. So what are you doing in that? Are you integrating it into your, deals? And to the Starling guy, I think he made mention of the Dutch fund. And when it comes to Dutch, as in that's Netherlands, I think they have this, advantage on offshore wind energy. And I think Nigeria as a country, we have a lot to, to benefit on that level, in the sense that it has the potential we have as a, let me say, marine country. It has the potential of, less carbon footprint. So I think it's a very good idea if we can harness that.
All right, so Ibrahim, he would like to know if your program involves blue economy as well, and the same thing with you, Dr. Shala. Okay, the gentleman with the hoodie. Please pass the microphone to the gentleman behind there. Microphone, sir. All right.
Good evening, sirs. Thank you for the wonderful presentations. And my question it's not a question, it's a what I've experienced. A couple of years back, we have a farm around Owode, Sheon, and then the issue of insecurity make everyone leave the farm. Now, the interest of going back to the farming, people are now scared because we lose tons of money, and now going back to the farm, the willingness is not there. And this thing is the basic things in some people that invested most in farming, and they lost a lot of things because of insecurity issues and all those things. What I'm looking at, what is in a way how we can bring them back, because these things it will be giving another people bad intention that if you go to farming, these things you will kill a lot of farm, and a lot of farming you should be having issues. But how can we solve this problem of the old farmers that you can reorientate them that, okay, we need more food security. If you are out of farm, the food security, we can't achieve it, and it's a general problem. How can we change their mindset so that they can come back to farm and the farming?
All right, thank you so much. So, Bountiful, 2 questions. Who does the off-taking, and how do we get people to go back to farms? Yeah, after okay, great.
Okay, so for the question of taking, it's really simple and it comes with experience, right? We adopt a market-driven approach. So before you start your backward integration projects, your be it primary production for crop or for livestock, that's what you do. You need to find a market there, right? You also need to know what you're growing, because if you grow something from the dreams you have in your mind and bring it to me and it doesn't meet the specs that I want, it's a no deal, right? So a lot of agripreneurs or farmers share these stories of how they're unable to find markets, but they also don't share with you that they've done little or no research to, market entry strategies. That's why there's that word, yeah, because there's something you need to do to break into markets. Plus, mind you, agriculture, so my statement is neither here and there, but it's a high barrier entry business in some sense, right? There are investments you make in agriculture. If you can't find market, you are in deep, trouble. So you usually walk like forward, backwards, like it's a backward integration. You go find the market and then you produce for it. Now, on insecurity, it's a critical fact that you've raised. Luckily, we have someone from government who addressed that. Now, I, for one, it's a real challenge. We were chased out of our project in June, and that rendered us, that gave our business a hit. The first day of operation, first 20 minutes, guns blazing. It's the first time our business has experienced that, so obviously we were thrown into a shock. We have operated in the space for 3 years, and we found a way of staying sort of like away from risk-averse locations, right? And, from the community, from our personals and networks there, we're able to tell if it's a safe place to operate. Now, however, we need to look at the opportunities. Are there places in Nigeria where there are no insecurity and where massive farming is going on? Yes. Do we need to develop some courage? Bold action, right? That's the theme. Do we need to be bold about innovating for the solutions that our continent needs, given the times that we're in, because nobody's going to solve these problems for us. The tax cuts that we're experiencing from the Western world, as well as the cuts in funding, is showing us that Africa must rise up to our own challenges. Does the government, ably represented by Mr. Ibrahim on the panel, have a responsibility to play? Yes, they do. It is paramount for the government to put in enough security infrastructure for farmers to go back to the farm. But can we start by doing something, lifting where we stand, and then we can call on the government? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. So before Ibrahim does on blue economy, Kola would like to add a few, Lakwe, you're also adding to, or to the blue economy? Blue economy. To what he, okay, so after Kola, you can quickly share. So Kola, please, over to you, quickly.
Thank you. So just building on Bountiful's points, I think on the question of markets. So I think I'm a huge fan of history, and the reality is today we look at the massive agro-processing companies in the world, the Cargills, the Nestles, and so on and so forth, and we actually need to go back 100 years to when they were small. And what did they do 100 years ago that enabled them to become the scale and size they are now? Well, it was very simple. They went out and they, working with banks, they supported and became the Farmers Bank. Second, they became the Farmers University. Third, they became the Farmers Market. And that formula is timeless. Because if you do that as an agro-processor, you create what's called the Holy Grail. You get low-cost supply, high quality, and reliable. Today, if somebody follows our model, they're able to get their raw materials at a 10% discount to the market. Implication of that for an agro-processor is massive. And so the key is, and to answer the first question, it's really around, as farmers, making sure you're tapping into those forward-thinking agro-processors, and it creates huge value for you. And for the gentleman on the insecurity question, we've been fortunate, right? We've operated for years and years and years in what might be considered some of the more challenging parts of the country. Right, I think in peak year, we farmed 170,000 acres of maize. Put that in context. If you visualize what one Manhattan looks like, now visualize 12, right? And then these are communities that people would be very concerned about going into. But the reality is, what we found is the way you address this is you have to focus on empowering the people who are from those communities. Because when you are home, you have no, I'm sure many people ask you the question, why are you in Nigeria? It's home. Well, folks that live in some of these tough communities, it's home. And they are able to figure out how to make it work, and you have to support them to enable them to be successful. And so to my friend, what I would encourage you to do is identify folks in that community, and then you build a business model to be that agro-processor, to support them, and you can create a successful business by supporting those who are from those communities.
All right, that is Babangona 101. Thank you very much. Lakwe, over to you, please.
I think my addition will be to what the gentlemen over there have said, which is when you want to sell to the market, which niche are you selling to? Which particular market? It's not just for you to say, oh, I need an off-taker, but what are you producing? What is it meeting? What niche is it meeting? And with that, you can be able to sell your produce. On the insecurity part, at GIZ, we've started working with having conversation around this communal clash, headers going into the farms, and all of this still boils down to food insecurity. So we need to still speak to it, look at ways around it, and communities are being met and discussed and see how they can have a working relationship. So that is part of one of the GIZ project, what they are doing, and they've been going around, and we've been seeing, less clashes, less kidnapping. People are now going back to the farm. But the other part is the young folks are not ready to go into doing layman agriculture. They want to do something that is technology driven, mechanization, and not just to say, oh, I want to just cultivate 1 hectare. No, when they say that they have large masses of land that they can cultivate, either using through the mechanization approach, every other thing will become seamless. Some of them will stay back. So that's my contribution.
Thank you very much. And so let's go to the blue economy. Why don't you have the blue economy as part of your conversations, and how can you include the blue economy as part of your conversations?
First of all, it's not my fault. No, well, on a more serious note, so really, when we're looking at the major emitting sectors, the blue economy doesn't fall as one of the major emitting sectors. So when Nigeria was doing its NDCs, that is nationally determined contributions, which is submitted to the United Nations, it really focuses on the key high-emitting sectors. So we have things like the energy sector, agriculture, waste, what they call AFOLU, that's forestation and land use, and transportation. So those are the key emitting sectors. So you put that into your NDCs, and Nigeria says these are the sectors that we're going to concentrate in reducing emissions. Now there's conditional and unconditional targets, but we won't delve into that. But what the carbon market does is it allows for private developers and also institutional developers to develop those projects that are going to reduce emissions. Because let's not forget, 1 carbon credit represents 1 ton of CO2 removed from the atmosphere, right? So if your blue economy project can clearly follow a methodology that reduces 1 ton of CO2 or more from the atmosphere, then it's eligible for carbon credits, right? So, and then there's a voluntary market and what they call a compliance market.
Compliance market, yeah.
So you can, I don't think we have any, but they are, you could develop a potential carbon project within the marine and blue economy and trade it in the voluntary carbon markets. Just that the pricing might not be particularly high. Nature-based solutions tend to have, more expensive credits.
All right, thank you very much. Dr. Shaw, do you include fishery and all these other blue economy stuff into your into your focus areas? If not, why?
Well, that's actually what I wanted to tell my good friend. Blue economy for us in agriculture is aquaculture. That is it. But we really are not into deep sea fishing or whatever it is. By the way, Nigeria is the world's largest producer of catfish, I hope you know. And so for us, what we have tried to do in that aspect, like he has said, carbon credits and all of these climate resilient measures are not stuffs that we have taken a decisive process on. However, what we've also tried to do, as far as fisheries is concerned, is to identify the various processes and the resources that are there and try to see how we can drive renewable energy, especially around the storage infrastructure, solar system driven resources. Those are the stuff that we've been able to do. Concerning carbon credits, I think you said it all, but I think the only thing I want to say is that for us as a bank, the lower hanging fruit for us is the compliant aspect. I mean, let's just do it, let's align, and let's file eligibility for that credit. So that's what we've been able to do as far as fisheries, I won't call it blue economy, is concerned. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Please clap for my wonderful panel. And I hope that with these few points of ours, we have been able to convince you and not to confuse you on why it is important that we scale climate finance. A round of applause for them, and also for you for spending all that time to stay with us till 6 o'clock. Thank you. Can we have a picture, please?
Our ever hardworking CEO joining you all for the pictures. Yes, she's done great work. Thank you. A round of applause for our panel. Thank you all so much. Great, great work. All right, ladies and gents, to deliver the communique for what we've experienced over the last couple of days, please give a warm welcome to Tolulokwe Makinwa, who is Executive Director at Moazo Africa. All right.
Good evening, everyone. On behalf of Sterling One Foundation, I am standing to present the Africa Social Impact Summit 2025 communique. This summit is co-convened by Sterling Bank, the United Nations in Nigeria, and the Ministry of Budget and Economic Planning. The Africa Social Impact Summit 2025 brought together over 64 partners, policymakers, impact investors, social entrepreneurs, youth leaders, and civil society champions, all anchored around the CS Bold theme: scaling action, bold solutions for climate resilience and policy innovation. Over 2 transformative days, ASIS 2025 reaffirmed that bold actions are no longer optional, they are urgent. From our inspiring opening keynotes to practical deep dives, the summit moved conversations beyond intention to execution. Mrs. Pedro Ibekwe, the CEO of Sterling One Foundation, set the tone, reminding all delegates and everyone in attendance that you need the right people and the right execution team to accelerate bold actions. Madam Amina J. Mohammed, Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, unveiled the Mission 300 initiative, an ambitious plan to connect 300 million Africans to affordable, reliable electricity by 2030. This year's summits, wide-ranging plenaries, workshops, bold actions showcased the spirit of bold solutions. The Health and AI plenary explored context-specific AI tools, ethical frameworks, and homegrown innovations. The Youth Development Bold Action session demonstrated how the circular economy, from plastic for cash to upcycling, can redesign waste into new livelihoods and businesses for young Africans. The Creative Economy panel made clear that Africa's soft power must be matched with robust business skills, IP protection, and local distribution networks if we are to truly tell our stories at scale. The Education Bold Action session called attention to the critical role of rethinking what and how we teach. Stakeholders agreed that beyond conventional schooling, we must introduce intelligence-stimulating activities like chess and sports to sharpen young minds. Strong advocacy for rural communities remains vital, alongside a revision of training materials and the curriculum to reflect today's reality. The call was made for international partners to co-develop this refreshed curriculum and to ensure social mobilization. There were several sessions that deepened this momentum. Example, the NGO workshop, the ESG workshop, stressed the power of credible local data and intentional storytelling for policy reform, capturing the call: do not outsource your thinking to AI. Trust your data and invest in your knowledge systems. The ESG workshop and the Impact Investment Panel unlocked insights into blended finance, local guarantees, and catalytic capital to scale climate-smart businesses and resilient infrastructure. From Just Right Switch to solar to Northern clean energy investment, real examples proved that sustainability and profitability can go hand in hand. This year's summit also reaffirmed that governance and transparency are non-negotiable, a point driven home by Ambassador Svein Bera in his Chat for Change session, which spotlighted Africa's carbon markets as the new oil, built on trust, skill, and clear accountability. From local recycling hubs and youth-led innovation hubs to practical Mission 300 roadmaps, the conversation made one thing clear: scaling action demands with deepened partnerships, embed local solutions, close financing gap, and anchor every initiative in trust, data, and inclusive leadership. Above all, we must put youth and women at the heart of every plan for climate resilience, knowledge trust, creative industries, and policy innovation. As we close out today on the Africa Social Impact Summit 2025, our charge is clear. Let us not return to business as usual. Together, we co-create. Together, we accelerate. Together, we win. Thank you once again for joining us at the Africa Social Impact Summit 2025. My name is Tolulokwe Makiwa Adeni, reporting from Owasso, Africa. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that wrap-up, Tolulokwe. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have to, of course, get our closing remarks from the ever hardworking Peju Ibekwe, CEO of the Sterling One Foundation. Without her, forget about it. It doesn't happen.
Thank you very much. Please help me put your hands together for yourselves. My closing remark will not be coming from me. It's going to be coming from Bountiful. Bountiful joined this session 2 years ago, 2023. He was part of the ESG side event. I would like him to share with us and with the world what his experience has been since then.
Okay, good evening, everyone. It's a pleasure to speak to us again. Exactly 2 years ago, at the same time, because the ASIS is, repeat month in July, I attended this event. I was seated right in front there. I came with my mind ready to learn, with a passion for growth and and to grow really fast. And I attended this session on ESG, on sustainability. And in that session, the panel was so good. I literally remember the people on the panel. We had Madam Marilyn from PwC, now in KPMG. We had the former CEO of NGX. We had Madam Tinudu, yes. We had Ndidi Inoli, who's on the Sustainability Reporting Board globally. And I listened in that session, and I understood the concept of sustainability for the first time. I experienced what it meant. They touched or hammered down on the component of ESG, right? What ESG is about. And, just that desire to really practicalize this for our business put us on a trajectory that over the past 3 years, we have a business valued at over $2 million today. We are working across 11 states.
Where were you?
Where were we before then? We had just 2 employees. Today we are at 17. We had maybe 1 location at the time, I guess. Today we're working in 11 states. We have some of the biggest partnerships. We're partners with the world's leader in phosphate fertilizer, OCP Africa. We're partners with Flour Mills of Nigeria. We're partners with Saros Seedco. So it's just been an experience. And we also want to thank the Sterling One Foundation for listening to the cries of young businesses. Today there's a section on agriculture and climate change. Geoffrey, my friend, just reminded me that they're paying attention. I asked for a panel on agriculture. I think that it's a really great platform, and it has transformed our business. And at Alana Green, we want to say we're grateful. We want to encourage smaller businesses to pay attention to the detail that does matter. If you get the right kind of structure, the positioning, and not just positioning in the sense of the word positioning, but do the actual work. Build a value-based business. Seek for data, reports, intelligence. You can actually transform your business. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bountiful. So what he told me was that, Peju, my business has grown 1,000% since I attended ASIS. And then he said something here. He said, when you're willing to do the work. My final words for all those wonderful delegates joining us from across the African continent is this event may have ended, but let the learnings and the action required not end. There's immense potential once we put what we have learned into practice. It is not just about being here. I am glad that even by the end of day one, people started coming to me that, oh, Pedro, we've started a partnership with this, we've started a partnership, and I could see the partnerships already birthing. Make sure that you also have your own partnerships. Make sure that you follow up and follow through. Do this because the Africa we want is dependent on you acting. Thank you. Do have a wonderful rest of the day. And we look forward to Africa Social Impact Summit 5.0. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. There's refreshments, actually, in the mezzanine, right behind, as if you didn't have enough food already, right behind you over there. Thank you all so much. My name is Rhoda Sodiri, host of the Global Business Report, Arise News. Thank you all for being here, and hope you all follow through, follow up, and make your own partnerships. Take care. Have a great weekend.